expands after Turkey intercepts Iranian missile. 2 drones strike Azerbaijan. Government says they reserve the right to retaliate and summons the Iranian envoy. Amid raging war, US tests a ballistic missile, also known as the Doomsday missile off California coast. Is capable of carrying nuke warheads 20 times more powerful than that used in Hiroshima. And the big national headline of the day, Amit Shah in Patna ahead of Nitish Kumar's exit as Bihar Chief Minister. Nitish makes his stepping down official, files Rajya Sabha nomination. BJP all set to get the CM throne with Nitish's son as deputy. And we begin with big breaking news that's coming in. There have been several questions on what the Indian government stand is on Khamenei's killing in Iran. You've now got the first official government response, or at least the Foreign Secretary on behalf of the government of India signed a condolence book at the embassy of Iran today. So with that, formally registering India's condolence message over the killing of Khamenei. I'll bring in Pranay Upadhyay of India Today Global for more details on this. The messaging here extremely crucial, Pranay, because there's also been a whole lot of domestic pressure on exactly what the Indian government stand is on the killing of Khamenei.
Absolutely, Akshita. And as they say, that action speaks louder than words. So definitely, in action, Government of India has sent its senior-most diplomat to express condolence at the Iranian embassy on the killing, on the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Supreme Leader of Iran. And this speaks and in fact conveys the sentiments in India, especially among the Muslim community of India and those who have been protesting, asking and expecting Government of India to speak and to express the sentiments, their sentiments. So, is
this the equivalent, though, Pranay, of issuing a statement of condolence or of India taking that diplomatic stand?
I won't say that, that India has taken a stand, but rather we have maintained our neutrality. And as far as this entire conflict is concerned, you have just played the soundbite of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his diplomatic engagement with the Finland's President, who's in town, and wherein Prime Minister Modi said that military conflicts are not leading to any solution, and dialogue and diplomacy is the only way forward. And this is the India's stated position, and we have always maintained this thing. So on one side, we have urged all the faction, all the parties to come to negotiating table, have dialogue and diplomacy to resolve their issues. On the other side, on such such actions, we have expressed our condolences by sending our Foreign Secretary to write a condolence message in the condolence book opened by the Iranian embassy in New Delhi today only. And in fact, Foreign Secretary was among the first few representatives, those who have gone there, who have written and expressed our condolences, India's condolences on this incident.
Okay, so this was at the Iran embassy, as you see there, the Foreign Secretary signing off the condolence book with a large picture of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei right beside him. This book has been kept open from this morning for several representatives, and not just India, but other country embassy representatives to also come in and sign the condolence book. And that's now India also sending out a message of condolence to Iran. Listen in to what the Prime Minister said. Pranay referred to it also, of the Prime Minister highlighting once again that India stands on one side firmly, the side of peace. Listen in.
भारत और फिनलैंड दोनों रूल ऑफ लॉ, डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी में विश्वास रखते हैं। हम एकमत है कि केवल मिलिट्री कॉन्फ्लिक्ट से किसी भी मुद्दे का समाधान नहीं निकल सकता। यूक्रेन हो या पश्चिमी एशिया, हम संघर्ष की शीघ्र समाप्ति और शांति के हर प्रयास का समर्थन करते रहेंगे। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि बढ़ते हुए ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस के समाधान के लिए ग्लोबल इंस्टीट्यूशंस का रिफॉर्म आवश्यक ही नहीं, अर्जेंट भी है। और आतंकवाद के हर रूप को जड़ से समाप्त करना हमारी साझी प्रतिबद्धता है।
So even as India is pushing for peace, saying military conflict is never the solution, the reality is this, that in the last few days, we've been seeing this war not just intensifying, escalating, but also the theater of war expanding. It's no longer limited to just three countries of America, Israel, and Iran. It had quickly escalated, but not just across the Middle East, but now threatening to inch closer also to mainland Europe. What am I talking about? Let's break that down for you as well. It began with Israel, the primary target of Iran's missile barrage. But then right after that, Tehran's attacks also expanded across the Gulf to US bases, whether it's in Qatar, followed by Bahrain, Kuwait, so-called friendly neighbors of Iran. It led to a lot of questions about whether Iran is also alienating itself. Then there were unprecedented strikes on the UAE, including, of course, those now viral pictures of what happened to Dubai, what's happened in Abu Dhabi. The wave continued westwards. Jordan was hit, Saudi Arabia, Iraq was hit. Another country dragged into that conflict is Lebanon, struck by Israel while targeting Hezbollah positions. There's also been counterfire in the sense that Hezbollah too has been hitting out at some targets in Israel. And along the Gulf Coast, this escalation has moved. There are strikes that have been reported in Oman. But let's also tell you about the latest updates. Missiles reached Cyprus, and that was a warning signal in itself. In the last 24 hours, this escalation and this war has moved into Turkey, and now it appears to be spreading even further. Azerbaijan today claims that it was targeted by Iranian drone strikes, signaling just how rapidly this conflict is widening across the region. Azerbaijan also has confirmed that particular strike and have said that they will see what kind of a response they must give. This right here is the concern. The worry is that it won't be limited to just a few countries. It spreads very fast. This escalation, that's exactly what's playing out days into that war. But let's tell you about what really happened earlier when the United States did confirm in a detailed press briefing last night that they've brought down an Iranian warship. And there's quite a bit of alarm over this in India as well. Till now, the battle was largely fought in the skies, but now even the seas are no longer safe. An American submarine sank an Iranian warship, and this was in the Indian Ocean, very, very close to India, just off the coast of Sri Lanka. Around 180 sailors were believed to be on board. At least 80 are confirmed dead. And there are growing fears that this single strike could open a new dangerous front at sea, turning this conflict into a far wider naval war. And for India too, there have been several questions which we'll address about whether India could have done something. Should there be a message of condolence from India? We'll break that down. But first, take a look at all those updates.
The United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury,
the most lethal, most complex, and most precise aerial operation in history.
Our military in the Middle East is undertaking an unprecedented operation to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans, as they've been doing for nearly half a century. We are also sinking the Iranian Navy, the entire Navy.
The West Asia war is now playing right in India's backyard. The conflict is spiraling as far as Indian Ocean. After the United States forces intensified a dramatic naval offensive against Iran. A US submarine torpedoed and sank the Iranian frigate IRIS Dina off the coast of Sri Lanka. Drone images released by the Pentagon shows the chilling moment of impact. The warship is seen cruising across calm international waters before a massive explosion hits it near the stern, sending a towering plume of water, fire and debris into the air. Around 180 crew members were reportedly on board. Dozens were killed, while search teams from Sri Lanka rescued several from the sea. This was the first sinking of an enemy ship by torpedo by the US since the Second World War. The frigate had just taken part in the Milan International Fleet Review in Visakhapatnam, hosted by the Indian Navy, and was headed back when it was hit in international waters. Iran's Foreign Minister Sayyid Abbas Araghchi blasted the strike as an atrocity at sea, highlighting that Dina was Indian Navy's guest and warning that the United States has set a dangerous precedent. He added that it would bitterly regret the attack. Sri Lankan MP Namal Rajapaksa warned that war in the Indian Ocean is deeply concerning and says peace and stability must remain the priority.
It doesn't matter whether it's Iranian submarine or it was sunk by the US or any other part, but what matters now at the moment is the security in our region and also in the Indian Ocean. And I think this is something that has to be seriously considered by the nations around Sri Lanka, also India and other nations as to what is happening in Indian Ocean at this given time.
In a separate strike, a Shahid Soleimani-class corvette was destroyed by the US in the Strait of Hormuz near Iran's coast.
We sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani. Looks like POTUS got him twice. Their Navy, not a factor. Pick your adjective, it is no more. In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters.
The vessels are named after Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian commander killed in a US strike ordered by Donald Trump in Baghdad in 2020. According to US Central Command, the naval campaign has already destroyed more than 20 Iranian vessels, signaling a dramatic escalation in the widening conflict.
To date, we've hit over 2,000 targets, as Admiral Cooper said in his video last night. We've destroyed more than 20 Iranian naval vessels, including, in addition to the frigate outside of the area, one submarine, and effectively neutralized at this point in time Iran's major naval presence in theater out there.
From the Strait of Hormuz to the Indian Ocean, the waters are heating up, and with both sides digging in, the risk of a wider global confrontation is greater than ever before. Bureau Report, India Today.
I'll bring in on this broadcast Sandeep Unitan as well as Pranay Upadhyay for more details of what we've seen playing out in the last few hours. All the details have now emerged of how this strike happened, Sandeep. But one particular aspect that I'd like to focus on is what the Iranian foreign minister said. Araghchi in his statement spoke and highlighted how this particular warship was a part of an exercise in India and so has referred to Dana as an Indian Navy guest. Does that change anything equation-wise? Because the question that's then asked is, if this particular warship was part of an exercise in India, was a guest of the Indian Navy, does that automatically translate to some sort of protection that is expected to get from India?
Not really, Akshita. I mean, the vessel was part of the International Fleet Review that was held in Visakhapatnam and the Milan exercises shortly after that. It was there for about 10 days, 15th February to about 25th February, after which it was returning home. Now, the fact is that when the vessel was underway, the United States had begun attacking Iranian targets all across Iran. It had begun sinking Iranian ships. So certainly this warship should have known that it was sailing into uncharted territories. The fact that it could be targeted, there is a very big US base not far south of Sri Lanka. And the United States has deployed in full strength. There's an entire carrier strike group there in the Arabian Sea. This is not to fault the ship and the captain, but where exactly was this Iranian ship heading? Was it hoping to cross the Arabian Sea through the US carrier strike group and go into Iran? I mean, the chances of that was extremely fraught with hazard. And this is the kind of passage that the ship seems to have undertaken when it was torpedoed and sunk something like 300 kilometers south of Cape Comorin off the coast of Sri Lanka, some in international waters, Akshita.
So if you see the path that the ship has taken right after the operation in Vizag, It moves almost down this way and then comes right up to right off the coast of Sri Lanka, which is when that attack has taken place. Almost as if America was just, waiting for the right time to hit, because the location of exactly where this particular strike also took place is extremely crucial, Pranay. The other question that's constantly come up is, look, this has happened in India's neighborhood. And we've heard this quite a bit, that this has happened in India's neighborhood. This is alarm bells ringing for India as well. Where exactly did this happen in the Indian Ocean? Is this Indian waters or international waters? Where did this happen, Pranay? And what does that mean, really?
No, definitely not in the Indian territorial waters, neither in India's exclusive economic zone. This incident, in fact, happened in the international waters, not even in the Sri Lankan territorial waters or Sri Lanka's exclusive economic zone. So definitely, like the international seas or the high seas.
Yeah, Pranay, we'll
waters.
just come back to that point quickly.
Yeah.
I just want to cut across to the breaking news that's coming in. We can confirm for you that External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has had a conversation with the Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi this afternoon. No details that have emerged, just a one-line communication from the External Affairs Minister on social media, where he says, I had a telecon with the Iranian FM, Syed Abbas Araghchi, this afternoon. But the timing of this is crucial because, like I said, you've had that post from the Iranian Foreign Minister speaking about how this particular warship was a guest of the Indian Navy. But beyond that also, it looks like now, Pranay, the Indian government isn't shying away from having a conversation with the Iranian regime, because not just now have you had that symbolic measure of signing the condolence book, but the External Affairs Minister now speaking to the Iranian Foreign Minister.
Absolutely, Akshita, and if you've seen last 6 days, this is the second conversation after the onset of this entire conflict, or rather the Israeli and US strikes on Iran. This is the second instance, second time India's External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar spoke to his Iranian counterpart, and we can again expect another conversation with his Israeli counterpart as well, because we have always maintained that we maintain these ties. India has always taken the side of peace, dialogue, diplomacy. We are not neutral, but we are on the side of peace, and therefore we are urging both the parties to maintain the dialogue and diplomacy. And also, I'm sure External Affairs Minister must have also raised his concern regarding the Indian lives on Iranian soil, because we still have around 9,000 Indians in Iran. We have our own concern about their safe evacuation and as well as their safety and well-being, as we have concern about the safety and security of Indians, those who are residing in GCC countries. You know that Prime Minister Modi spoke to many GCC or Gulf head of states and head of governments, and clearly in West Asia, if you see that entire theater of this conflict, India has sizable, around 95 million population of India is there in the region.
Okay, we'll just focus on once again what we were talking about earlier, but we will continue getting you all those news breaks. But bringing the focus back to that particular warship being brought down very, very close to India. There is this theory that Pranay and I were discussing, that India also could have done something with what happened, as far as what happened to that Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean. Now, this particular ship, yes, did sink in the Indian Ocean, but was not inside Indian waters. We'll show you that exact location. According to the available details, now that's where, in fact, Dana was placed in the Vizag coast. And then this is what I was referring to. The trajectory taken by that warship moved right up 40 kilometers from a port in Sri Lanka. And we'll highlight that this, if you look at the distance to India there, about 417 kilometers away from the Indian coastline. So it's closer to actually the Sri Lankan port, about 400 kilometers away from the Indian coastline. And we can also confirm for you that particular location. That was the final location where, in fact, you had the strike taking place. You see it slightly closer maybe to India, but nowhere near India's waters. This means that the warship was well outside India's exclusive economic zone as well. It did, however, take place close to Sri Lanka's economic zone, highlighting just how near the conflict has come to the region. And Pranay, what we want to highlight with this, that particular movement of the ship that we see, and yes, we'll again reiterate that it wasn't India's waters, this was in international waters that it happened. There is, however, important messaging here about how this conflict isn't going to be limited to one particular area. It's spreading, and every single target of Iran, essentially for America, is fair game. close to India, close to any other country.
Absolutely, Akshita. And if you see in last 24 hours or in last 48 hours, the expanse or the circumference of this entire conflict has grown. It has swelled from Arabian Sea. Now it has entered into the Indian Ocean region. If you see from Mediterranean Sea to Indian Ocean region, this involves, I think, the biggest conflict after the Second World War, involving so many countries. Over a dozen countries are affected and involved in this. And in fact, now the theater of this conflict has gone to international waters as well. If you can, if I would like to recall the statement made by the US Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, he clearly said that we are going to hunt down every naval asset of Iran wherever they are, and even if they are in international waters. And, let me make it also clear, and I think Sandeep can add into it, that in international waters, there are many submarines always out on operation and deployment. So we do not know. And, as far as the submarine movement, and especially on such operation, no country is obliged to share information with any other country. We might have our own concern that since this incident happened in our neighborhood. But can we do anything in this thing? I don't think so that Indian Navy, even if we would have got to know about this thing, we would have done anything else because this is in international waters. And
but is it even possible, Sandeep, is it even possible that any Navy had a heads up of this kind of an attack, that the submarine movement could have been tracked?
No, absolutely not, Akshita. And, that's the nature of submarine warfare, especially fast attack submarines of this kind that the US has deployed in the Indian Ocean. These are extremely secret. The location of submarines are never transmitted. Usually that is something that the US possibly wouldn't share even with its closest allies. So this would have been a submarine that had been deployed on a war patrol and was tracking that warship, the Iranian warship, as it was making its passage through around the Sri Lankan coast and heading back home to Iran. And the submarine would have waited for the opportune time to strike when the warship, the Iris Dana, was in international waters, precisely to avoid the kind of complications that we have been discussing now. I mean, you could think of other possibilities, that what if, for instance, the Iris Dana had actually pulled into an Indian port and was closer to Indian waters, and it had been targeted then. They had fired the torpedoes when it was, say, within our EEZ, which is 200 nautical miles from the coast, or within our territorial waters, that is 12 nautical miles from our coast. But here it seems to have been targeted when it has been targeted in international waters. So there is no ambiguity here. The US has done what it has done to the rest of the Iranian Navy ships in the Arabian Sea. It has torpedoed this one as well. And literally the entire Iranian Navy, most of it is now at the bottom of the Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea, Akshita.
And that's a huge concern right now for Iran, which is why America continues to maintain that they are winning this war, that they are ensuring that Iran exhausts all of its military assets and so will be brought down in a manner. And you heard from Pete Hegseth yesterday where he said they're all toast. That was the messaging that came in from the US administration. But amid that, let's also talk about very important messaging that came in from America as it tested its nuclear-capable Minuteman III, the Doomsday missile it's referred to. And that's because it's capable of striking anywhere on Earth. Hugely powerful, unlike any other. It's got 20 times the power of the bomb that fell in Hiroshima. This is more than a weapon, and it's extremely concerning for the entire world.
Item 131, missile suspension released. Item 132, launcher closure open. Item 133, first stage ignition to missile.
The US tests its Doomsday missile. The intercontinental ballistic missile Minuteman III, tested off the coast of California, is capable of striking anywhere in the world. The Minuteman III has a range of 13,000 kilometers. Flying at 24,000 kilometers per hour, it is 20 times faster than the speed of sound, with a maximum flight time of just 30 minutes. But why it is so deadly? This missile can carry nuclear warheads, which are 20 times more powerful than the one dropped on Hiroshima in 1945. Minuteman III has 3 solid-fueled rocket motors and can navigate using an advanced inertial guidance system. It can survive nearby nuclear detonations and remains operational 24/7.
M132, launcher closure, open.
More than metal and fire, the Minuteman III isn't just a missile. It is a global nightmare in motion. Bureau Report, India Today.
Sri Lankan Foreign Minister spoke.
Now, the timing of it is clearly no coincidence. America wants to send across a message to the world, and that's exactly what they've done with this particular test. But Sandeep, explain to us why this missile is referred to as the Doomsday missile. How powerful is this, and is there any country in the world that has anything that's even remotely close to being as powerful?
Well, Akshita, the Minuteman III is the United States' only land-based missile. Now, that's a missile that's based in land silos of the kind that our viewers have just seen. It carries a single warhead. It's a warhead of about 350 megatons. So it's one of the biggest nuclear missiles of its class and category in the world, and it can reach any target in the world. Now, these missiles are manned by the US Air Force, and this test is, there are multiple messages coming out of this test. Why would you test a weapon of this kind? Why would you test a missile of this kind? It's important to note that it was the test of the missile and not the weapon, as in the warhead. That has already been tested. The US is very happy with the kind of missile test that it's, weapon test that it's done. This was to prove that the Minuteman III can fly the entire trajectory. Now, it's flown over 12,000 miles from the west coast of the United States, that's somewhere near California, all the way up to the Kwajalein Atoll in the Pacific. So it's proven the entire distance, the fact that it can fly that distance. Now, there has been some delay over the replacement to the Minuteman. There's a missile called the Sentinel, which is even more powerful than the Minuteman, which the US hopes to replace the Minuteman with. So, and of course, the New START talks with Russia have not taken place. New START actually, it expired on the 5th of February while we were focused on Iran. So the US is basically signaling the robustness of its nuclear arsenal. And this is what, the nuclear armed countries do from time to time. You would have seen India testing its nuclear capable missiles as well in times of crisis. And the US very clearly signaling this one very significant Minuteman III missile.
Just to focus on the range, Sandeep, if I were to look at it from, which point of America it is fired, how far can this missile go? Till which country right up, or rather which continent can it go up to?
Well, these missile silos are located in the central United States, in the midwestern states of the United States, where all the missile silos are usually located. And from there, they have the ability to target all of the United States' potential enemies. The USSR during the Cold War, and now the Russian Federation, China, North Korea, all of those countries can be targeted by these land-based missiles. Now, this is, it's buried under the ground. It's one single missile per silo. It goes deep underground. It's, 50 or 60 meters under the ground. It's a complete armored silo with a hatch of the kind that you just saw opening up to fire this. And the US has several hundreds of these missiles. The New START treaty, of course, capped the missiles to weapons to about 1,550 weapons and about, I think, 600 launchers, that is missiles and, submarines and all of that. But this is where we are today at 2026, where the US is signaling that it has the capability to target all of its adversaries simultaneously, Akshita.
And at a time when it's already in the midst of a conflict. Thanks, Sandeep. Thanks, Pranay, for joining us on this broadcast and breaking down what we've seen in the last 24 hours. But away from all of the escalations that we've been witnessing, let's put the spotlight on the cost of this kind of a war and the fact that we've seen huge number of casualties. I'm referring to the images that have come in of mass graves in Iran after the bombing of a girls' elementary school. This was in Iran's Minab. Iranian authorities say many children, school staff, hundreds were killed. But America, when asked about this particular incident, you had a clear message saying we're investigating it. I'll highlight again, there are pictures on your screens of the mass graves that have come to the fore. But US says that at this point, no, it's still being investigated, and highlight that they don't target civilians. This was the result, reportedly, of a misfire. Iranian state media health officials report at least 175 deaths. That's 160 children, because this was an elementary school, children aged between 8 to 10. This is the first mass civilian casualty that's been reported in this conflict. And while the images came in of that massive grave and hundreds coming out onto the streets for the funeral ceremony, America says we're investigating.
Did the United States airstrike a girls' elementary school and kill 175 people?
Not that we know of, Sean, and the Department of War is investigating this matter, and I would just tell you very strongly, the United States of America does not target civilians, unlike the rogue Iranian regime that targets civilians, that kills children, that has killed thousands of their own people in the past several weeks, and uses propaganda quite effectively, and unfortunately many people in this room have fallen for that propaganda. So I would caution you from pointing the finger at the United States of America when it comes to targeting civilians, because that's not something that these armed forces do.
A message of caution rather being sent by America on this, saying don't jump the gun, and yet there are images that really tell you what happened at that elementary school. Hundreds of little children between 8 and 10 have died. And we're going to continue highlighting the civilian casualties, the toll and cost of this war here on India Today. Slipping into a short break, coming up on the other side, we'll talk about the economic impact of the war as well. And the big question mark about what happens as far as oil supply goes across the world. What about India? We'll tell you in just a bit.
Hello and welcome. This is a special segment, part of our network-wide campaign, CIPLA presents Win Overweight in partnership with India Today Group. Now, through this initiative, we are focusing on how excess weight can affect different aspects of our health, often in ways we do not immediately notice. Joining me today with their valuable insights is Dr. Saptarishi Bhattacharya, a senior consultant endocrinologist who has a vast area of experience. Thank you so much for your time, Doctor. Let me start with the first question. What does being overweight or obese actually mean from a medical point of view?
Yeah, I think we have all been discussing obesity recently a lot, and that is something which is becoming more and more important in today's clinical practice, and even beyond that. So obesity or overweight, that actually means that the body has excess amount of fat. So we all, or there is a certain amount of fat which we all need, but whenever the amount of fat goes beyond that, so what happens is that it spills over to vital organs. So if there is excess fat, so first there will be fat in the subcutaneous tissue. So that is like generalized obesity, and then it spills over mostly to the abdomen. So in Indians or Asians, we see a lot of abdominal obesity, even though they don't apparently look obese or fat. And the excess fat in the abdomen, or what we sometimes correlate with visceral adiposity or obesity, so that causes multiple organ dysfunctions. So if there is excess fat in the liver, that will cause fatty liver. If there is excess fat in the pancreas, that will cause diabetes. If there is excess fat around the heart, that will increase the risk of cardiac problem. So fat is something which we really need to be careful about, because it's linked to multiple complications, including what we all know of, like diabetes, heart disease, kidney disease, blood pressure, cholesterol, you name anything, obesity has a connection to that. So that is why we are re-understanding the approach to excess fat in our body and trying our best and finding ways to reduce the excess fat and prevent all these complications.
Doctor, why is obesity no longer seen as just a lifestyle issue, but a chronic disease?
Excess fat or obesity, so that actually causes multiple complications. Similarly, obesity or excess fat or excess weight can actually cause multiple complications. They are linked to almost more than 200, 300 diseases, including very, very common diseases like diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia, obstructive sleep apnea, osteoarthritis, polycystic ovary syndrome. Even obesity or excess fat is actually linked to excess rates of cancer. So it's important that we treat it as a disease, because if we are able to bring down the excess fat and we are treating, otherwise we always felt, okay, this is a lifestyle disease and we need to change our lifestyle, and by that we can prevent obesity or prevent or lose the excess fat we have. But actually that doesn't take place. So it's a very difficult disease. The losing fat is a challenge. It's a stubborn fat which is there in our body, and whenever we try to do something and try to bring it down, the body has its own mechanism to get it back to whatever it was, wherever it was. So we need to bring down the excess fat because we need to prevent these complications, and that is how we treat most chronic diseases like diabetes, hypertension, and obesity should also be considered as an chronic disease, because by treating it we can prevent multiple complications.
All right. Thank you, Doctor, so much for joining us today. This is CIPLA Presents Win Over Weight in partnership with India Today Group. It's time we take control of our health so that we can shape a healthier India together. More experts' conversations like these are coming your way, because this is CIPLA Presents Win Over Weight, Ab Wazan Harega.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
Trust is also placed lifelong. Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. Ye on the quality lifelong.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Bihar power shift confirmed. Nitish Kumar files Rajya Sabha nomination. Tejasvi Yadav attacks BJP, accuses of hijacking Nitish Kumar. Rahul Gandhi questions PM Modi's silence on India's stand over Middle East war.
India Today Conclave 2026. Breakthroughs and breakdowns. March 13th and 14th, New Delhi. Book your seat now. www.indiatodayconclave.com.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Introducing Motorola's signature. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Amid concerns over the impact of the war being felt in India, government sources say India is in a very comfortable position in energy security, that the current position of stock is comfortable, it's being replenished every day, and reiterating, this is important, there is no shortage of LPG or LNG. Also, there is no shortage of crude oil in the world. At this point, India remains in touch with other suppliers as well. So we have a plan B in place. There have been some incidents of panic buying in some parts of the country, of stocking up of fuel, of filling up of their tanks for their vehicles. None of that necessary right now is the message that's come in from the government. Now, Canada has also offered to sell gas to India. India is looking for other alternative sources as well. Remember, India recently also signed a new contract with the UAE and the US. We're also in touch with major oil producers and traders to buy crude and LPG. So there's no shortage is the message that's coming in, as India has multiple options cutting across different countries, the USA, UAE, Canada. We've had, in fact, deals signed with all of them. But very closely, sources tell us India is reviewing the energy situation twice a day, looking at what's playing out as far as the West Asia conflict is concerned. And rising tensions across Iran are starting to ripple through global energy markets, and the impact could soon reach India as well. While there's no immediate pressure at fuel pumps yet, the first signs of stress are beginning to show up elsewhere, particularly in natural gas supplies that power industries and city gas networks. Here's a report on how the unfolding crisis could affect India's energy security.
It is not the fuel pump where the first signs of stress from the Iran war are emerging. It's the industrial sector where natural gas shortage may have the first impact. The country is facing the prospect of LNG shortages after Qatar Energy halted LNG production, invoking force majeure amid escalating tensions in the region. Qatar is one of India's most important gas suppliers, accounting for around 40% of India's LNG imports. India's gas ecosystem is already being forced to adjust. Major LNG importer Petronet LNG and city gas distributor Gujarat Gas have issued force majeure notices, warning their customers that they may be forced to stop supplies if LNG shipments dry up. State-run GAIL is also evaluating whether it needs to cut supplies to downstream companies if LNG cargo availability tightens further. That decision could affect sectors ranging from fertilizer plants to city gas networks and even domestic consumption in kitchens if the crisis drags on. The shock from Qatar's LNG halt is ripping across Asia. Pakistan is feeling the squeeze particularly sharply. There are already reports of Pakistan rationing the fuel and gas supplies and asking people to work from home. Pakistan depends on Qatar for about 80% of its LNG imports, and a pause could be devastating for its economy. Bangladesh sources nearly 60% of its needs from Qatar. Even industrial superpower China relies on Qatar for and around 30% of its LNG needs. Even as gas markets tighten, crude oil prices are also reacting to the geopolitical tension. Brent crude has been on a roller coaster, first falling to $80.5 overnight after news of Iran-US talks, then climbing to $84 when the reports petered out, and then again falling to $82 on renewed reports of talks. For India, rising global oil prices translate directly into higher import costs. The Indian crude basket, the benchmark price India pays for its oil imports, has already jumped sharply, from about $63 a barrel in January to nearly $83 today. At the heart of the crisis is the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most important oil shipping routes. For India, the dependence is stark. Nearly 50% of India's oil imports pass through this narrow passage. Any disruption here could affect crude supplies to some of India's largest refineries. And there are early signs India may already be adjusting. According to Bloomberg, 3 oil tankers carrying about 2.1 million barrels of Russian crude originally headed to East Asia have now turned towards India. One tanker is already docked at Paradeep. The second is headed towards Vadinar. A third is expected to arrive soon on the west coast. The diversion is fueling speculation that India could be securing additional Russian crude to offset potential disruptions from the Gulf. But what is clear is that the LNG shortages to rising oil prices. The Iran crisis is already reshaping Asia's energy landscape. For India, the challenge now is to manage tightening gas supplies, contain the impact of rising crude prices, and secure enough fuel to keep the economy running. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
इसकी गूंज, इसके इम्प्लीकेशन कई वर्षों तक रहेंगे। रही बात हमारी लीडरशिप की, हमारी पॉलिटिकल एंटिटी की, तो हम संघर्ष करेंगे। आमने सामने की लड़ाई है। अब तो कहने के लिए भी नीतीश जी नहीं बचे, बीजेपी ने उनको गायब कर दिया। और ये क्षण ऐसा है जिसमें आपको मैं एक बात कहूं कि बिहार की धरती में इस तरह के प्रयोग महाराष्ट्र की तरह सफल हो जाएंगे, इसमें मुझे शंका है।
बड़ा राजनीतिक अपहरण इतिहास में कहा जाएगा कि जिस तरह से आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी को हटाने का, कुर्सी से बेदखल करने का प्लान बीजेपी ने तैयार किया, ये कभी भी लोकतंत्र के लिए ठीक नहीं है। अब ये तो स्पष्ट दिख रहा है कि सहयोगी दलों के साथ क्या रवैया रहता है भाजपा का।
नहीं, जाहिर है कि सदन की भी गरिमा बढ़ेगी, बहस का स्तर ऊंचा होगा और यूं भी 2001 में अपनी ख्याति के चलते और अपने अच्छे बौद्धिक ज्ञान के चलते उन्हें बेस्ट पार्लियामेंटेरियन का खिताब भी मिला था। जो राजनीतिक दल और व्यक्ति नीतीश कुमार जी पर कल तक कटु प्रहार कर रहे थे, अचानक उनका नीतीश प्रेम देख करके मैं भी अचंभित हूं।
इसकी गूंज, इसके इम्प्लीकेशन कई वर्षों तक रहेंगे। रही बात हमारी लीडरशिप की, हमारी पॉलिटिकल एंटिटी की, तो हम संघर्ष करेंगे। आमने सामने की लड़ाई है। अब तो कहने के लिए भी नीतीश जी नहीं बचे, बीजेपी ने उनको गायब कर दिया। और ये क्षण ऐसा है जिसमें आपको मैं एक बात कहूं कि बिहार की धरती में इस तरह के प्रयोग महाराष्ट्र की तरह सफल हो जाएंगे, इसमें मुझे शंका है।
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 161, Mumbai 103, Kolkata 163, Bangalore 96, Chennai 161, Hyderabad 181.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
Canada stands with the Iranian people in their long and courageous struggle against the regime's oppressive rule, which is why we support efforts to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. Because Canada is taking the world as it is, not passively waiting for a world we wish to be. We do, however, take this position with regret because the current conflict is another example of the failure of the international order. Despite decades of UN Security Council resolutions, the tireless work of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the succession of sanctions and diplomatic frameworks, Iran's nuclear threat remains. And now, the United States and Israel have acted without engaging the United Nations or consulting allies, including Canada.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by all new MG Hector. Geo BP fuel with active technology.
Watching Super 6 here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. As we keep our focus on the West Asia war, there are several questions being asked on exactly what India's stand is on this conflict. Prime Minister Modi today has said very clearly that India stands for peace and that military conflict is never the solution. We're standing by for his speech in a few moments from now, but we begin with the top headlines. And let's get you all of the big headlines that are coming in right now. India has condoled the death of Khamenei by signing off officially on the condolence book. The Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri visited the Iranian embassy. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar also spoke to Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Prime Minister Modi calls for peace amid West Asia war, says military conflict is never the answer, asserts solution through dialogue and diplomacy. The West Asia theatre of war is expanding after Turkey intercepts Iranian missile. 2 drones strike Azerbaijan. The Asadov government says they reserve the right to retaliate and summon the Iranian envoy as well. Amid raging war, US tests the Minuteman III ballistic missile, also known as the Doomsday missile, off the California coast. It's capable of carrying nuke warheads and is 20 times more powerful than Hiroshima. At least 87 dead after US submarine torpedoes Iranian warship off Lankan coast. Iran seeks Sri Lanka's help to repatriate dead bodies of the sailors. And also the other big national headline, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar to step down, files nomination for Rajya Sabha. Decks cleared for the first BJP Chief Minister in Bihar. Son Nishant Kumar may enter politics as a Deputy Chief Minister. And let's begin with breaking news that's coming in at the top of 6 p.m. here. Israel conducts another wave of strikes on Iran. This is the 12th wave of strikes. In these attacks, the headquarters of the special unit of the Iranian regime responsible for all internal security forces was attacked. The headquarters commanded all of the special units of the Iranian terror regime in the district and serves to direct the regime's armed forces. So this is yet another strike. Iranian media has also reported that the death toll has now risen in Iran as a result of these strikes to 1,230. That's the number of casualties. Remember, Iran has maintained there's no official figure at this point by other countries. Iran claims 1,230 people have died in this conflict. But let me bring in Pranay Upadhyay for more details on this particular strike, the latest wave of strikes by Israel on Iran. Pranay, the targets are military headquarters, establishments that will essentially weaken the Iranian regime. Run us through the latest targets of these strikes.
Akshita, we are almost, across the 120 hours of this conflict, and now Israeli Air Force in Israeli Defense Forces have put out this social media post clearly indicating that they have now, beyond the air defense systems of Iran and, in fact, beyond the air assets of Iran, the military targets of Iran, now they are targeting the IRGC's, the military command post, IRGC's infrastructure, IRGC's intelligence gathering, apparatus. This clearly indicates that, now they are full throttle to dismantle and to destroy the regime structure, the Islamic regime of Iran. And this clearly shows that this has entered into a phase where we can also see more collateral damages because, these streets of Iran, where these offices, where the establishments are, they are swelling with people, because large number of people are already on the streets protesting, the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. And in fact, now if you see that how U.S. Department of War has put out their statement, and they said that now onwards they will be entering into a different phase of this operation, because we are already into the 6th day of this operation, and in the next phase of the operation, they will be targeting and dismantling the entire government or the entire administrative structure of IRGC and the Islamic government of Iran.
All right, so the strikes continue. Pranay, thanks very much for getting us all of those details. But let's also tell you about what's been playing out in support of Iran. There are a handful of countries who've condemned the strikes by US and Israel. Key among those, Russia and China. So these allies of Iran, obviously for vested interests, are also opposing very clearly the strikes by US and Israel, have a key role to play in what's going to happen in the next few days. What do I mean by that? On one hand, you've got China that's even open, as they say, to playing mediator in this crisis. Can that actually happen? Can that be a success? Well, we'll have to wait and watch. Or was it just lip service from China? On the other hand, Russia, which has constantly condemned the strikes by America, by Israel, has even now threatened that they will cut off gas supply to parts of Europe, which will therefore instigate a further economic crisis and economic meltdown across the world. Let's get you those details of how Iranian allies now are responding to the conflict that's unfolded.
The war drums in West Asia are only getting louder. Missiles are flying, oil routes are choking, and global powers are stepping in with urgent warnings. As Iran and the US-Israel combined refuse to back down, diplomatic pressure is now building from the world powers to prevent the war from spiraling further. Russian President Vladimir Putin has issued a stark warning to Europe. According to reports, Russia could halt gas supplies to Europe amid a spike in global energy prices triggered by the Iran crisis. The warning comes as the EU considers banning purchases of Russian gas and LNG. Russia is pushing for US and Iran to resume negotiations as soon as possible.
We're looking forward to a peaceful resolution of contradictions. The US and Israel were preparing attacks. We've been in contact with the Iranian side, and we are hopeful that the attacks stop at the earliest and the negotiations resume.
The widening conflict has rattled global energy markets, sending Brent crude prices sharply higher amid fears of disruption. Analysts warn that even the threat to key shipping routes could push oil prices beyond $100 per barrel if tensions persist. With tankers facing delays and insurers reconsidering coverage, freight rates are expected to surge, while refiners in India are already exploring alternative crude supply sources to hedge against potential shortages. The Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical energy choke points, is just 33 kilometers wide, with shipping lanes barely 3 kilometers wide. Nearly 20 to 21 million barrels of crude oil pass through it every day, along with vital LNG shipments from Qatar. But the ongoing war has severely disrupted traffic through the strait, with Qatar halting LNG production and Saudi Arabia shutting down its largest oil refinery. Diplomatic pressure is also mounting from China. The Chinese Foreign Ministry has pushed for urgent negotiations and announced plans to send a special envoy to the region in an effort to revive talks. But Iran remains defiant. Tehran has rejected calls for immediate negotiations, arguing that the negotiating table itself was attacked first by the US and Israel.
We were in the negotiation table. They destroyed the negotiation table. They started the war. You know that at the first time, the elementary school targeted to the aggression. They killed 160 girl students. This is terrible. This is terrible.
So while diplomacy is scrambling to catch up, the battlefield continues to dictate the pace. With Geeta Mohan, Bureau Report, India Today.
And China, in its pitch to also mediate right now on the conflict, is also to send its envoy to the Middle East. So China seems to be ramping up efforts to play peacemaker of sorts amid this escalating war. China's confirmed that it will be sending a special envoy to the region, to the Middle East. Now, what they're trying to do is also send out a message of peace, extend an olive branch to Middle East countries saying we will ensure that we mediate and bring peace to the Middle East region. Now, exactly where, in fact, they will be based, where will this envoy be based, which are the countries who they will have a conversation with, we don't have those details just yet, but a special envoy, the Chinese Foreign Ministry has confirmed, will be immediately sent across to the Middle East. And China, it seems, is serious about attempting, at least, to play a mediator role here. As far as China is concerned, it's got skin in the game, effectively. And that's because repeatedly there's been a focus on exactly how Iran and China have been very closely linked. In fact, a whole lot of Iran's supplies also come from China, including a very active rail route between China and Iran that we'll highlight for you. Amid that, China, while talking of mediation, is all set to send an envoy to the Middle East, which has, of course, been rocked by the strikes, effectively become a casualty of the conflict between US, Israel and Iran. So let me also now give you a sense of the countries and where they stand as far as this conflict in West Asia is concerned. I want to put out for you that particular data of which countries right now are siding with Iran. Let's take a look at that as well. You've got China, you've got Russia on the side of Iran, but Pakistan as well, that's come out to condemn the strikes by US and Israel on Iran. Pakistan, many suggest, is in a catch-22 situation of sorts, and that's because of the fact that you've got on one hand Iran, a Muslim nation, and on the other Pakistan has been trying very, very hard to kind of reach out to the US and be in the good books of US and Israel, so much so they're on the Gaza Board of Peace as well. China, Russia, Pakistan on the side of Iran. So very little support essentially that Iran has right now. Not many other countries willing to really back them as far as the Middle East itself is concerned. Many are highlighting the fact that with what's happened in the last few days, Iran faces the threat of alienation for some of their somewhat friendly neighbors. That's no longer the case, and that's because of Iran going all out to strike these US bases. That's led to a few civilian casualties as well. So none of the Middle East countries have taken to it kindly. At this point, as you can see, just about 3 countries on the side of Iran. But the theater of war is expanding. More and more countries are now being dragged into this conflict. If it started off with just US, Israel and Iran, that's no longer the case. Now we're seeing a lot more of other countries being dragged into the conflict, whether it's Turkey. In the last 24 hours, Turkey and Azerbaijan have been dragged into this particular war as well. Missiles were intercepted in Turkey. Another attack has now been reported from a European nation. It's Azerbaijan. which has claimed that Iranian drones struck 2 locations in the country. According to Azerbaijan's foreign ministry, one drone crashed into the airport terminal building, injuring 2 people. The second drone reportedly struck near a school building. Azerbaijan has strongly condemned the attack, saying it reserves the right to retaliate. The government has also summoned the Iranian ambassador seeking an explanation. Meanwhile, fresh explosions have also been reported from Doha, the capital of Qatar. Qatar's defense ministry claims its air defense systems intercepted incoming missiles. The Israel Defense Forces says it continues to pound Iranian targets and has released a video that it claims showing the downing of a fighter jet, the Yak-130 fighter jet it claims has been downed. So first Qatar, followed by Bahrain and Kuwait, all so-called friendly neighbors of Iran, now in the heart of this conflict. Unprecedented strikes took place in the UAE. We saw those images from Dubai and Abu Dhabi. The wave continued westwards. Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Iraq were all dragged in. Another country dragged into this conflict is Lebanon, struck by Israel while targeting Hezbollah positions. The escalation then moved along the Gulf Coast. Strikes were reported in Oman and now into the Mediterranean. Cyprus, with a UK airbase there, was targeted, and then you had Turkey as well. The war appears to be spreading even further because, as I told you, Azerbaijan now has also seen 2 strikes. Let's get you breaking news that's coming in. And Prime Minister Modi has spoken to French President Emmanuel Macron. Prime Minister Modi has confirmed on social media that he's had a conversation with President Macron, who he refers to as his friend, saying we discussed our shared concerns over the evolving situation in West Asia and the need for a return to dialogue, to diplomacy. We will continue to engage closely and coordinate efforts towards the early restoration of peace, of stability in the region. And so Prime Minister Modi, in that conversation with the French president, has spoken about the return to dialogue, the return to diplomacy. Remember, France has also in fact said that they will back US in their operation, helping also actively militarily by moving some of their military assets. In such a situation, Prime Minister Modi, speaking to French President Macron, has reiterated the need for dialogue, for diplomacy, putting out India's stated position that the most important aspect is to ensure that peace is brought back. Prime Minister Modi, I will play out that statement for you. The Prime Minister earlier today, while speaking, did highlight that there is a need to ensure that military conflict is not the immediate solution that arises from any conflict. And so India has said very clearly, whether it's the Russia-Ukraine war or what's playing out in West Asia, military conflict is never the solution. It's in line with that Prime Minister Modi is also speaking to several world leaders, including the latest being French President Macron.
भारत और फिनलैंड दोनों रूल ऑफ लॉ, डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी में विश्वास रखते हैं। हम एकमत है कि केवल मिलिट्री कॉन्फ्लिक्ट से किसी भी मुद्दे का समाधान नहीं निकल सकता। यूक्रेन हो या पश्चिमी एशिया, हम संघर्ष की शीघ्र समाप्ति और शांति के हर प्रयास का समर्थन करते रहेंगे। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि बढ़ते हुए ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस के समाधान के लिए ग्लोबल इंस्टीट्यूशंस का रिफॉर्म आवश्यक ही नहीं, अर्जेंट भी है और आतंकवाद के हर रूप को जड़ से समाप्त करना हमारी साझी प्रतिबद्धता है।
So that was the message that came in from Prime Minister Modi today, while in fact speaking in the joint statement with the Finland President Alexander Stubb, where Prime Minister Modi said that military conflict is never the solution. It's essentially that message that he's also giving out to other world leaders like French President Emmanuel Macron, where he says that we've shared our concerns over West Asia and that there is a need for, in fact, dialogue and diplomacy to return to that, to ensure peace. The question that will come up is how is it possible in the current scenario where any attempt of dialogue seems to immediately be rejected. US very clearly saying that there is no question of any dialogue. Now let's cut across to more breaking news coming in. And let's also tell you about the latest updates coming in on Israel's strikes in Iran. They've launched now on their latest round of strikes. They've attacked a missile launcher in Iran. And it's not just in Iran, but also in Lebanon, in Beirut. Hezbollah command centers have been decimated, eliminated completely. The Israeli Defense Forces have said and issued an urgent alert for residents living in Beirut's southern suburbs, saying save your lives and evacuate your homes immediately. This is the message that's gone across from Israel as the strikes continue in parts of Lebanon, in parts of Iran as well. An alert has been issued telling everyone living in these areas to immediately leave. The messaging there then is that Israel isn't backing off. They are going to continue their strikes going after Hezbollah. And so they're saying save your lives, leave immediately. This even as we've been seeing the strikes taking place in Beirut of Lebanon, Israel is targeting not just pockets of Iran but pockets of Lebanon to take on their Hezbollahs who continue to also attempt to strike Israel. So this is a multi-pronged conflict as you can make out, and even for Israel there isn't just one single enemy but many that they're now targeting. So this is the latest update that we're getting you right now. You can see the images on your screens released by Israel. They've been doing this every 24 hours to kind of show off their might, show off the impact that their strikes have had in pockets of Lebanon as well as pockets of Iran. These Israeli strikes continuing in Beirut right now, leading to alerts and advisories being issued by Israel. Israel continues to maintain that our war is not against the people of Lebanon, our war is not against the people of Iran, which is why these alerts are being put out to ensure minimum casualties as far as civilians are concerned. But the footage on your screens once again shows you exactly how these precision strikes are being carried out, something that's now being referred to as the new normal in war. Precision strikes that target that exact pinpointed location and therefore ensuring that even civilian settlements around the area do not face the brunt of this particular conflict, are not struck. There has, however, of course, been that one incident that was reported where you had a school in Iran being destroyed as well as a result of a misfire. Iran maintains that the number of casualties in this war has gone up to 1,230. Mayan Hoffman is joining us live from Jerusalem with the latest updates. Mayan, we understand the strikes on the part of Israel continue. You can confirm for us, however, that as far as Iranian strikes, or for that matter, Hezbollah strikes on Israel is concerned, that's definitely reduced in the last 24 hours.
That's correct. Israel continues to strike Iran. They just finished their 12th rounds of strikes against the Iranian regime there in the country. They're saying that they've launched over 5,000 bombs on Iran since the start of the war, and they've killed more than 3,000 Iranian military and activists. So Israel is continuing there. On the other side, in the north, as you know, once Hezbollah decided a few days ago to join in this war, Israel has been doing targeted strikes in Lebanon as well. We're seeing them, just hours ago, distribute leaflets out to all of the people saying leave certain areas so that Israel could carry out the necessary strikes. Now, here in Israel, we have seen reduced strikes. However, just about an hour ago, a little bit less, we had an alert in Israel, a siren for a rocket coming in with no warning in advance. People were rushing to their shelters just a very little bit ago. We also saw that going on in central Israel. This morning, we also had quite a mishap when around 10:30, a siren was sounded and an El Al plane bringing about the second or third plane, a rescue flight of Israelis who were stranded abroad about to land at the airport when Iran fired a missile. A siren went off and the plane was forced to reroute and to stop until that alert was over.
All right, Mayan, thank you for those updates. We're going to keep connecting with you to get a sense of what's really happening in parts of Israel and also to understand what exactly the Israeli government stand is here and what's playing out in the days to come. We're going to continue getting you those ground reports and details of how this conflict continues to expand. Will any mediation actually help? We'll continue tracking all those updates. I'm slipping into a short break here on Super 6. Coming up on the other side, we'll switch focus to the other big talking point of the day, the T20 World Cup. India's made it to the semi-finals. We're counting down
to that big clash.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
आपको शायद पता नहीं होगा, अपार ने आईएनएस विक्रांत के लिए 150 से ज्यादा तरह के केबल्स बनाए हैं। देश के टॉर्पीडोस में भी हैं अपार के केबल्स। वंदे भारत भी अपार के केबल से ही स्पीड पकड़ती है और यही वायर्स और केबल्स हमारे घरों को भी पावर करते हैं। विश्वास इसमें अपार, तभी तो ये है देश का तार।
Some moments in life are lifelong. Some memories are lifelong. Blessings are meant to be lifelong. Trust is also placed lifelong.
Heart lifelong, love lifelong, bond lifelong, memories lifelong.
True love is lifelong, isn't it?
Love lifelong, bond lifelong.
We respect our loved ones lifelong too, don't we? Some relationships stay shining lifelong. Just like Tata Power Solar Roof. Best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. Ye on the quality lifelong.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Bihar power shift confirmed. Nitish Kumar files Rajya Sabha nomination. Tejasvi Yadav attacks BJP, accuses of hijacking Nitish Kumar. Rahul Gandhi questions PM Modi's silence on India's stand over Middle East war.
The Great Nicobar controversy. Can India's biggest island project balance growth and nature hand in hand? With the National Green Tribunal clearing the 81,000 crore port and defence project on Great Nicobar Island, a high-stakes debate takes centre stage. Development versus a fragile ecosystem. In the latest issue, India Today examines the key questions behind one of India's most ambitious projects. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speedy delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
आपको शायद पता नहीं होगा, अपार ने आईएनएस विक्रांत के लिए 150 से ज्यादा तरह के केबल्स बनाए हैं। देश के टॉर्पीडोस में भी हैं अपार के केबल्स। वंदे भारत भी अपार के केबल से ही स्पीड पकड़ती है और यही वायर्स और केबल्स हमारे घरों को भी पावर करते हैं। विश्वास इसमें अपार, तभी तो ये है देश का तार।
भारत और फिनलैंड दोनों रूल ऑफ लॉ, डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी में विश्वास रखते हैं। हम एकमत है कि केवल मिलिट्री कॉन्फ्लिक्ट से किसी भी मुद्दे का समाधान नहीं निकल सकता। यूक्रेन हो या पश्चिमी एशिया, हम संघर्ष की शीघ्र समाप्ति और शांति के हर प्रयास का समर्थन करते रहेंगे। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि बढ़ते हुए ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस के समाधान के लिए ग्लोबल इंस्टीट्यूशंस का रिफॉर्म आवश्यक ही नहीं, अर्जेंट भी है और आतंकवाद के हर रूप को जड़ से समाप्त करना हमारी साझी प्रतिबद्धता है।
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 38 and minimum 18 degrees. Mumbai maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata maximum 34 and minimum 20 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 33 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 35 and minimum 18 degrees.
Hello and welcome to our special broadcast, Keep the Cup. And if India want to keep the cup as defending champions of the T20 World Cup, they'll have to win a must-win game tonight. It is the first knockout game that India will be playing at this T20 World Cup. They've been very good otherwise, just one blip in their entire campaign where they lost to South Africa. Otherwise, the Indian team has been the team to watch out for. But the real test begins today. New Zealand have already reached the summit clash. They will be sitting today in front of the television sets, watching the game between India and England and waiting to find out who is it that they'll be facing in the all-important final. India-England, well, call it coincidence or call it some good form. This is for the third time in a row that these two teams will be playing each other in the semi-final of the T20 World Cup. And in those encounters, the prize money or the dividends are exactly equal, split in the middle. England has won once, India has won once. Who is going to take the edge? That is the all-important question. The game is going to be played at the iconic Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. Joining us live from Mumbai will also be our cricket analyst in Sunny Gavaskar. We'll also take you live to our correspondent Siddharth, who will join us from there. Loads of fans already heading towards the stadium. We'll bring you the latest from there, including the toss as well as the playing 11. But first, let's just set up this encounter. Now remember, India are one win away from making it to the final of the T20 World Cup. But standing in their way is an English side that have quietly defied expectations to make it as far as they have. In this particular package, we're going to take a look at where it is that the game can be won or lost for India.
An India versus England semi-final in the T20 World Cup is not a novelty. The two teams have squared off in the last two World Cup semi-finals, with England winning in commanding fashion in 2022 en route to the title.
England win, and they've given India a real hammering here.
But India had their revenge 2 years later when they beat England in the semi-final en route to ending an 11-year ICC drought and kick-starting an era of dominance in ICC tournaments. Both teams come into the semis having shown some good form. India were unbeaten in the group stages, whereas England did not drop a single game in the Super 8s. But it is fair to say that India have one major headache prior to the game, the form of star opener Abhishek Sharma, who has looked far from assured at the top of the order.
Just sometimes this game can be hard on you, cruel on you. Similar situation that Sanju found himself in, that in your career you're gonna find moments like this, and this is good growth for him. It's good learning for him. For a young sort of guy finding his feet, not in international cricket, this will only help him down the line and for Indian cricket. But coming back to his form, Abhishek, his way of playing is, it's one or two shots that can find him that rhythm, that can give him that confidence back. And that, for me, is a pleasing sign. He's not a guy that worries too much about technique.
Interestingly, England are also struggling with a misfiring top order, with all the focus falling on ex-captain Jos Buttler, who's looked a shadow of the imperious batter he once was.
You don't have to talk to him too much. I think leaving him alone is probably the best thing to do. He's been a powerhouse of a cricketer for many years, as we've all seen, and I've been asked this question thousands of times now, and I just think that there should be no reason to question why he's in the team.
Both teams will back themselves to win, but only one side can make it to the final against New Zealand. And home fans will be hoping that it is the men in blue who will make it to their second straight T20 World Cup final.
To Sanju Samson in the last 3 months, but he's come back, and how good has he been?
The India versus England contest promises to be a titanic one. Two-time World T20 champions, both almost on an even keel heading into the semi-finals. India have a fantastic record in the last 2 years, but England can match them pound for pound, stroke for stroke. So, Wankhede will be the ultimate test for the Indian cricket team. Siddharth Vishwanathan at the Wankhede Stadium reporting for India Today.
Okay, it's going to be a high-stake encounter for both India and England, but the home team is bound to feel a tad more pressure as it's the home World Cup. Now, many would say India haven't been the team that they were in bilaterals, and one can perhaps not argue against it. In the not-so-perfect campaign thus far, India would hope that their concerns don't flare up in the semi-final. Here are India's top concerns that they'll have to be wary of in this all-crucial encounter.
Team India are in the final 4 of the T20 World Cup, and what awaits them is the English challenge. On Thursday at the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai, it will mark the 3rd consecutive semi-final between India and England. On one hand, the Three Lions came into this clash unbeaten, while the men in blue lost 1 game to South Africa in the Super 8s.
2 balls for Jansen. He finishes with 4 for 22.
After a 5-wicket win over West Indies in the virtual quarter-final at the Eden Gardens, things looked good, but at the same time, there are a few concerns for the hosts. Abhishek's poor run of form in the World Cup has raised alarms in the Indian dressing room.
And takes it!
The opener has just managed 80 runs in the 6 innings that he played so far, which includes 3 ducks. The team management has shown faith in him given the reputation that he carried to this tournament, but given the magnitude of the game, the batter has to do justice to the confidence shown in him. Another major worry for India in this World Cup is their fielding. The men in blue have dropped 13 catches so far and have only a 71% efficiency, which is the worst amongst all the teams in the Super 8s. For instance, Abhishek Sharma has dropped 2, while Tilak dropped 1 in the do-or-die clash against West Indies. While India had 6 bowling options in the game against the Windies, they decided to stick to only 5 by not giving the ball to Shivam Dube. Dube has been handling the 6 bowling duties for the team hasn't been impressive so far. Having bowled 9.2 overs, Dube has conceded 124 runs at a concerning economy in excess of 13. Although Abhishek Sharma and Rinku Singh have chipped in occasionally, the team are yet to find the fix given the stature of the games to follow. Indian skipper Suryakumar Yadav has been found wanting for runs in the tournament. Although he scored 231 runs in 7 games, which includes a 49-ball 84 in the opening game against the United States.
51 from 36.
But playing in his 4th World Cup, Surya only has 250s to his name. Against a team like England, and that too in the World Cup semi-final, The Indian team will hope that their captain comes good. Sports Bureau, India Today.
All right, there's breaking news now coming in from the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. England have won the all-important toss in the semi-final versus India, and no surprises there. We knew that any team that was going to win the toss was going to opt for fielding, and that's exactly what the Indian team has done. So that is what the England team is doing, and it's going to be an all-important toss, as I mentioned, because there is a lot of dew that is expected at the Wankhede Stadium, and that is expected to play a very crucial role in deciding who the winner is. And on that front, the visitors, that are the English team, would be the happier of the two teams. They won the all-important toss, which means shortly we will see the Indian team, the men in blue, coming out to bat first, because they have been put into bat by the Harry Brook-led side. Harry Brook at the toss also said that it looks like a good batting pitch and that they expect a lot of runs. Batting second always tends to be very good. We've also got some team news coming in. Indian team has got unchanged. The last 11 that we saw for India in the game versus West Indies, that's exactly the team that they're playing here. So the big talking point, of course, Abhishek Sharma, who's going through a bit of a rough patch, but the Indian team has kept faith in him, and Abhishek Sharma is indeed playing. He's going to be opening with Sanju Samson, and then the rest of the squad, as you all know, the exact 11 that we've been having so far: in Ishan Kishan, Surya Kumar Yadav, Tilak Verma, Hardik Pandya, Shivam Dubey, Akshar Patel, Arshdeep Singh, Varun Chakravarti, Jasprit Bumrah. We'll have the squad up shortly on our screens, but for those of you who've been following the Indian team know that that is exactly the squad that they have been playing with, and that is the squad that they have gone with. What's really interesting is that Surya Kumar Yadav at the toss has said that they would have anyway batted first. So he feels that with a lot of wind around, there will be no dew. And he believes that the mood in the camp is very good, and that the brand of cricket that they're playing, they hope that this will continue and they'll be able to bat well here as well. Okay, joining us live from Mumbai is our correspondent Siddharth Vishwanath. And Siddharth, you can tell us a bit more. You're on ground zero. Surya Kumar Yadav, surprisingly at the toss, says that if he had won the toss, he would have batted first because a lot of wind means no dew. Is that correct?
Yes, Nikhil, you have rightly said that there is a lot of wind around. And see, I'm standing right here at the Queen's Necklace, which is just about 100 meters away from the entry to gate number 2. Now, remember, 7 to 9. When you look at it, 9:15, 9:30, if the wind continues, there will not be much dew. But the fans here, yes, some of them have not been able to get inside the stadium because, yes, they are all waiting here because that's where the arrangements have been made. Plenty of them, they have gotten the news. Some are happy, some are not so happy that England have opted to bowl. So, I'll just ask some of the fans here. I mean, what do you think? ये जो England toss जीता है, but wind भी चल रहा है. आपको लग रहा है इंडिया एक अच्छा टोटल कर देगा?
मेनली ये इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि हम पावर प्लेस की ओवर में क्या करते हैं. इंग्लैंड जैसे अभी पहले बॉलिंग कर रही है, तो वानखेड़े में हम ऐसा देखते हैं हमेशा से कि जो बॉलिंग सेकंड करता है उसके मेजॉरिटी विन होते हैं. बट हमारे बॉलर्स एकदम जानते हैं पिच को, बैट्समैन भी जानते हैं. सूर्य कुमार यादव हैं, बहुत खेले हैं यहाँ, तो उनको पता है मैच कभी पलट सकता है. बट मेरे हिसाब से मुझे ये लगता है कि इंग्लैंड 170 मतलब इंडिया 170-180 का टारगेट दे सकता है और इंग्लैंड को 160 में ऑल आउट भी कर देगा.
क्योंकि देखिए, मैं एक बात बताता हूँ, आप लोग ने बहुत फॉलो किया इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम को, आप यहाँ से ही मतलब आप देख रहे हो. आपको क्या लग रहा है? टॉस हारे हैं, लेकिन क्या इंडिया की रिजल्ट और किस्मत पलट जाएगी इससे? इधर आइए. हाँ, आप क्या बोल रहे हो?
टॉस हारे इंडिया जीते, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, लेकिन इंडिया मैच जीतेगी और फाइनल भी जीतेगी.
और सबसे अच्छा आज अपने देश को, ये लोगों को बहुत मारा है, पुराने लोगों, ये इंग्रज ने. हम आपको इसको क्रिकेट से मारेंगे. हाँ, 250-300 रन 250 रन तो कम से कम होना चाहिए। अपने पास अच्छे अच्छे लोग हैं, शिवम दुबे है और सूर्य कुमार यादव है और अच्छे बॉलर भी है। हाँ, बुमराह है और कौन है वो, हाँ
जैसे कि देखिए चाचा ने बताया अंग्रेजों को मारा है, अंग्रेजों को गांधी जी ने भगाया था। वैसे यहाँ पे बापूजी, अक्षर पटेल जानते होंगे सब बापूजी के नाम से। ऐसे अंग्रेज डर के रहेंगे, आज इंग्लैंड खैर नहीं है।
सही है।
Okay, so you can just see कि आपको क्या लग रहा है, टॉस अगर यहाँ पहले बैटिंग करें यार?
Right, so
Yeah,
thank you
so
for that update from the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. I love the enthusiasm of the fans there. Everyone invoking the Lagan, sort of a revenge that, you know, we're going to vasulo the Lagan, is what a lot of fans there are saying, because the competition there is between India and their colonial masters at one time in England. That, of course, is another aspect to this particular encounter. But let's get down to talking pure cricket. And who better than Sunny Gavaskar, who joins us live on the broadcast. Sai bhai, first things first, talk was always going to be centered around the toss, and now that we know that it is the English team that has won the toss, they put India into bat. Can India put up a total that can be defended on a ground where dew sometimes plays an important role and then batting becomes easier in the second half?
I don't think it reduces India's chances, because India can take advantage of the fact that the ball will come onto the bat quite nicely. And if they can get to maybe 190 plus, maybe even get to 200, then the dew factor will certainly have an effect, but not as much of an effect if you were defending just 160 or 170. So batting first, I think India should look to score 190, 200, because that will give them England a target of almost 10 runs and over, and which is never easy.
Just looking at the playing 11, Saivai, they've gone unchanged. They've kept their faith in Abhishek. There was a bit of talk, should you continue with him, looking at his patchy form. They've gone with Abhishek. How do you see that move?
I think that's showing confidence in a talented young man. Yes, he's going through a little bit of a lean patch. He's got just 1 half century and a couple of ducks. Yes, there's a little bit of pressure on him, the pressure of expectations. I think he's just got to forget that. He's just got to play each ball on its merits. But I would argue, one advice that I would give to him is that in T20 also, you do not have to bat always at the top gear. You can bat at a slightly lower gear, maybe gear 3, like we saw Sanju Samson in the game against the West Indies, where we all know he's capable of hitting the sixes, but he was playing along the ground, looking to chip the ball rather than power the ball away. And he got a brilliant 97 Sanju Samson. So taking a leaf from that and looking at the situation, not looking to hit every ball, particularly because of the power play situation, not looking to hit every ball for a 6, I think will help Abhishek.
That's an interesting point you bring about, Zainbhai. Also the other sort of a impression everyone has about Wankhede, it's a belter, it's a batting paradise. Sure it is. But what about that extra bounce that we get there? The bowlers come into play, especially the fast bowlers. That's an aspect that are not a lot of people looking at.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I think this is a pitch which generally has given a fair bit of bounce to the fast bowlers. So those who are prepared to bend their backs and bowl just that right length around the 7-meter mark will not be easy to score off. England have Sam Curran, Jafra Arch and Overton who can pitch the ball around that length. But India also have Arshdeep Singh and Jasprit Bumrah who can take advantage of that. But having said that, because the ball comes onto the bat quite nicely, the batters can get under the ball and power it away. So it's a very good cricket pitch. Generally, it's a very good cricket pitch because there is something in it for everybody. Even the spinners can get the ball to grip a little and turn a little bit. But once the dew sets in for the team batting second, the spin factor will probably not be as much because the ball will skid on, not rather grip and turn. So I think that is something that the captains will take in mind once the toss is done.
Pertinent point there by Mr. Gavaskar, saying that because of that extra bounce and the dew, spin factor may not be very crucial, and that's the one thing that England were relying on, so it neutralizes that advantage that England had. An extension of that particular thought, Saibhai, the pitch, you've just explained to us how it's going to play. With that in mind, the conditions, whether they're pitch conditions or overhead conditions, that in mind, who do you think will be more suited to this encounter being played at Wankhede, looking at the personnel that they have, India or England?
See, look, both teams are very well balanced. I think out of the teams on in this tournament, if you had to say which were the teams that had the best balanced attack as well as batting depth, etc., you would say England and India, because they have top quality new ball bowlers, top quality spinners. So it's a very well balanced sort of contest between two teams which have played some very good cricket. But I would make England slight favourites because of the way they won all their matches in the Super 8. India, on the other hand, lost their first match and lost it by a big margin against South Africa. So I would make England just slight favourites because of the way they have come through. The other thing is that England have had a slightly couple of days longer break than other teams. So sometimes getting into that straight away into that rhythm sometimes can not work because you've had just a couple of days longer than you should have.
Okay, that is a very different take from most other experts. Mr. Gavaskar believes that England are the slight favourites in this encounter. Of course, he's listed the reasons why he feels that the visiting team in this case are slightly better positioned to win this encounter. Okay, Saibhai, since you're talking about England being the favourites, tell us a couple of players that India need to be wary of in this encounter, players from England that can turn the game on its head.
There are two batters who I think India should be a little bit concerned about. And one is Phil Salt and the other is Harry Brook. I think Josh Buttler, if he gets into form, then again it's trouble for India. From the batting front, I would say that these are the two that India have to worry about. And in the bowling, I think Sam Curran and Jofra Archer. These are the two that in the initial overs will be hard to negotiate, hard to score on.
Okay, since one of those players that you mentioned is Jofra Archer from the English camp, he's going to be out with the new ball very shortly. Players that are going to be facing him are Sanju Samson as well as Abhishek Sharma. So from India's point of view, who do you think are going to be the X factor tonight for the men in blue?
I think Suryakumar Yadav. Suryakumar Yadav is one, and then I think Tilak Verma. These are the two who in the middle overs will have a responsibility on them. And then Hardik Pandya to finish. I think those are the three who will have to do a lot of work today.
It's very interesting, Saibhai, that you've picked Suryakumar Yadav, Tilak Verma, because both also ply their tear in the IPL for Mumbai Indians, so are very well accustomed to the conditions there at the Wankhede Stadium. And the Indian team would be hoping that they can utilize their experience of having played a lot of games, a lot of T20 games during the IPL at this very stadium. Finally, before we let you go, Saibhai, whichever team wins will face up against New Zealand. A word on New Zealand's performance yesterday. Many had picked South Africa, but it was all one-way traffic.
Oh, absolutely. I think they played some outstanding cricket. Their batting was amazing. I think their bowling also was quite okay. I think if their captain can get their bowling order right, then I think they'll be able to restrict teams to even lesser than what they restricted South Africa to. And making use of that sixth bowler is so crucial. I think that's where they gave themselves maybe 20 runs too many to chase. But that actually made it that much more exciting. Much more exciting because then that's how we saw Finland get the fastest T20 World Cup 100. And what an innings that was. What an opening stand that was. Imagine scoring 170 plus in just 12.5 overs. That tells you how well this New Zealand batting is shaping up.
It certainly was an incredible inning there by Finn Allen. Hopefully a player wearing the blue jersey today, light blue rather, can play a similar sort of inning for the Indian team. But Mr. Gavaskar, thank you so much for joining us ahead of that semi-final versus England. I'm afraid that's all the time that we have on this broadcast of Keep the Cup. But a reminder, we'll be back again on India today during the mid-innings after India's batting is done. And of course, at the end of the game as well, Mr. Gavaskar will join us live for his analysis. But before we go, here's a final treat for you. Cricket, Bollywood and big business all under one roof for a wedding that looks straight out of a power-packed guest list. Sachin Tendulkar's son, Arjun Tendulkar, got married to Sania Chando in a lavish ceremony in Mumbai. Here are the pictures from that wedding. Enjoy this. News and updates continue after a break.
cricket royalty celebrates a big family moment. Master blaster Sachin Tendulkar's son Arjun ties the knot. Arjun Tendulkar married entrepreneur Sania Chandok in a grand ceremony in South Mumbai, turning the evening into a dazzling gathering of cricket, Bollywood and business powerhouses. Arjun Tendulkar, who has played domestic cricket for Mumbai and Assam, featured in the IPL for the Mumbai Indians, grew up under the spotlight of Indian cricket. Sania Chandok, meanwhile, has carved her own path as a successful entrepreneur, running a thriving pet spa chain. The wedding took place at the St. Regis, Mumbai, where the Tendulkar family hosted a reception. From World Cup heroes to Bollywood legends, the guest list read like a Hall of Fame. Former Indian captain MS Dhoni arrived with Sakshi Dhoni, while head coach Gautam Gambhir joined the celebrations with Natasha Jain. Cricket stalwarts including Sunil Gavaskar, Rahul Dravid, Anil Kumble, Ravi Shastri and World Cup winner Yuvraj Singh were also spotted at the venue. And it wasn't just cricket royalty. Bollywood's biggest names also turned up for the celebration. The Bachchans and Shah Rukh Khan blessed the newlyweds. Arjun and Sania's journey from family acquaintances to friends and finally lovers was quietly sealed with an engagement last August. That story reached its biggest milestone on Thursday as a son of the god of cricket began a brand new innings. Arjun Tendulkar and Sania Chandok are now officially married. Bureau Report, India Today.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
आपको शायद पता नहीं होगा, अपार ने आईएनएस विक्रांत के लिए 150 से ज्यादा तरह के केबल्स बनाए हैं। देश के टॉर्पीडोस में भी हैं अपार के केबल्स। वंदे भारत भी अपार के केबल से ही स्पीड पकड़ती है और यही वायर्स और केबल्स हमारे घरों को भी पावर करते हैं। विश्वास इसमें अपार, तभी तो ये है देश का तार।
बिहार के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने भी राज्यसभा में अपना नामांकन किया है। इसके साथ ही बहुत लंबे अरसे के बाद श्री नीतीश कुमार जी फिर से एक बार राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में राज्यसभा सांसद के नाते प्रवेश करेंगे। 2005 से लेकर आज तक नीतीश कुमार जी बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री रहे। उनका एक कार्यकाल एक प्रकार से बहुत यशस्वी रहा। एक कार्यकाल उनका बिहार के इतिहास में स्वर्णिम पृष्ठ के रूप में लिखा जाएगा। उन्होंने अपने शासनकाल में बिहार को जंगल राज से मुक्त करने का काम किया। इन्होंने बिहार की सड़कों को न केवल गांवों तक जोड़ा, बिहार की सड़कों की स्थिति को भी सुधार किया। इतने लंबे करियर में विधायक, सांसद, मुख्यमंत्री, केंद्रीय मंत्री रहते हुए उनके कुर्ते पर कभी दाग नहीं लगा। पूरा जीवन भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगने बगैर इतना लंबा राजनीतिक सफर शायद ही किसी राजनेता ने तय किया हो जो नीतीश कुमार जी ने किया है।
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 161, Mumbai 103, Kolkata 163, Bangalore 96, Chennai 161, Hyderabad 181.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
आपको शायद पता नहीं होगा, अपार ने आईएनएस विक्रांत के लिए 150 से ज्यादा तरह के केबल्स बनाए हैं। देश के टॉर्पीडोज में भी हैं अपार के केबल्स। वंदे भारत भी अपार के केबल से ही स्पीड पकड़ती है और यही वायर्स और केबल्स हमारे घरों को भी पावर करते हैं। विश्वास इसमें अपार, तभी तो ये है देश का तार।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Good evening, you're watching yet another edition of the Democratic Newsroom. We have a band of editors with us, Rajdeep Sardesai, Gaurav Sawant, Maria Shakil, and we are teleporting my colleague Sahil Joshi all the way from Mumbai. And while there is a full-blown war that we are covering in West Asia, a lot of political developments where domestic politics is concerned. Nitish Kumar no longer going to be the Chief Minister of Bihar. He's coming to Delhi on a Rajya Sabha ticket. Will BJP now get their Chief Minister in place where Bihar is concerned? And importantly, has BJP once again been successful in sidelining and cannibalizing one of its own allies? That's up for discussion. Rajdeep, go first.
Look, I have to give BJP huge credit for creating a de facto Margdarshak Mandal. whether it is their own party leaders and this time an ally. Nitish Kumar turned 75 a few days ago, and the BJP has choreographed this brilliantly. Because now what have you done? You've killed 3 birds with 1 stone. You've got Nitish Kumar, you've given him an exit route, effective exit route out of Bihar politics after 2 decades of dominating in terms of chief ministership. You finally got what the BJP always wanted in Bihar, the chief ministership. And in the last 2 elections, the BJP has got more seats than the JDU, and yet they gave the chief ministership to the JDU. And number 3, the BJP has sent a signal to the JDU in particular, कि हम तो driving seat में है. You are now in the side seat, and not only to the JDU but to other allies as well. We've seen it in Maharashtra as well with the Shiv Sena. The BJP is very clear. This is their moment in Indian politics. They will set the rules of the game. And Nitish Kumar, whether it's called an honorable exit, dishonorable exit, Rajya Sabha, it was inevitable. His health condition was such that frankly, I think this should have happened some while ago, but they needed his face. The only negative you might cite is that the only ism in politics is opportunism. The BJP needed Nitish Kumar Chehra for the Bihar elections of 2025. They used the Chehra. Now they don't need the Chehra. Chehra has been put in the Rajya Sabha.
Nitish Kumar also needed BJP.
Sure. But I mean, let's be honest, Maria, the BJP could not have won this election without Nitish Kumar, right? And Nitish Kumar needed the BJP.
Yes.
Unlike in 2020, and I'm only using the words you gave me, which have stuck in my mind, that then he was seen as baggage, this time he was seen as luggage.
Well, so he's back as baggage and he's been now shunted.
Because once the election's over, you don't need him.
So that was the game plan all along.
That's my only, I agree with Maria that Nitish Kumar also needed the BJP, but 4 months later, it's a one-way street. Well,
right.
He's completely dispensable. To that extent, it is a bit of use and throw politics, nicely
but
packaged as an exit route.
Let's not forget also that the BJP in Bihar was under the big shadow of Nitish Kumar. They were also growing under his shadow because they needed him as much. Look, I think right now it is BJP's moment in Bihar. They have to shed this perception that they are an upper caste party while they have OBCs and EBCs firmly in the leadership role. If you look at names, I'm giving some names here, Preeti. Nityanand Rai, Samrat Chaudhary from the OBC. Then you have Sanjeev Chaurasia, who is a Patna Digha MLA. One of the oldest MLAs of Patna Bihar Assembly, which is Prem Kumar from the EBCs. So the BJP right now has that moment where they have to shed that image, like they have done in the state of Uttar Pradesh, that they are also a subaltern party, keeping in mind the social realities and the caste realities of Bihar.
All right, Gaurav, let me introduce another ism that we're coming to you, Sahil. Let me get Gaurav and I'm coming right to you. Coming right to you, Sahil. Another ism, Gaurav, that we can include in this is cannibalism. Because BJP might have grown under other regional political parties, but one can name Odisha, one can name Maharashtra, one can name Assam, of all the allies that they have eventually cannibalized.
So I think that's a very negative way of looking at it. Even when BJP has done better than Nitish Kumar, they made him the chief minister.
It's a slow process,
Even when he had half the numbers,
with Shiv Sena, it started in the 90s.
No, if you have half the numbers, you will destroy him when you have double numbers, but you did not. Look at figures. This time, of course, BJP has 99, JDU has 85, and yet he was made chief minister. 2020,
89.
BJP
89,
85, that's exactly what I said. In 2020, BJP had 74, JDU had 43. 43. Was that cannibalizing him? He was still made chief minister. This is perception in the minds of some people.
Not him, talk about
party. You may be him and party. He was chief minister. And look at Maharashtra. Shinde did not have full numbers. Yet Devendra Fadnavis became deputy chief minister. Shinde was made chief minister. So it is politics.
So BJP.
It's par for course. Any party has to grow. But, it's cannibalizing. You're eating up everyone. You will eat everything. That may be somebody's perception. Every political party wants to grow. Every political party wants to be the party. Unless you're either the party or you're finished. If you have all old people, you'll be in the Margdarshak Mandal.
But there are enough old people in the BJP as well. But
and they have a younger generation that's taking over.
But Sahil, to bring you in on this is the nature of politics. Saam, Dam, Dand, Bhed, whatever it takes to grow your footprint.
Well, I have to talk about one very clear thing. What Gaurav was mentioning, even Rajdeep tried to mention it before, that earlier election, even when Nitish Kumar was half in numbers, BJP made him the chief minister. I'm sorry, the numbers were such that no government could have been formed without Nitish Kumar's support. Nitish had 42 number of MLAs, and if RJD or even BJP wanted to make the government, they have to have Nitish on their side, and that's why Nitish Kumar was made the chief minister, not other way around. Now
that situation
the number
stays even
game
today.
is not in favor. No, right now, no, please understand.
89, 85.
At this point of time, the number game is not in favor of Nitish Kumar. Even if Nitish Kumar wants, he cannot form the government with the help of RJD at this point of time, because BJP has 89. The alliance partners has enough numbers that the BJP can form the government on its own. The same thing happened in Maharashtra. The BJP reached 137 and they told Eknath Shinde that, look, we actually don't need anybody.
But
we can
Sahil,
form the government
many could turn around and say this is the beauty of politics. They waited for the opposition to be at its weakest in Bihar to go for the political kill.
Exactly my point.
And now they're in.
No, exactly my point. So the biggest learning game for this in the whole scenario is that the smaller parties, especially parties like Nitish Kumar, I mean, everybody knew that this is going to happen with Eknath Shinde, but to do it with Nitish Kumar, it's a big gamble. The BJP looked for an opportunity. Everybody thought that it will happen in 6 months' time, 7 months' time, but they looked for an opportunity. They thought that this is safe at this point of time,
the
because
BJP
they still 4 years and 9 months to settle down the government, and that's why they have done this.
So this alliance has been there for
enough time
21 years and is continuing.
For all these 20 even earlier.
Yes, for all these 21 years, the BJP was under Nitish Kumar's shadow. And it served Nitish Kumar's narrative when he carved out non-Yadav OBCs, then when he spoke about the Mahadalits, the EBCs, because then it was him setting narrative away from Lalu Yadav. He wanted to ensure that the caste battle lines that were there in the 1990s, Bihar is not seen in 2005 onwards when Nitish became the chief minister. That served his purpose. BJP was seen as the party only around the upper caste. But look at what has happened in 20 years. BJP today in Bihar has as many EBCs and OBCs as any other political party, be it the JDU or the
They have the leaders,
one second, Sai,
but they don't have the vote bank. They have the leaders, but they don't have the vote bank. That is what is the thing. Whenever the BJP fights on their own, their strike rate is not as good as the way they fight
Let me
with the
bring in
JDU.
Rajdeep wants to come in for a quick word. Rajdeep, whether we like it or we don't like it, we can read it as Sam Dam Dand made opposition at the weakest, BJP going for the kill. But this is a cautionary tale for smaller regional outfits. Look at the history of the BJP from Assam to Odisha to Maharashtra. I don't even need to elucidate. It's right there.
Congress has done that as well.
No, the fact is, the BJP is doing what the Congress used to do.
Exactly.
1 minute.
Yes.
50s, 60s, 70s, if you see, the Congress was an expansionist party. The BJP today is the same. The irony is, since she mentioned the Congress, what she forgets, my friend Maria, when Congress tied up with regional parties, the regional parties often grew at the expense of the Congress.
But that was in the name of the
so-called
secularism to keep BJP out.
No, it's not nothing to keep.
The BJP was nowhere there
the
at
fact
that
is
time.
over
At
the
that
years,
70s.
over the years, when the
Where was the
Congress
BJP?
tied up, and the classic example is Tamil Nadu. When the Congress ceded the space to DMK in a 1971 election, since then the Congress has never come back to power on its own in Tamil Nadu. The Congress, when it tied up or struck deals of convenience with the regional parties grew at the expense of the Congress party. The BJP has learned from that lesson. What has the BJP done? This was a Hindustan party till 30-35 years ago in the 1980s. It has consciously looked for areas of growth. How do you grow in some areas? You piggyback on a regional party, take full advantage of sharing power with them, and then a moment comes when you become larger than them. And I can give you examples. Maharashtrawadi Gomantak party in Goa. The BJP was very much the secondary player. Today it's the dominant player. AGP in Assam. Look at Maharashtra with the Shiv Sena. As long as Bal Thackeray was there, the BJP knew that it would have to play a subordinate role to Mr. Thackeray.
To a limit, even BJD in Odisha.
Mr. Thackeray passes away in 2012. By 2025, the BJP is party number one. I'm not attaching a judgmental call here. This is what politics is about. When you rise, someone else comes under your shadow, and that's exactly what's happened. These regional parties and Nitish Kumar. Just one last point on Nitish Kumar. I've always felt this. This is the same Nitish Kumar who resigned as chief minister of the in Bihar when Narendra Modi ji was set to become the prime ministerial candidate of the BJP. How have things changed in 12 years? In 12 years, Nitish Kumar now has to take the crutch of a Rajya Sabha to come to Delhi with Mr. Modi as Neta number one. In his own way, in his own little way, Mr. Modi has got his revenge.
But can I add Rajdeep to it? Can I just add one line to it?
Mr. Modi ne revenge अपनी तरीके से अपने समय पर ले लिया. Because Nitish refused to attend a rally once because Mr. Modi was
Rajdeep,
there.
there's also a cycle of karma there. No, look how Nitish Kumar had treated George Fernandez. Exactly the same trajectory.
But
go ahead,
I'm sorry. To the best of my knowledge, the BJP is not treating Nitish Kumar like that. They're treating him with respect. He's come to Rajya Sabha. Point one. Point two. There is a generational shift. Okay, I mean, it's not that everybody will hang on to the coattails of an aging party or an aging individual.
If there's a generational shift, then the chief minister should be the JDU. If there is a generational shift, then because the JDU chief minister is getting down, this is not a generational shift.
No, just a small one lesson, and here I agree with my friend Gaurav. One of the lessons of politics, I think, is that every party should in India have some system of a generational shift. The BJP, to its credit, has achieved that to a large extent. Look at all their chief ministers. All in their, one minute, all in their 50s. And the fact is that the Congress, because it is out of power, is unable to
okay, I don't
what
have
do you
much
do
time.
with septuagenarians and octogenarians in that party? The BJP had the same problem, by the way, when they were in the opposition.
Allow Sahil to come in. Sahil, make your point. Is Sahil with us?
It's a tremendous risk what the BJP has taken at this point of time, because to remove Nitish Kumar and bring their own chief minister, I agree with Maria that they have a lot of leaders from the EBC and OBC categories, but they still do not have that vote bank. And that is the reason why they needed Nitish Kumar along their side at this point of time. They're ready to take this plunge because they have 4 years and 9 months on their side. And that's why they're taking this risk at this point of time.
Lalu also needed Nitish Kumar in 2015.
Bihar is not yet over. The fight in Bihar is not yet over. Even in Maharashtra, BJP has a lot of Maratha leaders, but still they need Pawars. Still they need NCP on their side.
Okay, Maria.
So we'll have to wait and see what happens next week.
Yes. So 2015, when you're talking about, at that time, Lalu Yadav needed Nitish Kumar. He was that very essential third pillar of Bihar politics, almost a necessity. But then, as we have seen, if in 1990s, had Lalu Yadav not prepared the ground, Nitish would not have arrived. Nitish has prepared the ground for the arrival of the BJP. Bihar right now is ready to accept the BJP for a simple reason. Rajdeep, let me just finish quickly. Because the matrix which Nitish enjoyed is now firmly with the BJP.
Can I ask you a simple question?
Yes.
Therefore, if the matrix is over, what happens to the JDU? Is the JDU over? Be honest with me, there are enough people in the JDU today who have one foot actually in the BJP. Correct?
Yes.
So what happens to the JDU? This is a question I ask in general to the Shiv Sena also. What happens to the Shiv Sena? What happens to these regional parties, or in this case, the parties that were seen to represent a sort of part of the Mandalite movement? What happens to them? Has BJP combined Mandir and Mandal under one umbrella in Bihar?
Maria.
They have done it.
Yeah, okay.
Not just in Bihar.
I have 3 minutes. Gaurav, make your point, then I'll come
back. I quickly want to
back.
say that it is not, if these regional parties haven't been able to throw up a second line of defense, I don't think it's fair to blame the BJP. Who is JDU's second line of leadership? That's going to come up. If BJP has a second line of leadership and the JDU and the BJP, they come together and operate together, it's happening.
It is a cautionary tale for regional parties to have, in your case, to have a second line of leadership which is ready. I'll give you your own example. Okay, Sahil, very quickly, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah. It is not the question of leadership. What is going to happen to the people who were voting for Janata Dal United? What is going to happen to that?
A huge chunk of the OBC voters, a lot of Muslim voters.
They were voting for BJP
a lot of Muslim voters, a huge chunk of OBC voters that voted for the JDU.
Better for them.
Because of
they voted for Nitish.
Because of
they voted for Nitish.
2015,
that is the question unanswered.
2015, when JDU, RJD won together, people voted for what? Mahagathbandhan. What happened 2.5 years later when Nitish Kumar walked out of that alliance and formed an alliance with the BJP?
Because of Nitish Kumar is right.
They were voting because the leader was telling them
that
to vote
leaves
in a
open the
particular
question,
way.
and there Sahil is right.
What is going to happen to that?
No, Sahil has
What
a
is going
point
to happen to that?
There is a risk factor associated. The BJP in Bihar is not like UP where it is still that over. Just a minute. as we've seen for 20 years in Bihar, if two sides out of these three pillars came together, either Lalu and Nitish or BJP and Nitish, they won. Nitish was the glue in a way who ensured political power. Have we reached a stage, and therefore it's an open question which will be decided probably 4 years from now. Have we reached a stage where you don't need Nitish Kumar anymore, and the BJP can go into the next election without Nitish Kumar involved in the campaign?
I want to just throw up one question in the last 3 minutes. In the last 3 minutes, because there's something that we discussed at length, which was Nitish Kumar will go of his own timing of choosing. Is this his timing of choosing?
Of course not.
Has he chosen this? No.
No, look, I can tell you for a fact, because I know, from whatever I heard, Nitish was not willing to go right away. He thought he would go, he would choose his time. But in politics, you can't always choose your time. Not happening. I think, let me be fair to the BJP. The BJP believes, and they have reason to, that for the last 10 years in particular, they've put all their weight into Bihar in terms of their of resources, in terms of bringing in new leaders. The benefits were accruing to Nitish Kumar. Now they feel the time has come.
Last 1 minute. Maria has covered Bihar. I want to get Maria in. And, Maria, with Nitish Kumar leaving the way in which he has, is this what was expected by I'm not talking about the JDU, by the people who voted for the JDU and Nitish Kumar? This is definitely not his timing of choosing.
Look, Preeti, if you look at the tweet, I'm going to with what has been put out in the public domain. Of course, conspiracy theories are doing the rounds. In Patna, I've been speaking to a lot of bureaucrats and
what are the conspiracy theories?
A lot of theories. I mean, it's not for, perhaps for journalists to speak about it unless it's formalized. But let's go with what Nitish Kumar has said, that he wants to be part of all the four houses, be it the assembly or the legislative council in Bihar, which has happened. He has been the member of the Lok Sabha. Now he's entering the Rajya Sabha. So I'm going to go with what Nitish Kumar has said it on
his son is going to be brought in, as they say, as deputy chief minister, as is being speculated. Then let's see. Look, every party wants to grow.
So once again, every party wants to grow,
but cannibalization. They're growing at their own hard work, and then the voters decide who they want to vote for.
Did JDU then cannibalize BJP for all those 20 years? But they did not allow them to grow either.
Also with the son coming in, right? Yes. Ultimately, it used to be that you have to prove your mettle. If you are good, accepted, you are there. The son is completely out of politics. He's not in touch with the cadre of the JDU, but he's been brought in as a deputy chief minister.
No, not yet. Not yet.
In all probability.
That is speculation.
Okay, 20 seconds, Sahil. 20 seconds, Rajdeep. Sahil, you have exactly 20 seconds. Go ahead.
Well, as I said earlier, Nitish Kumar is out of Bihar, but will his voters be with him, or will they vote for the BJP, or now they are out in open?
Are
they free voters? They will choose their side after 5 years.
Okay, 20 seconds. 20 seconds, Rajdeep.
Look, I think Nitish Kumar was a rather remarkable politician. And I think through all this, you have to give him credit. In a state like Bihar, to the longevity that he had, to try to make an attempt, at least certainly in the initial years, as Sushashan Babu. Eventually, I think politics and the politics of compromise caught up with Nitish Kumar. And he eventually ended up a compromised politician. But I would like to remember the Nitish Kumar of a previous era when he started off in politics. He genuinely, and I think to his credit, no one in all these years has...
Perhaps the hard work of the party, hard work of the political party.
What he said famously.
Okay, I'm going to quickly call it
conscience on call.
So I think Nitish Kumar was a politician of conscience. Eventually, his conscience was on call.
All right, okay, we're going to end this discussion, because ultimately the politics of it, the conspiracy theories, what to expect next, who's going to be the chief minister or the deputy chief minister. I would think one thing is for sure, the socialist troika of Bihar, be it Ramvilas Paswan, Lalu and now Nitish, that sun has set on that. Thank you for joining us. Up next, to stay tuned with To The Point.
Love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. Ye on the quality lifelong.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Nitish Kumar to be active in national politics. Files Rajya Sabha nomination. Rahul Gandhi attacks India's stand in Middle East war. Questions PM Modi's silence. Iran threatens to strike Israel's nuclear site if regime change attempted.
The war in West Asia has entered a far more dangerous phase. The United States is no longer limiting itself to precision strikes. It has unleashed the full weight of its long-range strategic arsenal against Iran. The B-52H Stratofortress, often described as the world's most feared bomber, is the backbone of the US strategic bomber force. With an unrefueled combat range of over 14,000 kilometers and the ability to fly at high subsonic speeds, it can carry both nuclear and precision-guided munitions. Designed for strategic attack missions, the B-52H is also capable of delivering close air support operations, making it one of America's most versatile and enduring air power assets. The use of these heavy bombers is a clear signal. Iran's air defenses have been largely neutralized, and the US-Israel joint operations now claim effective control of Iranian airspace. Under Operation Epic Fury, B-2, B-52 bombers have pounded missile sites, part of what officials describe as the largest American military buildup in the Middle East in a generation. In under 100 hours, nearly 2,000 targets have been reportedly been struck with over 2,000 munitions, a scale set to surpass the opening phase of the 2003 shock and awe campaign in Iraq. Washington claims severe degradation of Iran's air defenses, destruction of hundreds of ballistic missiles, launchers and drones, and the sinking of 17 Iranian naval vessels, including a submarine. It also asserts there is no active Iranian naval presence in key Gulf waters. But Tehran is pivoting to asymmetric retaliation, launching more than 500 ballistic missiles and over 2,000 drones towards US and allied targets. On the other hand, with air superiority claimed and massive firepower deployed, Washington says it remains on track. Now, as Iran widens its retaliation and the region braces for further fallout, the conflict is not slowing. It is deepening in West Asia. Bureau Report, India Today.
Namal Rajpaksha has asked, what's happened off the coast of Gaul is extremely serious. Reports indicate over 100 Iranian personnel are missing after what appears to be a submarine attack just outside our waters. It's a major security concern. I quickly want to cut across live to Sri Lanka. Namal Rajpaksha joins us. Sir, welcome. Sir, explain to us why you think it's a very, very serious security concern for Sri Lanka, perhaps for the region, that the US Navy sinks an Iranian ship in these waters in the Indian Ocean region.
Yeah, firstly, Sri Lankan government must tell the public of Sri Lanka whether they were aware of this kind of a mission or not. I mean, that's the first question to be answered by the Sri Lankan government. And I must also say that the Sri Lankan Navy has acted accordingly to the international law, and they have gone on a rescue mission for the people who have been affected. So it is a question to be answered by the government of Sri Lanka whether they were aware of this mission, or if not, if they were kept on dark, then they should question the authorities from US as to how that kind of incident took place in the Indian Ocean and in Sri Lankan economic zone.
And it's happened off the coast of Sri Lanka, coastal waters, economic zone, or international waters. Is there clarity on that as of now, sir?
There is not such clarity, because what we get information from what we see on media, and especially the government of Sri Lanka has been giving mixed statements regarding this. And first they were not talking about a submarine attack, but now the US authorities have confirmed it as well. So this is a clear indication that the region has to work very closely at this given hour, because as you know, the Gulf region is far away, but the effect is happening in South Asia and Indian Ocean as well. So this is not only security regarding the Indian Ocean, but Sri Lanka, but this is regarding the Indian Ocean as well. So I believe India has to play a pivotal role in this and take leadership in the region, and to see how we can bring stability and the peace to the region.
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 38 and minimum 18 degrees. Mumbai maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata maximum 34 and minimum 20 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 33 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 35 and minimum 18 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Presented by the all-new Kia Seltos, badass forever.
After nearly 6 days of silence, India has finally responded to the rapidly escalating conflict in West Asia. The statement comes a day after the United States sank an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean off the coast of Sri Lanka. The incident marks a dramatic expansion of the conflict and brings it closer to India's maritime neighborhood. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said military confrontation alone cannot resolve global crisis.
केवल मिलिट्री कॉन्फ्लिक्ट से किसी भी मुद्दे का समाधान नहीं निकल सकता। यूक्रेन हो या पश्चिमी एशिया, हम संघर्ष की शीघ्र समाप्ति और शांति के हर प्रयास का समर्थन करते रहेंगे।
The remarks mark New Delhi's first clear public response since the conflict sharply escalated earlier this week. India has also conveyed its condolences over the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, its first official response on the matter. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri visited the Iranian embassy in New Delhi and signed the condolence book on behalf of the government of India. In another diplomatic outreach, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar held a phone conversation with Iran's Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi. The government's response follows criticism from opposition leaders, including Rahul Gandhi, who questioned the Prime Minister's silence and demanded clarity on India's position after Khamenei's killing. With the conflict widening from the Gulf to the Indian Ocean, India now finds itself walking a delicate diplomatic tightrope. New Delhi maintains strategic ties across the region. By calling for dialogue while keeping diplomatic channels open with Tehran, India is signaling a careful, calibrated approach. The priority remains de-escalation, regional stability, and the protection of its strategic interests. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, let's quickly cut across to my colleague Pranay Upadhyay, who's getting us up to speed with the very latest developments. Pranay, after now 6 days, you've had the Foreign Secretary sign the condolence book at the Iran embassy. Can that be seen as the first official statement condoning the assassination of Iran's supreme leader?
Obviously, Preeti, as they say that, action speaks louder than the word. So definitely, India had spoken. India has expressed its, stand as far as expressing the condolence in the killing of or the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And India's top diplomat, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, went to Iranian embassy, signed the condolence book. Though we do not know exactly what did he write in the condolence book, but obviously he must have conveyed a carefully crafted and drafted message conveying the sentiment in India and expressing condolence on behalf of the people of India on the killing of or the assassination of on the death of Iranian supreme leader, whatever you may call it as. But definitely the very fact that Indian Foreign Secretary went there to the Iranian embassy, written his note in the condolence book, and he had a meeting with the Iranian ambassador there and expressed in words as well that what is the sentiment from India. But definitely after that, India's External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar spoke to his Iranian counterpart, and India always solicited that there should be dialogue, there should be diplomacy. Military action or the solution to such problems cannot be achieved, through military means or through conflicts. We have to come to dialogue table, and that in a few days ago, External Affairs Minister also spoke to the Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar. He also spoke to Dr. Syed Abbas Araghchi, and he may speak to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio as well in this case, and asking and urging all the parties to exercise restraint because people's lives are involved. And in fact, now you see, Preeti, India's economic interests are also getting impacted and affected by the widening sphere of this conflict.
Right. Thank you, Pranay, for joining us with that quick update. Let me also quickly rope in our Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan, who's joining us from the studios. Geeta, you had the Foreign Secretary sign the condolence book at the Iranian embassy. You've had the Foreign Minister pick up the phone, have a conversation with Iran's Foreign Minister. We've also seen a sense of a diplomatic thaw where we have now Indian tankers which will be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So this tight diplomacy walk that India has been walking seemed to be working, you think?
Well, I do think that the conversations were required because India would face a massive oil crunch should the Strait of Hormuz be closed or shut for business. And certainly conversations on that front must have taken place. But look, Dr. Jaishankar's message on the conversation that he had with Dr. Araghchi was rather cryptic. It just informs the world that there was a call that was made, no details that were divulged. There are many questions that still remain unanswered. While the Americans do not really have to inform of any action they take in international waters, but this is still the Indian Ocean. We're still talking about Sagar diplomacy, the Indo-Pacific and Quad, where all of them are still partners. Did India know? Was India informed about it? If that is true, then that raises a few concerns and questions. If India did not know about it, then that also raises few concerns and a lot of important questions. Either way, there are a lot of unanswered questions to what is now being considered a war that has reached India's backyard.
Geeta, very quickly before I let you go, the sheer fact, optics, especially in times of diplomacy and at times of war, speak quite a bit. We've had now the foreign secretary, go to the Iranian embassy, write in the condolence book. Do you see somewhere down the line, because there were a lot of questions that were being asked of India, of not taking a public stand where the assassination of Iran's supreme leader was concerned?
Well, absolutely. There were a lot of questions. There still are a lot of questions by all those who actually, in the past, have always hailed India's foreign policy, this administration's foreign policy. And on many counts, the administration had got it right. But I think on this one, even those who have always hailed the policy have questioned this time around as to why are we not looking at the importance of Iran rather than just being so focused on what and how America will react. Of course, the reaction is going to be very stern, but Russia and China have put their position and made their position very clear. India has to do the balancing act because India does have a strategic partnership with the United States of America. Should they have allowed it to this extent is something we still question.
All right, so from India, let's move to a broader worldview. Thank you, Geeta, for joining us. I'm joined right now by Professor Adam Dixon from the Adam Smith Chair and Director of Panmure House in Edinburgh. Professor, thank you for taking the time out and joining us this evening. When you're looking at the developments, fast-paced developments around the world, there is an economic cost to it, there is a human cost to it. How do you see a possible end to this conflict? Do you see one at all?
So, I mean, obviously, like with any conflict, there are many risks and there are many unknowns. I think it's clear that the Americans and the Israelis and many other militaries will continue to attack Iran. But that I think also you'll see allies come together to ensure that trade routes are open and that alternative routes to shipping are open so that the world economy does not contract too much. What I would say is that markets in general, most investors would have been paying attention to this in the weeks running up. And so I think markets have priced many of these risks. And so what we're seeing is the volatility, but I don't see any longer term risks going forward.
You're saying you don't see in the long term risk going forward because at least with the kind of indication we've gotten from Israel, from America, is the fact that this is going to continue at least, for many, many days, if not over a month. Now, the Strait of Hormuz is shut where, oil is concerned. America is going to be impacted. There will be allies of Iran that have already stepped in while Chinese tankers are allowed to pass. But there are going to be impounding economic compulsions. Do you see that happening?
So again, I think over the long term, so I'm thinking over several months, I think this will subside. I think over the next coming weeks, there'll be lots of volatility in both commodity markets and global equity markets. However, I think that the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, will come together to ensure that shipping is allowed through the Strait of Hormuz. We've already seen that the Iranian Navy has been seriously depleted. And we also know that Saudi Arabia is transferring oil exports via the Red Sea. And we should also keep in mind that the Gulf is not the only part of the world that produces oil. I mean, for India, for example, there's different sources from Malaysia and other parts of Southeast Asia. There obviously will be a cost to this. This will drive up inflation across the globe. But at the same time, I think we have to step back and ask how significant has Iran been in the global economy? And because of the sanctions over so many years, Iran's place has actually been quite insignificant. So the global economy as a whole should be able to withstand this conflict.
It's an interesting contrarian point of view, Professor, than what most, are actually coming forth with. So you actually see this, that, or read it as economic compulsions or the economic ramifications of this war will not be crucial in putting an end to this war. That's not going to be the fact.
No. Yeah. So if your question is, will Will Israel and the United States stop its actions because of concerns over the global economy? I don't think so. I think they have been very clear that they are committed to if you like, regime change. I think that is, or some kind of change in Iran, and they will continue until Iran's military assets are significantly depleted, and that will have some economic disruptions. But I don't think pressure on the global economy will be such to change Trump or Netanyahu's or other allies that are getting involved in the conflict to stop.
Professor Dixon, thank you for taking the time out and joining us. An interesting point of view. Thank you, for joining us this evening. Viewers, I'm going to quickly now cut across to the latest in terms of images that have been streaming in, images that we have verified. Amidst the escalating conflict, social media is awash also with fake videos claiming to show events from the US, Israel, Iran. India today has fact-checked these. So a lot of information, there is this fog of war which is flooding the media and the social media space. What we've really done is to fact-check whether that video, whether that information is actually correct. Here we go. There is a claim that has been doing the rounds, especially in social media, that suggests that, which this video shows, the coffin of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in Iran. The fact this video actually shows the coffin of Sheikh Arkan Hamid Muhan al-Karihala, the chief of the Shuvaliyat tribe in Iraq who died on February 2nd. Nothing to do with Iran. The other claim that is flooding social media is this video, which seems to show millions of people attending the funeral of Ayatollah Khamenei in Iran. Well, the fact to this is this was recorded at the Al-Qazimain shrine in Qadimiyah in Baghdad during commemoration for Imam Musa al-Kazim, not at Ali Khamenei's funeral. All right. A third fact check for the day. The claim this video shows Iran's attack on an Israeli nuclear plant. Fact, this video actually shows a military munition depot exploding in the eastern Ukrainian town of Balklea in 2017. All right, the other claim, this video shows the death of Israel's top religious leader in an Iranian missile attack. The video shows the funeral of Rabbi Binyamin Kanpulmakar, a respected religious figure who died in December 2025 of an illness at age 74. All right, news break coming in, this time from West Bengal. It seems the governor of West Bengal has resigned. Sources in the governor's house have confirmed the reason of resignation yet unknown, but word coming in from Raj Bhavan, Kolkata, that the governor of West Bengal, CV Ananda Bose, has resigned. What is the reason for that? Well, that remains as intrigue, at least as of now. But CV Ananda Bose has resigned as West Bengal governor. To give you context, over the last couple of months, the governor of Bengal, Mr. Bose, and the chief minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, have been at loggerheads. There have been various battles, political and social, that the Raj Bhavan has fought with the chief minister's office, and word now coming in, and this is all source-based information, that the governor of West Bengal has resigned. Sources in the governor house has confirmed that CV Ananda Bose has resigned. The reason yet not known. He has also left for the national capital, Delhi. Big news coming in, and all of this, viewers, is coming in where any day now elections will be announced for the state of West Bengal. And at this juncture, for the governor to put in his papers and resign from his position is huge, but CV Ananda Bose has resigned from the Bengal governor position. More details are awaited, and we're going to get our viewers up to speed with as and when we get in that information. This is the latest news break. His resignation comes in just a month before, or days before West Bengal goes into election. The Bengal Raj Bhavan sources have conveyed this information. We can confirm his resignation. We can confirm that he has left for the national capital. The reason with which why he has put in his papers and resigned, details on the grounds of resignation are filtering in. We want to verify the reasons and only then will we give out that information. For now, if you put it all in context, CV Ananda Bose has been in constant crosshairs of the West Bengal government. One face-off after the other. Rarely have the governor and the West Bengal chief minister agreed on anything. All right, let's... All right, I want to cut across to our reporter on ground who's joining us with the very latest information. Tapas, do we know the reason why Mr. Bose has resigned as governor of West Bengal? What are the details of this resignation?
Well, see, as of now, what we have been given to understand by the Governor House sources that governor has resigned and he is in Delhi right now. He has already tendered his resignation, but as far as the reason behind his resignation, it's still not known. It is being contemplated that there have been a lot of rift between the state government and the Governor House since last few years. That could be a possible reason, but we are not. We have not been given any official reaction as to what was the reason behind Governor's resignation. As of now, in 2022's November, he took over as the Governor of West Bengal after Jagdeep Dhankar, and now finally it has been confirmed by Governor House sources that he has resigned. But the reason has not been cited as of now. We are still awaiting an official confirmation pertaining to the reason behind his resignation as the Governor of West Bengal. Back to you.
Tapas, one thing is clear that Ananda Bose will not be completing his term as governor. We don't know whether his resignation has been accepted, but we only think we can confirm he's resigned, he's left for Delhi, correct?
Well, yes, absolutely. He has resigned and left for Delhi, but whether his resignation has been accepted or not, we are still awaiting a confirmation from the Raj Bhavan sources. But yes, we have been told that he has already resigned. All of a sudden, there was no plan whatsoever since the morning today, but suddenly he has resigned and left for Delhi. And a reason for his resignation might be disclosed in a little while from now. Back to you.
Thank you, Tapas, for joining us with that quick update. Viewers, just put this in perspective. West Bengal is headed for elections any date now. The dates for elections of West Bengal and other states would be announced. And in midst of all of this, the governor has decided to step down. We are awaiting more information, but with that, I'm going to get into a break. On the other side is Gaurav Sawant.
Item 131, missile suspension, released. Item 132, launcher closure, open. Item 133, first stage ignition, 2 missile.
The US tests its Doomsday missile. The intercontinental ballistic missile, Minuteman III, tested off the coast of California, is capable of striking anywhere in the world. The Minuteman III has a range of 13,000 kilometers. Flying at 24,000 kilometers per hour, it is 20 times faster than the speed of sound, with a maximum flight time of just 30 minutes. But why it is so deadly? This missile can carry nuclear warheads, which are 20 times more powerful than the one dropped on Hiroshima in 1945. Minuteman III has 3 solid-fueled rocket motors and can navigate using an advanced inertial guidance system. It can survive nearby nuclear detonations and remains operational 24/7.
Item 132, launch enclosure, open.
More than metal and fire, the Minuteman III isn't just a missile. It is a global nightmare in motion. Bureau Report, India Today.
इसकी गूंज, इसके इम्प्लीकेशन कई वर्षों तक रहेंगे। रही बात हमारी लीडरशिप की, हमारी पॉलिटिकल एंटिटी की, तो हम संघर्ष करेंगे। आमने सामने की लड़ाई है। अब तो कहने के लिए भी नीतीश जी नहीं बचे, बीजेपी ने उनको गायब कर दिया। और ये क्षण ऐसा है जिसमें आपको मैं एक बात कहूं कि बिहार की धरती में इस तरह के प्रयोग महाराष्ट्र की तरह सफल हो जाएंगे, इसमें मुझे शंका है।
बड़ा राजनीतिक अपहरण इतिहास में कहा जाएगा कि जिस तरह से आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी को हटाने का, कुर्सी से बेदखल करने का प्लान बीजेपी ने तैयार किया, ये कभी भी लोकतंत्र के लिए ठीक नहीं है। अब ये तो स्पष्ट दिख रहा है कि सहयोगी दलों के साथ क्या रवैया रहता है भाजपा का।
नहीं, जाहिर है कि सदन की भी गरिमा बढ़ेगी, बहस का स्तर ऊंचा होगा और यूं भी 2001 में अपनी ख्याति के चलते और अपने अच्छे बौद्धिक ज्ञान के चलते उन्हें बेस्ट पार्लियामेंटेरियन का खिताब भी मिला था। जो राजनीतिक दल और व्यक्ति नीतीश कुमार जी पर कल तक कटु प्रहार कर रहे थे, अचानक उनका नीतीश प्रेम देख करके मैं भी अचंभित हूं।
इसकी गूंज, इसके इम्प्लीकेशन कई वर्षों तक रहेंगे। रही बात हमारी लीडरशिप की, हमारी पॉलिटिकल एंटिटी की, तो हम संघर्ष करेंगे। आमने सामने की लड़ाई है। अब तो कहने के लिए भी नीतीश जी नहीं बचे, बीजेपी ने उनको गायब कर दिया। और ये क्षण ऐसा है जिसमें आपको मैं एक बात कहूं कि बिहार की धरती में इस तरह के प्रयोग महाराष्ट्र की तरह सफल हो जाएंगे, इसमें मुझे शंका है।
Canada stands with the Iranian people in their long and courageous struggle against the regime's oppressive rule, which is why we support efforts to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. Because Canada is taking the world as it is, not passively waiting for a world we wish to be. We do, however, take this position with regret because the current conflict is another example of the failure of the international order. Despite decades of UN Security Council resolutions, the tireless work of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the succession of sanctions and diplomatic frameworks, Iran's nuclear threat remains. And now, the United States and Israel have acted without engaging the United Nations or consulting allies, including Canada.
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 161, Mumbai 103, Kolkata 163, Bangalore 96, Chennai 161, Hyderabad 181.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Presented by Adani, हम करके दिखाते हैं. Co-presented by Century HDF Premium Plus. Powered by NSE, enabling a billion dreams. Co-powered by Bank of Maharashtra, एक परिवार एक बैंक. Co-powered by Tata Motors, commercial vehicles better always.
Good evening, you're watching India First. I'm Gaurav Sawant. There's breaking news coming in. We're getting the first reaction of the Indian Navy on the sinking of the Iranian warship, the frigate Iris Dana, off the coast of Sri Lanka. The Indian Navy's first reaction is now in, and I want to quote, the Indian Navy in a statement says a distress call was received from Iris Dana, and this was received at the MRCC in Colombo in the early hours of the 4th of March 2026. As already reported by the Sri Lankan Navy, the ship was operating 20 nautical miles west of Galle in the Sri Lankan area, in the area of Sri Lanka's responsibility. On receipt of this information, the Indian Navy promptly launched its SAR, or search and rescue efforts. It commenced with a long-range maritime patrol aircraft being launched at 1000 hours on the 4th of March 2026 to augment the search and rescue efforts being undertaken by the Sri Lankan Navy. Another aircraft with air-droppable rafts was kept on standby for immediate deployment. INS Tarangini, which was operating in the vicinity, was deployed for aiding the relief and rescue operations and arrived in the general area, the search area, by 1600 hours on 4th of March 2026. And by this time, SAR, or search and rescue operations, had been undertaken by the Sri Lankan Navy and other agencies. INS Ikshak. Now, INS Ikshak has also sailed from Kochi to augment the search efforts and continues to remain in the area to search for missing personnel as a humanitarian measure for the shipwrecked personnel. Coordination with Sri Lankan side on search and rescue operations is ongoing even now. At sea, there is a massive escalation. So far I've got you the statement of the Indian Navy, and right now the other big story is this massive escalations that's taking place in the war between Iran and Israel and the United States on the other side. An Iranian remote-controlled explosive boat. So this is virtually like a UAV of the seas, if I may. A remote-controlled explosive boat targeted a crude oil tanker in Iraqi waters, marking the first such attack on a vessel in Iraq's exclusive economic zone since the beginning of these operations 6 days ago. There's a massive spike in tensions. The Israeli army says it's completed the 12th wave. The Israeli armed forces, the Israeli Air Force, the army, they've completed the 12th wave of their strikes on Tehran, targeting the headquarters of Iran's Special Internal Security Units. This is in the Alborz province, along with targeting the Basij militia, the bases of Basij and internal security units of Iran. Iran has said in the past 6 days they've lost 1,200 people, including 175 young school-going girls and their teachers, killed in a massive strike, a missile strike that hit a school in Minab. In Israel, at least 11 people have been killed in Iranian missile attacks, and the United States has confirmed so far 6 American personnel are dead in the fighting that started 6 days ago. The war is also now spilling across the region. Lebanon has reported 77 lives lost in Israeli strikes, and these are missile strikes and air strikes. Casualties have also been reported now in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in Oman, and in the United Arab Emirates following drone strikes, missile strikes. They've been intercepted, but debris falling has claimed some lives. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps claims, and this is a big claim that's been made by Iran. Word just coming in, Iran claims it has shot down a US Air Force F-16E Striking Eagles fighter jet, a claim that the United States has flatly denied, calling it Iran's propaganda. The conflict is now threatening to widen further. Azerbaijan has accused Iran of a drone strike in which civilians have been injured, and this is a drone strike in an autonomous region of Azerbaijan at an airport. So this just shows the wide arc of this battle, and I quickly want to bring in my colleague Sandeep Unnithan for more on the story. Sandeep, the first reaction that comes in from the Indian Navy on the sinking of the Iranian frigate Iris Dana that was returning after that Milan exercise. Indian Navy's joined the rescue operations, but finding anyone alive now is virtually perhaps next to impossible.
Yes, Gaurav, and you know, that's the nature of submarine warfare. The fact that the ship was torpedoed late at night, early in the morning, actually at 5 a.m. On the yesterday. And the Sri Lankan Navy was the closest to the scene, and they rushed to the rescue, and they've rescued the 30-odd crew of the Iris Dana. And now it is the Indian Navy that was a little distance away. The Indian coastline is about 300 kilometers away from this region, from Gaul. So it's clearly the Indian Navy was on standby, because that SOS, that distress signal of the IRIS Dana would have been picked up by several navies in the region. And the navy that was closest would have responded, which was the Sri Lankan Navy, Gaurav.
Indeed. Was there anything else that India could have done? Because there are many questions that are now being raised. The Iranian ship had come for the International Fleet Review in India. It then stayed back for an exercise Milan, and then was on its way back. The ship was on her way back. It was in international waters off the coast of Sri Lanka. Is there anything that India could have done differently?
Not really, Gaurav. I mean, this is a full-scale war between Iran and the United States, and India is there. It's a neighbor in the vicinity, and you know, if there was, God forbid, another ship to go down, a United States vessel was targeted by the Iranians. If you look at it the other way around, India would do exactly the same. It would extend a search and rescue mission to go and locate those things, as we've done in the past. Now, this vessel was in international waters. It was far away from Indian territorial waters. It was in the jurisdiction of the Sri Lankan waters. EEZ, near the Sri Lankan EEZ, when it was targeted. There's very little that India could have done. Yes, we are the largest navy in the region, and but that does not mean that other navies will take our permission before launching military operations which they deem in their national interest, in the case of the United States, which is waging a full-on war with Iran. And they've targeted several such warships across the Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea, Gaurav. I mean, there's something like 20 vessels that have been down in very similar circumstances. There have been the Soleimani catamaran that was knocked out. All of these had crew on board and in the vicinity of several other nations. And yes, the point does remain that India is the main naval force in the region. It's the largest navy in the region. But when two countries have decided to shoot at each other, there's a full-scale war going on. There's very little that the Indian Navy could do except render assistance to the sides.
Big story coming in, and Sandeep, I want you to stay in with me on this big message that the United States of America is sending out. The United States has test-fired an unarmed Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile dubbed the Doomsday missile, and this amidst the escalating tensions in West Asia. So USA and Israel on one side, Iran on the other. Why should the United States suddenly be testing an intercontinental ballistic missile? And this is a nuclear-capable missile that was launched from the Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. The test designated to validate many aspects. So it was designed to validate, for example, reliability, accuracy, and readiness of America's land-based forces and land-based nuclear deterrent. Even though the missile carried no warhead, the Minuteman III is capable of delivering nuclear payloads across continents. It has a gigantic range of over 13,000 kilometers. So what's America's Doomsday missile all about? Let me now decode and break this down for you. So the Doomsday 3 or Minuteman III is an intercontinental ballistic missile. It has a range of over 13,000 kilometers. It can travel at the speeds of nearly 24,000 kilometers per hour. It's huge, this speed, and nothing can counter a missile at this speed. It weighs around 26 tons. The missile can carry multiple payloads. The current test was 2 payloads that, with pinpoint accuracy on the Marshall Islands, it was tracked, it delivered the payload 2. It's powered by 3 solid propellant rocket motors equipped with an advanced inertial navigation system designed for precision targeting even in very difficult conditions. And crucially, the missile is actually built to survive. It's built for survivability. It's capable of withstanding even nearby nuclear detonations. So this is like a huge second strike capability, or the system actually remains on a 24/7 operational readiness, performing a very critical pillar of United States nuclear deterrence. The question is, why would they test this missile and why now? Though officially there are reports that seem to say this test was planned a long time ago, long before the war that started 6 days ago actually started. Let's now take a look at some of the key details of the Doomsday missile test. The Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile was launched on the 3rd of March at 11:01 Pacific time, 11 in the night Pacific time. The test took place from the Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. The launch, designated GT-255, involved an unarmed Minuteman III missile. During the test, the missile carried 2 test re-entry vehicles designed to assess the performance of the system. The missile then traveled about 13,000 odd kilometers across the Pacific Ocean before reaching the target zone at an atoll in the Marshall Islands. And according to the US Air Force Global Strike Command, the launch had been scheduled a long time in advance. Years in advance, it was planned that this would be the designated test. According to the United States, it's not linked to any current global tension. The objective clearly is to test and verify the missile's accuracy and test the reliability of systems on board and systems on ground. This is one way to ensure readiness of America's nuclear deterrence. We get you more in this report.
Item 131, missile suspension released. Item 133, first stage ignition to missile.
Washington's Doomsday missile roared into the sky from the Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. Washington test-fired an unarmed LGM-30G Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile. A powerful demonstration of America's long-range nuclear capability, the Minuteman III is one of the most critical pillars of the United States nuclear deterrence. Even when unarmed, its capabilities remain staggering. The missile can strike targets over 13,000 kilometers away, traveling at speeds close to 24,000 kilometers per hour. It weighs around 26 tons and can carry multiple nuclear payloads. Powered by 3 solid propellant rocket motors, it is designed for rapid launch and extreme range. The missile remains on 24-hour launch readiness, forming the land-based leg of America's nuclear triad. Officials say the latest launch was meant to validate reliability and accuracy. The destructive potential of this missile is staggering. Modern warheads carried by the Minuteman III can be up to 20 times more powerful than the atomic bomb that destroyed Hiroshima in 1945. With the conflict involving Iran intensifying, the timing of the test is being watched closely across the world. Bureau Report, India Today.
Who can forget the devastating bomb attack, the nuclear bomb attack that took place, atom bomb attack in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945? Let's compare the US Doomsday missile with the bomb that destroyed Hiroshima in 1945. First, the weapon type, of course, is different. The Minuteman III is an intercontinental ballistic missile. The Hiroshima bomb was a uranium bomb, an atomic bomb. America's modern missile is the LGM-30G Minuteman III. The Hiroshima bomb was called the Little Boy and was dropped from an aircraft. The Minuteman III has been in service since the 1970s. The Hiroshima bomb was actually used on the 6th of August 1945. The Minuteman III was launched from an underground missile silo. The Hiroshima bomb was dropped from a B-29 bomber aircraft during the Second World War. The Minuteman III can travel over 6,000 miles. It traveled over 9,600 kilometers at speeds close to Mach 23. The Hiroshima bomb was simply a gravity bomb released from the aircraft. The weight of the missile is about 36,000 kilograms. The Hiroshima bomb weighed around 4,400 kilograms. Modern warhead carried by the Minuteman III is about 350 kilotons, which is perhaps 18 to 20 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb, which had a yield of about 15 kilotons. The US currently maintains around 400 Minuteman III missiles in its arsenal, while the Hiroshima bomb destroyed an entire city. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the Little Boy bombs were the first nuclear weapons ever used in war. Today, the Minuteman III remains a key pillar of America's nuclear triad. So let's try and make sense of this development and the timing of this. Sudhir Kumar is former Director General of the Defense Research and Development Organization and former MD of BrahMos Aerospace. Welcome. Sandeep Puneethan, my colleague, stays with me. Mr. Sudhir Kumar, your reading of America testing the Minuteman III in the middle of a war with Iran, would you see this as a routine test or would you see this as a major signal?
Good evening, Gaurav and Sandeep. Actually, there are a few more reasons to it. On the face of it, let us accept that the missile has become more than 56-year-old. So certainly it needs to be tested for repeatability and accuracy. And if we see the schedule, last year, United States Air Force Strike Command, they have conducted 2 tests. The first was in May, the second was in November. So now, if we see the schedule, it's almost every 6 months they have been testing it. So 6 months are over in the March. So they have conducted test in March. It looks, it is as per their schedule. But if we look deeply and, look in a warped manner, then I will think that it's a message to North Korea and China both. China to not do any adventure in Taiwan, and to North Korea, again, the same message. And
that's a very significant point you make, sir. And let me quickly bring in Sandeep Puneethan to elaborate on this. Sandeep, would you look at this test as routine, something that was decided earlier, or the timing? War with Iran, some statements coming from China. Is there a very clear message to China? Don't even think of getting involved here?
Well, Gaurav, I tend to go with what Dr. Mishra mentioned, the fact that it was a routine test. But then you have to look at the backdrop of, where this routine test comes in. Just a few days back, on the 5th of February, 2026, the New START treaty limit ended, right? Which means that for the first time since the 1970s, there is no limit on the United States and Russia to curtail their nuclear weapons. This is something that they've been doing from the 1970s, the USSR first and then Russia, that they would maintain a stockpile limit, about 1,500, 1,600 nuclear warheads, and both would verify each other's stockpiles. Now, Russia pulled out of that a few years back, but the US refused to ratify it in February when that expired. Now, the UN Secretary General has also said this is a very dangerous time that we are entering, that the 2 biggest nuclear powers do not have any mechanism of ratifying each other's stockpiles, and that there is no limits now on the kind of weapons that they can, stockpile. Now, the other thing is that, as you mentioned, Gaurav, this is the first time in history that the United States is being targeted by 3 nuclear-armed countries: Russia, China, and North Korea. So this is the first time, and there is a lot of consternation in the US strategic community as well about this development, that how this was allowed to happen. And the fact is that the US replacement for the Minuteman III, now the Minuteman is a missile system that's been around for ages, almost half a century. It was introduced in the early 70s.
Yes.
The replacement for the Minuteman III, which is the Sentinel, is yet to come. So they've had to extend the life of these missiles. They've had to extend the life of the warheads. Like many other items in the US arsenal, you never thought that you would need them now. And the world is talking increasingly about nuclear weapons.
And this is such an uncertain time.
Yes.
You know, Dr. Sudhir Kumar, the uncertain times that we live in, the aggression that we see from the United States, and the word of caution that comes from China. China and Iran are considered very close strategic partners. The amount of whether it's Chinese weapons that are provided to Iran or the Iranian oil that's given on discount to China, and more, China looks at Iran and areas around as a strategic foothold. Is the United States sending a message to North Korea and China, and perhaps obliquely even Russia, that do not try to interfere in Israel and America targeting Iran right now?
You see, if you see the development in the last 2-3 weeks, then there were many, the big aircrafts landed from China and Russia, both to Tehran. But I will not say it's a nuclear posturing. I would like to say that it's a routine test of the US Strike Global Command. You see, they have to finish off their inventory also. They have more than 400 missiles. And this is the only missile which they can launch from the land to land. So, of course, it's a message, I'll say it's an indirect message to China and North Korea to not intervene in the ongoing conflict in the Middle East.
Dr. Sudhir Kumar, before we let you go, what is it that we have? I mean, you've looked at the BrahMos, you've guided the BrahMos project and led it so effectively. But when we go from a supersonic cruise missile and from intermediate range ballistic missiles to intercontinental missiles, where are we there, sir?
No, you see, every country, they develop the weapons based on the threat perception. And what is our threat perception is within 6,000 kilometers. So we don't need to develop, as of now, an intercontinental ballistic missile. But at the same time, I would like to say that if we can develop for 6,000, we can certainly develop for 8,000, we can certainly develop for 10,000. The technology is available, but we really don't need 10,000 kilometer ICBM. We are a local, a middle power, and our strategic requirements are fulfilled by the present arsenal of intercontinental, I will not say intercontinental, but the ballistic missiles.
The intermediate range ballistic missiles. For joining me here on this India Today special broadcast in this part, Dr. Sudhir Kumar Mishra, many thanks. News just coming in. You saw images of India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri at the Iranian embassy signing the condolence book. India Today now gets you details of what the Foreign Secretary wrote in the condolence book. He wrote, and I quote, "Sincerest condolences on behalf of the government and the people of India. We pray for peace for the departed soul." Unquote. That's the message that we've been able to get. India, of course, always in favor of dialogue and diplomacy to address any issue. And the Prime Minister has said so in the past, whether it's the Russia-Ukraine conflict or Israel and Iran or Israel and Hamas and Hezbollah. It's through dialogue and diplomacy that a solution needs to be found. I quickly now want to cut across and bring into this conversation Amichai Chikli, Israel's Minister for Diaspora, who joins me on India Today from Jerusalem. Minister, welcome. When we look at the tensions that continue to rise in the region, Israel and the United States, they've carried out yet another wave of carpet bombing of Tehran, of Qum, of Isfahan, of Natanz and several other parts of Iran. And Iran says 175 children and teachers killed. An Iranian ship was sunk by the United States in the Indian Ocean region. 20 ships have been sunk so far in this battle. How long will the bombing continue, sir? When will things settle down? When will the US and Israel stop?
So first, I think we need to remember that what we're seeing now in Iran, this offensive led by Israel and the US, is part of a wider picture. It is part of a war that started and initiated by Iran and its proxies on October 7, with the killing, murdering, raping, and kidnapping of Israeli civilians. We're speaking about 1,200 casualties on October 7th. The day after October 7th, Hezbollah joined the war with no aggression from Israel, started to fire missiles. Hezbollah was created by the Revolutionary Guards of Iran. Okay, it's an Iranian proxy. Okay. 60,000 people were needed to evacuate their homes. We have fought for 2 years and still continuing to fight against Hezbollah. Then you have the Houthis from Yemen. We had no conflict with Yemen. We never had a war with Yemen. And they started to shoot endless missiles, drones to the heart of our cities. So what's happening now in Iran is a continuation of this war. And
okay, so you say, sir, it's a continuation of this war, but what are conditions of an off-ramp in your view? What conditions must be fulfilled for Israel and the US to stop bombing Iran? An off-ramp. What would be an off-ramp scenario in that the Israeli cabinet may have discussed?
So first, as I said before, we need to look at the bigger picture. We are now removing existential threats. We are seeing the aggression of Iran, not just against the state of Israel, but also against the UAE, against Kuwait, against Bahrain, against Qatar, against Saudi Arabia. So what we're doing now is to remove the threat that is coming from the ballistic missiles, remove everything that is regarding the nuclear plan of Iran. It might take several weeks. It might take more. I hope it will take less. But this is the main goal of this mission. And second, yes, I think it's the best also for India's interest to have a different regime in Iran, a democracy that will represent the people of Iran and will be aligned with the values that we share. We had Modi coming to Israel just a week ago. Yes. It was a super strategic and important visit with one of our strongest allies. India is one of the strongest and closest allies of Israel. We share intelligence. We share a lot of military technology. We know you're facing a very serious threat from the radical terror regime in Pakistan who's threatening India. And we are working together. And take a look, you have Pakistan, you have Afghanistan, and then you have Iran. We don't want this entire region to be governed by fanatic, lunatic Islamists. We need a different government in Iran. And I think it's in the interest of both Israel and India.
So when you speak of Iran and you speak of Pakistan, what are you implying, sir? Because Pakistan is a country where a radical Islamist terror state already has a nuclear weapon.
I'm saying that we are well aware of the situation in the region. We are well aware about the fact that after the withdrawal of US troops from Afghanistan, Afghanistan is now led by Al-Qaeda. Pakistan is very hostile to India and also governed by Islamists who also hosted and give a safe place for Osama bin Laden. We don't forget that, and we don't forget the attacks on Indian people. On Indian people recently, we saw the attacks coming from Pakistan, and we stand firm with India. So therefore, I'm saying that if you have Pakistan and Afghanistan, and then you have this Islamist terror regime in Iran, that's not a good reality. So we don't have any intention now to go on the offense on Pakistan, but I'm saying that a different regime in Iran will serve the interest of India itself.
Amikhai Chikli for joining me here on this India Today special broadcast. Many thanks, Minister for Diaspora Affairs in the government of Israel. But as tensions spike, this war isn't just restricted now to West Asia. An Iranian warship was sunk in the Indian Ocean region by a nuclear-powered American attack submarine, and that's seen as a major escalation. A US submarine torpedoed and sunk an Iranian frigate, Iris Dana, off the coast of Sri Lanka. Pentagon actually released images showing the warship in international waters, and Pete Hegseth, US Secretary of War, mentioned the Iranian warship was in international waters. It was being chased by or tracked by a US nuclear submarine, and suddenly there was a torpedo strike, and it just sent a lot of water and debris into the sky. 180 sailors were on board. Sadly, 80 are feared dead. Sri Lankan teams rescued some of the survivors. Iran condemned the attack as an atrocity at sea. The US says its naval campaign has already destroyed more than 20 Iranian vessels, signaling a sharp escalation in this widening conflict. US, of course, claims Iran no longer has a navy to speak of. Commodore Praveen Rajpal is a very well-respected former submariner joining us on this special broadcast. Commodore Rajpal, welcome. Sir, your reading of the US strike on an Iranian frigate in international waters, thousands of ships, I think 2,000 ships were sunk in the Second World War between 1939 and 45, but only this is the fourth in the last 80 years. Your reading of the strike, sir?
Good evening, Gaurav. Great to be on your show. Well, from the submarine point of view, it's a perfect hit. The crew would be very happy. They have managed to sink a ship, supposedly in a war. But was it correct legally? Well, there can be different opinions on that. The ship was in outside the territorial waters of Sri Lanka, about 40 nautical miles. So Sri Lanka had nothing to do with it. The main thing to be considered here is US had backed out of the Milan 26 a few days before actually giving their assent to it. They were probably tracking the ship. The ship, as per the open sources, had a crew of about 180, while actually it should take about 150. So 30-odd sailors were extra, probably taking part in the Milan and going back without any weapons. They probably could never have tracked the submarine. They could never listen to there was a submarine down below, and for the submarine to attack without any reasons, it remains to be, probably whenever there's a judgment on this, it'll come out that did they break the Charter 51 of the United Nations, or was it in any self-defense? The Charter 51 is very clear on this. First of all, there is no war declared by US on this.
Yes.
On Iran, they've just called it epic fury. It's a conflict. So it's not a war. Neither has Iran declared a war. So in such a scenario, was it correct on part of the submarine to do this? Again,
would you see this as a major escalation, and that too not in those territorial waters, but in the Indian Ocean region?
Absolutely correct, because, sinking an Iranian ship 2,000 nautical miles, 2,000 miles away from Iran is an escalation. And there is no doubt in that. But was it correct on their part? As I say, it remains to be judged by the historians whenever the question comes up few years, decade later. Was it a correct action on the part of the US submarine to do this or no? Why I say
Sir,
this again
how difficult is it to be in a nuclear-powered submarine compared to a diesel-electric submarine? One, for the benefit of our viewers, very quickly, the difference between the two on technicalities, the silence, the speed, the stealth, and life on board a submarine. How long would the submarine have stayed underwater for a mission like this?
Oh, so you're asking me difference between the two submarines, the conventional submarine and nuclear submarines? There's a huge difference. The conventional submarine runs on diesel engines. It needs to charge its batteries every 12 hours, 14 hours, 15 hours, for which it has to come up to snort, take in the air, run the diesel engines, charge the batteries, and go down again. The depends on how far it can go away from the coast, because the maximum endurance would be limited to about, say, 40-45 days. But for a nuclear submarine, the endurance is only a human being and the stores that it carries. So as I presume, a submarine here in Indian Ocean, a US submarine would have been away from the base port for more than 3 to 4 months. That's how a nuclear submarine operates. It was probably an SSN, a fast-moving submarine with torpedoes, and it did its job. As I said, the crew would be very proud of having hit a ship, but was it correct or no remains, I leave that question to the historians.
Commodore Rajpal, for joining me here on India Today. Many thanks. Now, moving on, you have Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, who's offered to help countries in the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, counter the threats that come from the Shahid drones of Iran. But remember, Ukraine is already in the line of Russian fire. Now, in an exclusive conversation with India Today, Finland's President, Dr. Alexander Stubb, he outlined what could well be the end game in the Russia-Ukraine war, and that's a big, big story that my colleague Geeta Mohan and I get you on this broadcast. Finland's President, Dr. Alexander Stubb, in an exclusive conversation with India Today, with Geeta Mohan and I, he said Ukraine has lost about 20% of its territory since Russia first set foot or seized Crimea in 2014 and then expanded in the war in 2022. But he insisted that any peace deal would not legally recognize this Russian annexation, but there could well be some kind of peace on the borders. Russia could perhaps retain de facto control of parts of territory under its control, roughly about 20%, but will not get international recognition for it. In return, Ukraine could receive European Union's membership, strong security guarantees from the United States and from Europe, and perhaps the largest post-war reconstruction package in modern history. So is that the outline for a peace proposal that's currently being considered? Finland's president said Russia is unlikely to win this war, pointing to massive battlefield losses. His assessment is 90,000 Russian soldiers have been killed in recent times, in the past couple of months. In a key remark, he said Ukraine may actually be more willing to consider a peace settlement compared to Russia, even as negotiations continue on what could well be the final framework. Let's listen in to Dr. Alexander Stubb, because he's very closely involved in ensuring peace prevails in the region. Do you think the Russia-Ukraine war, the focus on Russia won't be as much because resources that could have gone to Ukraine or should have been used in that conflict will now be diverted to West Asia?
Well, I think two of the things that Ukraine has needed from the beginning and continues to need. One is air defense, and of course we're seeing a lot of the air defense now in this part of the world. And the second one is missiles, both of which are needed. But we have to understand that Ukraine is in a much better position than they were a year ago. On the battlefield, I hate to use these numbers, but over 90,000 Russian soldiers dead in 3 months. They're not able to recruit as many as they lose on the battlefield. Last month, Ukraine gained more territory back than Russia gained. I was in Kyiv on the anniversary of the war on the 24th of February, showing my strong support for President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people. They are in a much better place. And you have to understand that I come from a country which understands what's going on because the Soviets attacked us in the Winter War and the War of Continuation. So there's a strong affinity. And I'll be very frank with you, Finland would have never joined NATO had Russia not attacked Ukraine. So these are big things in our region. And the important thing is that we understand each other and what's going on.
But you did join the NATO.
Yes, definitely.
And now we see a very fragmented, disrupted, almost broken NATO in such...
I disagree fundamentally, but go ahead.
Is NATO really not facing an existential crisis
No,
here?
not at all. We're seeing the birth of NATO 3.0.
Sans America. Sans America, without
no,
America.
I don't think so. I think the United States is now shifting the burden when it comes to conventional warfare. And that's what we're doing. That's why we're increasing our defense expenditure to 5%. That's why Finland joined. That's why Sweden joined. So you had one of the most substantive armies in Europe. We have 1 million men and women that have done military service. We have 280,000 that we can mobilize at wartime. We have over 60 F-18s. We just bought 64 F-35s. So, and the list goes on. We have the biggest artillery in Europe together with Poland. And as I always say, we don't have them because we're worried about Sweden. We have them because we're worried about Russia. So what we're seeing is a rejuvenation of NATO and a burden shifting on the conventional side, but then the nuclear umbrella will still stay with the United States. So I'm not worried about the future of NATO at all. Quite the contrary. I think it was a strategic mistake by Russia to attack Ukraine because it strengthened NATO.
But then it's gained more territory. And I mean, let me just give you the other side of the story. Both Geeta and I were in Ukraine when the war started, and we covered it both 2022, 2023. They've lost about 20% of their country. They've lost a large number of people. Economy is in tailspin. In all of this, does NATO have the stomach to continue supporting Ukraine at a time when America is engaged here? And would China be the ultimate gainer in all of this? Because a lot of resources are being spent either in Ukraine or in West Asia.
Well, if we start from the territory issue, remember that the war actually began 12 years ago in 2014 when Russia, against international law, annexed the Crimean Peninsula. So within the first few days of the war with green men and women, they gained 12%. In the past 12 years, they have gained 8%. In the past 2 years, they have gained 1%. That means that they're only advancing a few meters per day at a cost of human life, which to me is mind-boggling. And in some days, actually, what is happening is that for one Ukrainian dead soldier, there are 25 dead Russian soldiers. And as far as economy is concerned, I'm not worried about Ukraine. It just got a 90 billion euro loan from Europe. NATO is not involved, but the member states of NATO, like Finland, like Norway, like Denmark, are supporting Ukraine a lot. The economic problem is actually with Russia. Zero growth, zero reserves, interest rates of 16%, inflation double digits, and on top of that, a potential bank crisis. So I think the person who is more worried right now is President Putin. And if I may be very direct, what's going to happen is that Russia is not going to win this war, but it's virtually impossible for them to forge a peace because they know that they will look bad.
With Century HDF Premium Plus.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
Love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. Ye on the quality lifelong.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
Premium Plus by Century ProWood.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Nitish Kumar to be active in national politics, files Rajya Sabha nomination, Rahul Gandhi attacks India's stand in Middle East war, questions PM Modi's silence, Iran threatens to strike Israel's nuclear site if regime change attempted.
Welcome back. The governor of West Bengal, CV Anand Bose, has resigned. Sources in the governor's house have confirmed his resignation. The reason for the resignation hasn't been made public yet. We were told he's left the Lok Nivas and is on his way to Delhi. Politics is already escalating over his sudden resignation and this development. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, she's actually crying foul. She's taken to social media platform to X to say, and I quote, "I'm shocked and deeply concerned by the sudden news of the resignation of Shri CV Ananda Bose, the governor of West Bengal. The reasons behind his resignation are not known to me at this moment. However, given the prevailing circumstances, I would not be surprised if the governor has been subjected to some pressure from the Union Home Minister to serve certain political interests on the eve of the forthcoming state assembly elections." Union Home Minister just informed me that Shri R.N. Ravi is being appointed as the governor of West Bengal. He never consulted with me as per established convention in this regard, unquote. I quickly want to cut across and bring in my colleague Indrajit Kundu for more on the story from Kolkata. Indrajit, very sudden development. What brought about this and bringing in R.N. Ravi into Bengal just before elections? What's the signal?
Well, this is a huge political development as far as West Bengal is concerned. Initially, when the news emerged that CV Anand Bose has resigned, there was a lot of speculation as to what may have forced him to resign right now. The fact that Mamata Banerjee has now gone out proactively and to post on social media, and she's shared this, a bit of information that she has had a discussion with the Home Minister, and she's accusing the central government of taking a unilateral decision. And she has also announced that the Home Minister has already informed him that R.N. Ravi, the Tamil Nadu governor, will be taking additional charge of West Bengal. That clearly shows that this is not merely a resignation, but clearly a change of guard, that CV Anand Bose must surely have been asked to, tender his resignation, and therefore, there was a backup plan and somebody else was en route to take charge.
So tell me a little about the equation between Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and the Governor CV Ananda Bose, because earlier it wasn't very good with former Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar when he was the Governor of Bengal. But how was it with Ananda Bose, and how is it likely to be with R.N. Ravi coming in, considering the tensions we've been seeing between the Chief Minister and the Governor in Tamil Nadu?
Well, as I said, very, very crucial. The timing of it is very crucial. CV Anand Bose, he took over office in November 2022. So it's been about 3 years that he has been at Raj Bhavan. The Raj Bhavan, of course, has been at loggerheads with Mamata Banerjee. Mamata Banerjee government accusing CV Anand Bose of sexual harassment of a staff in Raj Bhavan. That case was registered. So there has been a lot of tug of war. But of late, what we've seen that Governor Bose has given in to a lot of demands made by this government, and there has been some sort of an amicable resolution of these differences. But that has triggered the Bengal BJP. Ever since CV Anand Bose took charge as the governor here in West Bengal, the West Bengal state unit of the BJP, and specifically the leader of the opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, has not been very happy with that appointment. Often they have been, seen where the BJP has raised certain issues, and they always accuse the governor of not being proactive enough. Not the kind of action that we have seen as far as his predecessor Jagdeep Dhankar is concerned. So right before the election, CV Anand Bose stepping down, and somebody who's coming in has an image of one who actually is always had a lot of confrontation with the Tamil Nadu government. So here, R.N. Ravi would play a very, very crucial role, and one would see the kind of tenure that he has had in Chennai. It does give in a template as to what is the kind of role that he might play as far as West Bengal is concerned.
And that too, just before the elections, you've been speaking to your sources in the Trinamool Congress, Indrajit. Your sources in the Trinamool Congress, how are they looking at R.N. Ravi coming in just before elections?
Well, I've been speaking to the Trinamool top brass, and in fact, the Trinamool second-in-command, Abhishek Banerjee, just a short while, a short few days back, in fact, he held a press conference where he had accused the BJP of trying to create a constitutional vacuum in West Bengal, trying to hit out over the SIR issue and saying that the BJP clearly does not want elections on time, and that's why this entire delay. There are 60 lakh cases pending for further adjudication, which the Trinamool believes cannot be done over the next couple of weeks. It will take a few months. So therefore, there is a sense within the unease within the Trinamool Congress whether the elections would be announced on time, whether they will happen on time, because if it doesn't, there will be a constitutional crisis. The Trinamool is accusing the BJP that they are using a section of the judiciary to create a political vacuum, because they believe there has to be a delay, because if the BJP fights the elections now, they are sure to lose. So that's the charge that the Trinamool Congress is...
stay with me. India has posted a mammoth total of 253 for 7 against England in the semi-final at Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. So to defeat England must be confined to under 252, not let them get 254. I quickly want to cut across to my colleague Nikhil Naz, who's been tracking every ball of the Indian inning. Nikhil, Sanju Samson actually began from where he left off in the last game. Brilliant batting from him, but now it's up to the bowlers and the fielders.
Well, that's right, Gaurav. I mean, first things first, this is a record total that you've ever seen in the semi-final of a World Cup. You know, big occasion. Many were talking about the Indian batting not really firing, Indian batting not looking like their fluid self that we had seen in the bilateral series. And guess what an occasion they picked to fire on all cylinders. So 253, it's a massive, massive total. It would require nothing less than a miracle by the English team to overhaul a total like that. As I said, is the highest ever total in a knockout of a T20 World Cup. It'll be the highest ever total chased by any team in a T20 World Cup encounter. These are things that don't happen. Yes, it's a good pitch to bat on, but once a team notches up the kind of total that India have, you have to say that it's almost game over for the team that will be coming out to bat. And let's not also forget the kind of crowd support that we are witnessing there in Wankhede. Not only is it a packed stadium, it's also celebrities galore, from MS Dhoni to Rohit Sharma to Bollywood stars like Ranbir Kapoor. Everyone, the who's who of the country are there to witness this particular encounter.
Can the fans now breathe easy? 253 for 7. Can we all breathe easy? Or does it promise to be a cracker of a semi-final and England has a fighting chance?
I would say you can breathe easy, Gaurav, because these kind of totals firstly are never scored. And then to chase a total down like this, I don't think you can ever see it in history happening, something like that. Yes, many will say history is there, to be broken. Records are meant to be broken, and that's something that the English team would like to hold on to. But let's not forget, a bilateral series, if it was a bilateral series with less pressure, I would have still said, okay, good batting pitch, England will give it a go. World Cup semi-finals brings with it so much more pressure, and that's why my admiration for this Indian team goes a couple of notch higher, because in big games, to be batting fearless, you can always talk about T20s, about playing fearless cricket. One thing is to say it, the other is to execute it at a stage like the World Cup semi-final. That's done. And a word for Sanju Samson. He showed us a glimpse with that knock that he played in 97 in a virtual quarter-final, taking India through to the semi-final, and once again, he steps up onto the stage. And the start that he gave the Indian team, everyone else, of course, chipped in, but that base was enough for India to notch up this record.
So now it's up to the bowlers and the fielders to ensure that we win. And of course, for the crowds to ensure the morale is kept high till we win. And then you and I come back and discuss this tomorrow. Many thanks, Nikhil, for joining me. We are now going to watch a lot of this great cricket. Lots more coming up. You stay here with us here on India Today. Quick break. Back with lots more. Stay with us.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जगह, नो टेंशन वहाँ।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
True love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. Ye on the quality lifelong.
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 161, Mumbai 103, Kolkata 163, Bangalore 96, Chennai 161, Hyderabad 181.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जगह, नो टेंशन वहाँ।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
बिहार के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने भी राज्यसभा में अपना नामांकन किया है। इसके साथ ही बहुत लंबे अरसे के बाद श्री नीतीश कुमार जी फिर से एक बार राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में राज्यसभा सांसद के नाते प्रवेश करेंगे। 2005 से लेकर आज तक नीतीश कुमार जी बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री रहे। उनका एक कार्यकाल एक प्रकार से बहुत यशस्वी रहा। ये कार्यकाल उनका बिहार के इतिहास में स्वर्णिम पृष्ठ के रूप में लिखा जाएगा। उन्होंने अपने शासनकाल में बिहार को जंगल राज से मुक्त करने का काम किया। इन्होंने बिहार की सड़कों को न केवल गांवों तक जोड़ा, बिहार की सड़कों की स्थिति को भी सुधार किया। इतने लंबे करियर में विधायक, सांसद, मुख्यमंत्री, केंद्रीय मंत्री रहते हुए उनके कुर्ते पर कभी दाग नहीं लगा। पूरा जीवन भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगने बगैर इतना लंबा राजनीतिक सफर शायद ही किसी राजनेता ने तय किया हो जो नीतीश कुमार जी ने किया है।
Presented by JK Smart Tire. Save fuel, stay safe. Co-presented by the all-new Kia Seltos. Badass forever. Powered by NSE. Enabling a billion dreams. Powered by Green Ply. हर जरूरत का reply. Co-powered by Generali Central Life Insurance. Your lifetime partner.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination news, newsmakers, talking points. Should India now call out the US-Israeli aggression, especially as the attack in the Indian Ocean seems to have become a wake-up call? What next in the West Asia war? Among my special guests tonight is a representative of the Israel Prime Minister's office. That interview coming up in a moment. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. India finally breaks silence over Ali Khamenei's death. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri signs the condolence book on behalf of the government at the Iranian embassy. EAM Jaishankar talks to the Iranian FM. At least 87 people dead after the US submarine torpedoed an Iranian ship off the Lankan coast. Indian Navy says it immediately launched search and rescue operations after Sri Lanka received a distress call. Leader of Parliament in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, accuses the Prime Minister of surrendering strategic autonomy after US attacks the Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean. The BJP hits back, says blaming India for it is illogical and misleading. Prime Minister Modi reiterates a call for peace amidst the West Asia war, says military conflict is never the answer, asserts solution can only take place through dialogue and diplomacy. West Asia's theatre of war expands after Turkey accepts Iranian missile. 2 drone strike Azerbaijan. Iran's armed forces denied targeting the country. China offers to mediate for de-escalation. Beijing to send a special envoy to initiate diplomacy to help ease rising tensions. China too says dialogue only way to resolve conflicts. A choked Gulf of Hormuz disrupts global oil supply. Trump says US Navy ready to escort tankers if necessary. Indian government sources say current position of oil and LNG stock is comfortable. Ahead of assembly elections, West Bengal Governor CV Ananda Bose suddenly resigns from his post. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee expresses shock, claims Home Minister Amit Shah appointed R.N. Ravi as the Bengal governor without consulting her. Ravi had got into tangles with the Tamil Nadu government. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar to step down as he files his nomination for Rajya Sabha. Decks cleared for the first BJP Chief Minister in Bihar. But let's turn to the story that's breaking at the moment. The Indian Navy has now issued a formal statement on the US attack on an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean. The Navy says Sri Lanka got a distress call from Iris Dena, the ship. Navy says the distress call came in the early hours of March 4th and we launched efforts to augment Lanka's search. Navy says INS Tarangini was deployed for aid. INS Ikshak also sailed from Kochi. Navy says coordination with the Lankan side is ongoing. Remember, this was a ship that was engaged in military exercise, naval exercises with India off the coast of Visakhapatnam only a few days ago. Shivani Sharma, who tracks defense, joins us. Shivani, the Indian Navy seems to be engaging in some kind of damage control because there's been a lot of criticism over the way in which this warship was torpedoed a few days after the exercise. Is the Indian Navy slightly on the back foot here, or is it putting all the blame in a way on America? Did they have any knowledge at all of American submarines in the area?
See, Rajdeep, the clarification has now come from the Indian Navy side in a formal statement that has been issued a while back, where they are saying that in the early hours of 4th of March, that was yesterday, they had this knowledge of the Iris Dena raising a distress call to Colombo, since it was in the area of responsibility of the Sri Lankan Navy. But certainly they joined the operation. They not only started patrolling with the P-8I, that is the long-range patrol aircraft that Indian Navy possesses. Mind you, that is also an American aircraft that is used by the Indian Navy for surveillance purposes. Not only this, another aircraft was pushed into action, 2 ships, the INS Tarangini that was in the close vicinity. And as per rule, whenever this kind of a distress call is raised, Rajdeep, no matter which country, no matter what is the situation, on humanitarian grounds, the search and rescue operations are to be taken up by the Navy. And that's what has happened here. That's what the Navy is now saying. That they
But did the Navy have any idea of this US submarine in our in close proximity?
That still remains a question, Rajdeep, because Navy has not said anything about this US submarine. But generally, whenever we've been asking questions about the presence of the foreign entities into the Indian Ocean region, the answer which we've been getting is that everything is being monitored. But yes, it is also clear that Navy has not said anything about its knowledge in this particular location about the US submarine. But yes, it is saying that it joined the rescue operations and they reached there at 4 o'clock yesterday. And since then, they are engaging in these search and rescue operations.
Okay, Shivani Sharma joining us with those details. I appreciate you being there at the top of the news. Okay. Remember, this West Asia war spilling into the Indian Ocean over the last 24 hours, and the diplomatic ripples that have been created have reached New Delhi. In fact, India has now broken their silence on the Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's assassination. It took 5 days. But the response came also after opposition had questioned both the submarine attack and why India was remaining silent on Khamenei's death. Clearly, domestic politics shadow is also now affecting foreign policy. Take a look at our top story.
5 days after the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei by US and Israeli forces was confirmed, India conveys condolences, its first official response on the assassination. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri visited the Iranian embassy in New Delhi and signed the condolence book on behalf of the government of India. In another diplomatic outreach, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar held a phone conversation with Iran's Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi reiterated that war is not a solution for West Asia.
केवल मिलिट्री कॉन्फ्लिक्ट से किसी भी मुद्दे का समाधान नहीं निकल सकता। यूक्रेन हो या पश्चिमी एशिया, हम संघर्ष की शीघ्र समाप्ति और शांति के हर प्रयास का समर्थन करते रहेंगे।
The statement comes a day after the United States sank an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean off the coast of Sri Lanka. The incident marks a dramatic expansion of the conflict and brings it closer to India's maritime neighborhood. The warship IRIS Dana was returning after attending naval exercise Milan conducted by Indian Navy in Visakhapatnam. The government's response follows criticism from opposition leaders, including Rahul Gandhi, who questioned the Prime Minister's silence and demanded clarity on India's position after Khamenei's killing. The opposition is also questioning the government over the American submarine attack on the Iranian frigate.
ये पूरा इंडियन ओशन के हम पहरेदार अपने आप को मानते थे और थे। अब हमारा मेहमान, मैंने शुरू में अतिथि देवो भव कहा था ना, हमारा मेहमान एक ऐसी एक्सरसाइज में हमारे निमंत्रण पर ईरान का ये जहाज अमेरिका ने ध्वस्त कर दिया, नष्ट कर दिया, उस पर हमला बोल दिया, कई जानें चली गई।
With the conflict widening from the Gulf to the Indian Ocean, India now finds itself walking a delicate diplomatic tightrope. New Delhi maintains strategic ties across the region. By calling for dialogue while keeping diplomatic channels open with Tehran, India is signaling a careful, calibrated approach. Bureau Report, India Today.
So let's raise the big question. Does India need to strongly call out the US-Israeli aggression? Is quiet diplomacy better than empty rhetoric? Can India stay neutral in this war? Is the US sinking an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean a wake-up call? Joining me now is Ashok Kanta, former Indian ambassador to China, joins me. Brahma Chelani, strategic affairs expert. He's been writing on this. Vice Admiral Satish Soni, retired former naval commander, also with us. I want to come to you, Admiral Soni, Vice Admiral Soni first. Let's start with the warship issue. I'll come to Khamenei later. But do you believe that this is an embarrassment to have a diplomatic military exercise being conducted just days ago? The ship is on its way back and then gets targeted by a US submarine torpedo. Or do you believe this is fair game? We are in war, and when you're in war, expect the unexpected.
Well, thank you so much, Rajdeep, for having me on your show. But let's get the fact of the matter straight. 3 Iranian ships participated in the International Fleet Review. In fact, at the anchorage, there was only one of them, the frigate, which eventually was sunk, that is INS Dana. And there were 2 other ships which hung around outside. They departed Visakhapatnam on the 25th of February. 25th of February, they set course down south. Indian Navy, I don't think, was aware. So many ships came, they departed wherever they had to go. So Indian Navy was not aware as to which is the next port of call. But apparently, there was a surveillance which was carried out by the P8I, and they found one of the ships off Colombo on the 28th of Feb. Apparently, the ship had 2 medical casualties to disembark in Colombo. I suspect that from the 25th, when they departed, to the 3rd, when the ship was sunk, these ships were hanging around in the sea lines of communication, either waiting for orders from the Iranian Navy as to what should happen, because it is quite illogical to sail into the war zone when you are not even armed. Or they were probably seeking refuge in one of the ports in Sri Lanka. I cannot say for sure what happened. Now, the Indian Navy got this information on the 4th of March at 9 o'clock that there has been a sinking and rescue efforts are on. Indian Navy diverted INS Tarangani, one ship, and sailed 2 ships from Kochi and had the P8I on task. And there were 4 Sri Lankan ships who were carrying out the rescue. Now, in case of whether this is an embarrassment or not, now Iran and US are at war. Now, when you are at war, there is a legal connotation to this. There are laws of armed conflict. There is international humanitarian law. Ships, naval ships of either side of the belligerents, they are qualified military targets. So to be able to say that whether this was a legitimate action or not is...
let me cut the chase, sir. Would India, what does it say that the Indian Navy was completely unaware of the presence of US submarines in the area?
Well, no Navy who has deployed their submarines in the Indian Ocean or whichever would divulge its position to anyone else.
But we have often claimed publicly that we have surveillance mechanisms across the region in the Indian Ocean.
No.
We have claimed that that this is our area of influence.
It may be our area of influence, but to have an underwater domain awareness of the entire Indian Ocean is virtually impossible. It is not possible for even the US Navy or any other Navy.
Even 40 kilometers away from the Sri Lankan coast.
It may be any time, but it is not possible for any Navy to have complete underwater maritime domain awareness. In fact, what you talk of underwater, even surface domain awareness, it is not possible. So therefore, we have these wide shipping agreements, we have satellite tracking systems, we have AIS responders on board ships, and that is to make out that to have as much maritime domain awareness as possible. And that is what we share with our littoral neighbors.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Okay, I take your point. Brahma Chalani, do you therefore go along that it's unfair to pin the blame on India? We may have had, at some level, a moral responsibility because they were our guests, but Iran and US are at war with each other. Therefore, the US could well claim, just as Iran is firing missiles at random targets recklessly across the Gulf, they've pinpointed and targeted an Iranian warship. Do you believe that the Indian Navy, therefore, can completely put its hands off and say this is a Sri Lankan, at best, a Sri Lankan Navy issue since they were closer to Sri Lankan waters? Certainly, there is no legal responsibility on India to be held responsible in any way for what happened.
Rajdeep, let's not talk about international law. First, the US has not declared war on Iran, despite conducting these strikes every day, hundreds of strikes every day, and yet the US insists that this is not war. Second, the US under Trump has trashed international law openly. Trump regards American power as legal authority by itself. As far as the laws of war are concerned, the Geneva Conventions, they impose a clear obligation. Once a ship is sinking, the attacking party must, as far as circumstances permit, search for survivors. The US submarine instead departed the area. The least the submarine could have done was to alert the Indian Navy so that the Indian Navy could mount rescue operation. The Indian Navy statement today talks about deploying assets hours after the Iranian frigate sunk in the Indian Ocean. But look at it from the broader Indian context. In the world of Indian diplomacy, the Indian Ocean region is considered India's primary area of influence. It is India's strategic backyard. India describes itself as, quote unquote, net security provider in the Indian Ocean region. The Indian Navy is supposed to be the guardian of the Indian Ocean. Yet, a foreign power...
Here you have the Navy Vice Chief telling us, look, you can't monitor every little... it's not possible to monitor the Indian Ocean like this.
But look at it this way, Rajdeep. A foreign power conducting a high-intensity torpedo strike so close to Indian waters in India's maritime backyard, wouldn't that raise concerns in New Delhi? The fact that Iris Dina had just departed from India's Milan naval exercise in Visakhapatnam highlights a grim irony. A vessel invited by India for a friendship exercise was destroyed by India's major defense partner, the US, shortly after leaving Indian waters without India being informed about it. There was no coordination with India. What does it show? What does it show? That the US has effectively ignored India's role as a regional security provider. And there are larger questions because India has signed all the 4 so-called foundational defense agreements with India, like Limao, Comcasa. And the question today, the one question that we shouldn't ignore is that under these two military pacts, Comcasa and Limao, India and the US share sensitive maritime data. If the US attack submarine used shared data to locate and sink this Iranian frigate that had just departed Visakhapatnam, it would represent a foundational breach of the US-India defense partnership. So, there's a certain message the US is delivering to India, that we don't care about India, about its regional role. We don't care about Prime Minister Modi's vision of Mahasagar, that we will do what we think is appropriate. As the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said, that we don't care about laws of war, and that we will pursue our war with no mercy.
Right. Okay, those are very strong words coming in from you, Brahmachari or Chelani, almost suggesting that this strikes at the very heart of the US-India defense partnership. You mentioned Geneva Convention. Geneva Convention 1949, Article 18. After each engagement, parties to the conflict shall without delay take all possible measures to search for and collect the shipwrecked, wounded and sick, to protect them against pillage and ill treatment, to ensure their adequate care and to search for the dead and prevent their being despoiled. The Geneva Convention Article 18 says, whenever circumstances permit, the parties to the conflict shall conclude local arrangements for the removal of the wounded and sick by sea from a besieged or encircled area, and for the passage of medical and religious personnel and equipment on their way to that area. So India could claim they've subsequently followed Geneva Convention. But Ashok Kanta, it seems to have within 24 hours, this strike on an Iranian warship almost ensured that India has made a reach out to Iran. There's been a conversation between Dr. Jaishankar and his Iranian counterpart, and Vikram Misri, Foreign Secretary, has gone and signed the condolence book, condoling the killing of Ali Khamenei 5 days after he was assassinated. There were questions over India's silence. Has India finally been forced to speak out because of what happened?
Well, Rajiv, I would not like to see it as a cause and effect kind of situation. What happened in case of Iris Dena is deeply troubling, no doubt about it. It's problematic on many counts, as Professor Brahmachelani has also brought out. One, as mentioned, here was a warship which was participating in an Indian, goodwill naval exercise on its way back, clearly in a non-combatant role, and it's being hit like that. There are, apart from legal issues, there are serious, strategic signaling to India that what is happening in our immediate periphery, USA doesn't quite take into account. From legal point of view also, you referred to Article 18 of Second Geneva Convention, which has clearly been violated by US submarine. At the least, it could have alerted Sri Lankan Navy and Indian Navy, even if it didn't want to surface to help, the stricken Iranian sailors. Equally important from our point of view, it is in violation of Article 58 of UNCLOS. This incident took place within exclusive economic zone of Sri Lanka. And our reading of Article 58 is that no such military activity can be undertaken without due regard being taken of interests of coastal state, essentially consent being obtained. USA has a different reading, no doubt about it. I'm aware of that. But India, almost entire global south, abides by interpretation I just referred to. That was also violated. But bottom line is that what has been done in a way is a part of pattern of behavior. where USA engages in activities in India's neighborhood, whether it be in Pakistan, whether it be in Bangladesh, whether it be in coastal waters, EZ of Sri Lanka
with due regard, where
our concerns.
No, so where does this leave the US-India strategic partnership? Where does this, as is being suggested by Brahma Chelani, we have this defense partnership, and yet US has completely disregarded in a way the Indian Navy or Indian government concerns, gone ahead, torpedoed an Iranian ship which was our guest, which was a non-combatant in that sense. And are we saying that we just can throw our hands? Yesterday I had Admiral Prakash on the show, Arun Prakash, former naval chief, and he said India must show its displeasure. Ashok Kanta, can India show its displeasure today to America?
No, there are different ways of conveying displeasure, whether we do it publicly or we do it privately. But I think our deep concerns in this regard ought to be shared with Washington, D.C. Because, this is something which is clearly not acceptable. I would not like to link this incident, its aftermath, with position we have taken on, condemning, not rather condemning, but expressing our condolences on assassination of Iranian supreme leader. Which
but it took us 5 days, sir. With due regard, Mr. Kanta, it took us 5 days. It took us 5 days to break our silence.
Yes, which has its own message. And but I don't want to comment on that. There are considerations that my serving colleagues and political leadership of the country has to take into account. As private citizens, we can comment on it. That's a different matter altogether.
Okay. Brahma Chelani, are you surprised that do you see some kind of correlationship between what happened to the Iranian warship off Sri Lanka's waters and India now signing that condolence book and making it clear that they condole at the passing away of Ali Khamenei? 5 days, there was no such comment being made?
There is a connection, Rajdeep. The Indian government is facing pressure both internally and externally. Let me first describe the external pressure. The US wants India to activate LIMOA, the military pact, to support US naval assets operating in the Indian Ocean. If India allows the US to refuel or repair its ships involved in the strikes against Iran at Indian ports, it would effectively end India's claim of neutrality. If India provides logistics, that is food, water, fuel, to the US 5th or 7th Fleet under LIMOA right now, India will be seen as a logistical accessory to the US war effort. And domestically, as the opposition attacks the government on different issues, there is pressure, at least there is political pressure from the opposition to suspend LIMOA while the war rages. But LIMOA and COMCASA are the two main agreements out of the four that are at the heart of the current dilemma that the Indian government faces. Let's look at it. Let's look at it in a larger light. That what this particular episode, that is the sinking of an Iranian frigate, has highlighted, it is that India needs to reduce its reliance on Washington. As Ambassador Ashok Kanta has very rightly pointed out, that in India's immediate neighborhood, whether it's Bangladesh, Myanmar, Pakistan, Iran, or the Indian Ocean, the US and India are not on the same page. In fact, the US is working against India's vital interests in India's own neighborhood. So India's reliance on Washington needs to be tempered. That's the message.
Okay. I want to get a final word then from you, Admiral Soni. Do you believe that the Indian Navy, in a sense, also needs to relook at this entire engagement with the United States? If the United States is going to take India and the Indian Navy and our defense partnership for granted, where does it leave us?
India has started its engagement with the US Navy from '92. From then, our dependence on the US arms industry has only slowly been increasing. We, in return, get state-of-the-art equipment, which has helped us a great deal. And now we are into technology transfer partnerships. So there is much to gain from the US, there is no doubt. How this works in the greater geopolitical matrix and political affiliations and dependence thereof is something for the political leadership to decide. But Indian Navy has certainly gained a lot, but I am sure that we are not fools and we calibrate these associations, very critically, and we don't want to become over-dependent. There is a lot of emphasis which is given on indigenization, especially in the Indian Navy. We are building ships which have got up to 88% of indigenous content. So I think we will continue to have engagement with the US Navy, that there is no doubt. Let us not get very passionate about these things. But of course, we have to have a
The
firm
question is whether we have to draw some lines, now with the United States, and maybe this episode says there are certain red lines that cannot be crossed. And maybe that's the message in a way that needs to be given even to the United States, which is unofficially at war with Iran, but officially has not declared war as yet. I appreciate my guest joining me here on my top talking point. Much for the Indian government and in the Indian Navy to reflect upon. Let me give you, though, the update on day 6 of the war between the United States, Israel and Iran. Let's take you through the top developments. Israel's ambassador to the US has said that Israeli forces successfully struck Tehran's missile production sites and launchers, shot down a Russian-made Iranian warplane with an F-35. Fresh explosions reported across Tehran as Israel continues with its bombings. Azerbaijan has placed its troops on high alert, placed them on the Iranian border after 2 drone attacks struck an airport terminal building and near a school. Baku claims Iran is behind the attack, and its ambassador, Tehran, has refuted those allegations. Iran, meanwhile, continued to strike Gulf nations in retaliation to the US-Israel attacks. In Abu Dhabi, 6 people were injured by debris from an intercepted drone. Tehran says it has also struck an US oil tanker in the region. The president of Iraq's Kurdistan region, Nakhchivan Barzani, has said that the autonomous region would not become a party to the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East. He made these remarks during a conversation with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Hundreds and thousands of Americans and Europeans have left the Middle East as Iran continues to target any establishment with links to the US and its allies. So our focus on Israel, and we have a special guest joining us. Okay, joining me now from Israel, a special guest, Shosh Bedrosian, is spokeswoman for the Foreign Media Office of the Prime Minister of Israel. Appreciate you joining us, Ms. Bedrosian. I want to ask you at the very outset, we are in day 6 of this ever-escalating conflict that the US and Israel is waging with Iran. Do you have any timeline in mind? Is this now going to take weeks, as many fear? The US president says 4 weeks and more.
Sure. So Prime Minister Netanyahu has made it clear this could take some time. Remember what we are dealing with. We are dealing with a regime who has been in place for almost 50 years now, 50 years of tormenting the people of Iran, limiting their rights, having no free choice, women having no rights at all. We're dealing with a regime that has called for the annihilation of the state of Israel and the United States as well. So we are targeting them to ensure that the people of Iran can take matters into their own hands, ensure and create this pathway that they can create their own destiny and take destiny into their own hands and make something of their lives. So in terms of a timeline, the Prime Minister made it clear it could take some time.
Okay, let me break down what you've just said. Sometime. What does sometime really mean? Because we're told that your Secretary of Defense, your Defense Minister, has spoken to the US Secretary of Defense, Peter Hegseth, and Mr. Hegseth reportedly told him, keep going to the end. We are with you. Now, what is this end? When you say sometime, what is the end game here, ma'am?
Well, I'm glad you brought up the United States, because Israel and the United States are working closer than we have ever worked before. We have made historic gains together in this operation, Operation Roaring Lion, to take out the regime, their military capabilities, in addition to their ballistic missile capabilities, any defense capabilities that they might have. So in terms of the collaboration and the cooperation between the United States and Israel, this is unprecedented. In terms
it cooperation or collaboration, or is it Israel leading and the US simply following the the playbook of Israel. Remember, there was a New York Times article 2 days ago, ma'am, which said that it was Netanyahu who pushed President Trump into this war. So is Israel now going to direct the timelines of this war? You said sometime. I come back to it. Is Israel going to decide, or is the United States going to decide?
Well, a report like that is just simply outrageous. The Prime Minister has addressed this, and he's made it very, very clear. No one can push President Trump to do anything. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are clearly very, very, very much aligned in terms of taking down this threat, a threat that has called for the annihilation of both of our countries. And look now, you can see that Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, is now targeting countries across the region, the Middle East, in addition to a European country, Cyprus as well. This is not only a threat to us. So in terms of your question of cooperation together, it is unprecedented. We are working hand in hand together. Both of our armies are incredible.
But to what end game? Ma'am, you're working hand in hand. I take your point. To what, ma'am, sorry, to what end game? What is the end game? Nobody is clear on what is the end game. You're telling me that you want the people of Iran to rise. I mean, surely Israel and the United States cannot decide what kind of a government Iran wants. The people of Iran will decide.
And that's absolutely correct. And that's exactly what the Prime Minister has said. The people of Iran need to choose, and they need to have that ability to choose. Now, what we are doing is creating the pathway for the Iranian people to take their destiny into their own hands so that they can choose. So what does that take? That takes taking out this Ayatollah regime, a regime that has limited these people, these talented, brave people, for 50 years, living under oppressive terms. Like I said, going back to women's rights, women having no rights, no freedom of choice, no choice of who they can even elect as their leader. In addition, the Iranian people have suffered for 50 years in terms of not having water, electricity, access to basic necessities. And why is that? That's because the Islamic Republic of Iran has funneled billions of dollars in exporting terrorism, in creating ballistic missile programs and nuclear programs designed to annihilate any Western country, United States and Israel. The people of Iran have suffered, and the United States and Israel are working and making sure that the conditions for the Iranian people are paved so that they can take matters into their own hands for their future.
So presumably the end game is to create those conditions where you say the people of Iran can take matters in their own hands. But the fact is, ma'am, in the process, we are having hundreds of casualties, including of innocent people. There was this attack on a school. More than 160 young girls died. I mean, would you concede that that is unacceptable, that you've ended up killing young girls in a school? Is this the price of war that is going to be have to be paid?
Well, let me tell you, I'm glad you brought that topic up, because the Islamic Republic of Iran actually misfires about 30% of the time. And the only reason why you actually know that report that came out is it came out from Iranian state media, which who controls that? The government, a government who has been oppressing their own people.
Are you saying the government fired a missile are you saying the school kids were hit in a missile fired by Iran? Is that your stated position? I thought there was an investigation.
There is an investigation, and I'm just telling you what some possible outcomes could be. The IDF is, of course, investigating anything like this, but I'll make it very, very clear, and the Prime Minister has said this just the other day when the Islamic Republic of Iran targeted our civilian population on a daily basis. He said that it's very clear Israel targets the terrorists inside of Iran and not the civilian population. We will do anything to ensure that the civilian population in Iran is protected, and that this is not a war and this is not an operation with the Iranian people. This is strictly to take out an Ayatollah regime who has been
But in the process, hundreds of casualties, ma'am. In the process, there is destabilization, and we still don't know what kind of regime, if at all there is to be a regime change, what kind of a regime will have. Is Israel and the United States arrogating for themselves the right to decide what is a regime acceptable to them, and in the process creating global destabilization of an unprecedented nature across West Asia and the world?
Well, I can't comment on any reports that are coming out of Iran propagated by the IRGC, because how can you believe an oppressive regime who massacres their own people? You and I both saw those horrific videos that came out in January and in February of up to 30,000 protesters murdered by the Iranian regime because they took to the streets protesting their own government. Now, in terms of, you mentioned destabilization in the region, the only thing that has been destabilizing the Middle East is Iran. Why? Because Iran has been exporting terrorism to Western countries for 50 years now. They have created 3 proxies that surround the state of Israel: Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas. What happened on October 7th? We had a massacre of our own people by Hamas, a terror organization funded by the Islamic Republic of Iran, supported by them, trained by them. Their weapons are from them. So in terms of any destabilization, the Prime Minister has made it very, very clear that taking out the Ayatollah regime will only allow and could create the conditions of peace finally in this region, peace we have never, ever seen before.
But you see, what we are hearing, you're saying Israel wants to take out the Ayatollah regime, which you believe has heaped misery and is a cause of destabilization and exporting terror. The US president says this is about Iran's nuclear capabilities. Now, the IAEA has made it very clear that there was no imminent threat that Iran was going nuclear. Now, this whole doctrine of imminent threat that has led you to make this response is under a cloud. How do you respond? What is the actual provocation that led Israel at this very moment to take this stand? There is a belief that Benjamin Netanyahu has been pushing every US president to do this for 4 decades, for several decades, and finally found an ally in President Trump. But what is this imminent threat that Iran posed that has led to this kind of an attack, ma'am?
Sure, that's a great question. And Prime Minister Netanyahu has laid out why this attack and this operation needed to be carried out right now in a very urgent manner. That's because after Operation Rising Lion back in June and Operation Midnight Hammer with the United States in order to take out Iran's nuclear capabilities, we noticed and we saw that the Iranians were actually creating new underground bunker sites, working to expand their atomic bomb program, their ballistic missile program, saying and doing the complete opposite. So can you imagine that if we had to wait 3-4 years to create to do an operation like this, to not only protect the region, protect the Iranian people for taking matters into their own hands, it would be a very, very dangerous Iran. And that is why the United States, President Trump, and State of Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu, saw that this was imminent. It needed to happen now because we knew what they were doing. They were building brand new sites.
But that's not what the IAEA
why
says.
do they have these sites?
Madam, the IAEA says they have found no evidence that Iran is running a coordinated program to build a nuclear weapon. Is the IAEA lying, or are the United States and Israel lying? Because is this Iraq 2003 and the weapons of mass destruction lie all over again? You are looking for an excuse to target Iran, and Iran claims that they are retaliating only in self-defense. If a country is attacked, its territorial sovereignty is attacked, they will retaliate.
Well, I haven't seen those reports, and I'm not going to comment on what any other organization says. I'm here to provide you what the State of Israel's response is, in addition to the United States, and how we are working extremely hard to ensure that the people of Iran have the conditions to take matters into their own hands, but also for us to neutralize the threat of the Islamic Republic of Iran, to ensure that the Islamic Republic of Iran has no more weapons of mass destruction, has no more weapons to fire into our communities. You mentioned before that people are under attack in Iran. I'm not sure if you've seen the videos of people in Iran welcoming this cooperation between the United States and the State of Israel to free them from the oppressed regime.
I take your point, but I've also seen, ma'am, videos of people mourning the killing of Ali Khamenei, which is clearly a political assassination, targeted assassination of a head of state. I've seen those videos as well of people mourning.
Sure. I'm glad you brought up the Ayatollah Khamenei. And he is dead. He is dead because of our joint operation. He is someone who is behind. He is the leader behind the mass murder of up to 30,000 100,000 protesters, a leader who has led his country into economic despair, a leader who has allowed these proxies around Israel to target us on a daily basis, to pledge to annihilate the state of Israel from Hamas in Gaza, from the Houthis in Yemen, and their number one terror proxy and Hezbollah north of Israel in Lebanon. Ali Khamenei has been the number one person in Iran to ensure that Israel is threatened. We are surrounded by proxies, that terrorism from Iran is exported to other regions around the world, threatening Europe, the United States, Israel, and other countries
does that mean that
around the world, as I said.
You believe that's the justification for the assassination of a head of state?
I'm just outlining for you who Ali Khamenei is, and I'm glad you brought it up because people need to understand who this man was and the damage that he did not only to the innocent people of Iran, trying to change their government because they know how oppressive it is, limiting the rights of these people, but also the danger he posed to the United States and Israel, specifically here in Israel.
I come back to my final original question, which is the end game. What is the end game, ma'am? You say that this could take some time. Now, is there any timeline at all? Because a protracted war clearly is not what the United States wants. At least that's what reports from the US say. Is Israel simply now going to use the military might that it has and is the aim to completely obliterate this regime and then have a regime which is completely conducive to what Jerusalem and Washington want? Is that the end game?
Well, look, nobody wants a prolonged war. The Prime Minister has made that very, very clear. In addition to President Trump, what we are strictly working to do here is to remove the immediate threat that the Islamic Republic poses to both of our countries. Their nuclear capabilities, ballistic missile capabilities, taking out their defenses, and their senior leadership who has worked tirelessly to oppress their own people, to cause absolute mass harm to American citizens, European citizens, and Israeli citizens on a daily basis. I want to walk your viewers through and your listeners right now. We have been in war because of an Iranian terror proxy starting on October 7th, Hamas. They launched a brutal war on us, taking more than 200 people hostage, murdering, massacring more than 1,200 people. We are here because of that Iranian proxy, Hamas. And that is the start for the last 2 years for the Israeli people. And the Israeli people are brilliantly resilient, remarkably resilient, going through 2 years of war because the Islamic Republic of Iran continuing to export terrorism and destabilize the region. I'll use one of your words for that one.
I'm going to leave it there. Shosh Bedrosian, spokeswoman for the Foreign Media Office of the Prime Minister of Israel. Appreciate you joining me. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Interesting there, the Israeli perspective. We try and get you all the various perspectives here on the news today in what is a rapidly developing situation. Up next, we'll bring you back home because ahead of assembly elections, Bengal Governor CV Ananda Bose has suddenly resigned. We'll find out why on the other side. Are we heading now for more Raj Bhavan changes? R.N. Ravi set to take over. Back in a moment.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. Nitish Kumar to be active in national politics. Files Rajya Sabha nomination. Rahul Gandhi attacks India's stand in Middle East war. Questions PM Modi's silence. Iran threatens to strike Israel's nuclear site if regime change attempted.
Okay, the big political story that's breaking this evening. The governor of West Bengal has resigned this evening. Sources in Raj Bhavan have confirmed it. The reason of his resignation is not known, but this has happened just before assembly elections are set to be announced within the next fortnight. Politics erupting over this sudden development. Chief Minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, crying foul and tweeting, "I am deeply shocked and deeply concerned by the sudden news of the resignation of Sri C.V. Ananda Bose, Governor of West Bengal. The reasons behind his resignation are not known to me at this moment. However, given the prevailing circumstances, I would not be surprised if the governor has been subjected to some pressure from the Union Home Minister to serve certain political interests on the eve of the forthcoming state assembly elections. Union Home Minister just informed me that Sri R.N. Ravi is being appointed as Governor of West Bengal. He never consulted me as per the established convention in this regard." So clearly R.N. Ravi, who's been in the line of fire with the DMK government in Tamil Nadu, even the Supreme Court had pulled up R.N. Ravi on more than one occasion. Indrajit Kundu is now joining me from Kolkata. Indrajit, R.N. Ravi set to take over C.V. Ananda Bose on his way out. Do we have any reason being given as to why Ananda Bose has dramatically resigned just weeks before elections in West Bengal?
Well, Raj, there's no reason coming out so far from C.V. Ananda Bose's quarters or the Raj Bhavan. But, of course, the fact that Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has now come out and posted on social media that R.N. Ravi is going to be replacing C.V. Ananda Bose, so that clears out the air that this was not just a general resignation, but it was, in a sense, removal of a governor for a new one. So, and already politics has started peaking up because the Trinamool Congress has gone on the offensive, saying that such a change of governor right at the fag end when there's an impending election, is it because the BJP is trying to delay the elections and create a constitutional crisis? Is it a sign of that? Because even Abhishek Banerjee, just a few days back when he was addressing the media, he said there are 60 lakh SIR cases which are pending right now for adjudication. And the Election Commission, in a sense, is literally running out of time. There are judicial officers who have been entrusted with this job to finish the SIR process. But unless it is done, how on earth can the Election Commission announce the election? So there is already a buzz within political circles in West Bengal that could there be a delay? Could there be a constitutional crisis in that case? There is a lot of apprehension that will there be precedence rule? That's what the ruling Trinamool Congress has just reacted sharply, saying that, it does indicate that the BJP is not confident heading into elections. So Mamata Banerjee will be out on the streets for a dharna over the SIR issue. One can only expect more fireworks over this issue as well.
Okay, Mamata Banerjee, we are told, is going on a dharna in any case tomorrow against this entire SIR exercise. So politics heating up in West Bengal ahead of elections. They're still waiting for an official statement from Ananda Bose as to the reasons for his resignation. The other big political story, Bihar's Chief Minister Nitish Kumar filed his nomination for the Rajya Sabha in the presence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP Chief Nitin Nabin, other NDA leaders. Nitish Kumar is now expected to resign from the Chief Minister's post on March 16th, and the BJP is all set to have its first Chief Minister in Bihar, with the top contenders including Nityanand Rai, Union Minister, and Bihar's Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary. But the Nitish era has slowly come to an end, with him exiting Bihar and moving shortly to the Rajya Sabha. Let me leave you with, though, a happier story of sorts. Weddings, celebrity weddings, cricket, Bollywood, big business, all coming under one roof for a wedding that looks straight out of a power-packed guest list. Sachin Tendulkar's son, Arjun Tendulkar, marrying an entrepreneur family, Sania Chandok, in a ceremony in Mumbai. He comes, of course, from Indian cricket's most celebrated household, and Arjun now begins a brand new innings, this time off the field. We wish him well, and I leave you with that story and those pictures from the latest celeb wedding. Thanks for watching. Stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubhratri. Jai Hind, Namaskar.
India's cricket royalty celebrates a big family moment. Master blaster Sachin Tendulkar's son Arjun ties the knot. Arjun Tendulkar married entrepreneur Sania Chandok in a grand ceremony in South Mumbai, turning the evening into a dazzling gathering of cricket, Bollywood and business powerhouses. Arjun Tendulkar, who has played domestic cricket for Mumbai and Assam, featured in the IPL for the Mumbai Indians, grew up under the spotlight of Indian cricket. Sania Chandok, meanwhile, has carved her own path as a successful entrepreneur running a thriving pet spa chain. The wedding took place at the St. Regis, Mumbai, where the Tendulkar family hosted a reception. From World Cup heroes to Bollywood legends, the guest list read like a Hall of Fame. Former Indian captain MS Dhoni arrived with Sakshi Dhoni, while head coach Gautam Gambhir joined the celebrations with Natasha Jain. Cricket stalwarts including Sunil Gavaskar, Rahul Dravid, Anil Kumble, Ravi Shastri and World Cup winner Yuvraj Singh were also spotted at the venue. And it wasn't just cricket royalty. Bollywood's biggest names also turned up for the celebration. The Bachchans and Shah Rukh Khan blessed the newlyweds. Arjun and Sania's journey from family acquaintances to friends and finally lovers was quietly sealed with an engagement last August. That story reached its biggest milestone on Thursday as a son of the god of cricket began a brand new innings. Arjun Tendulkar and Sania Chandok are now officially married. Bureau Report, India Today.
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 161, Mumbai 103, Kolkata 163, Bangalore 96, Chennai 161, Hyderabad 181.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
इसकी गूंज, इसके इम्प्लीकेशन कई वर्षों तक रहेंगे। रही बात हमारी लीडरशिप की, हमारी पॉलिटिकल एंटिटी की, तो हम संघर्ष करेंगे। आमने सामने की लड़ाई है। अब तो कहने के लिए भी नीतीश जी नहीं बचे, बीजेपी ने उनको गायब कर दिया। और ये क्षण ऐसा है जिसमें आपको मैं एक बात कहूं कि बिहार की धरती में इस तरह के प्रयोग महाराष्ट्र की तरह सफल हो जाएंगे, इसमें मुझे शंका है।
बड़ा राजनीतिक अपहरण इतिहास में कहा जाएगा कि जिस तरह से आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी को हटाने का, कुर्सी से बेदखल करने का प्लान बीजेपी ने तैयार किया, ये कभी भी लोकतंत्र के लिए ठीक नहीं है। अब ये तो स्पष्ट दिख रहा है कि सहयोगी दलों के साथ क्या रवैया रहता है भाजपा का।
Co-presented by the all-new Kia Seltos, badass forever. Co-presented by Hint, thermals for all, बड़े आराम से.
Good evening. The United States and Israel say their precision campaign under Operation Roaring Lion and Epic Fury has struck deep into Iran's military spine, missile silos, IRGC command hubs, and strategic infrastructure around Tehran. The message is unmistakable: degrade Iran's ability to escalate.
That's right, but Iran has responded in kind. Missile barrages have punched through Israel's air defenses over Jerusalem, reminding the world that even the most sophisticated shields have limits.
And the battlefield has widened across West Asia. The human toll is mounting. Iran's elite establishment is shaken. Energy markets, Gulf shipping lanes, and oil prices have all been left impacted.
Into this volatile theater steps China. Beijing is now sending a special envoy to the region in efforts to de-escalate the war. But is this principled mediation or pragmatic protection of the oil lifelines that power China's economy?
Which brings us to the three questions that we are raising on the show tonight. Can Beijing's shuttle diplomacy cool a rapidly heating battlefield, or is it simply safeguarding energy security?
And can this war remain a contained regional clash, or does it draw in a wider network of proxies and powers?
And as markets tremble and diplomacy struggles to keep pace with the missiles, who blinks first in this high-stakes strategic stare-down? We'll discuss that on the show tonight, but first up, take a look at this report.
As tensions escalate between Iran and the West, China has stepped into the diplomatic spotlight. The Chinese Foreign Ministry has pushed for urgent negotiations and announced plans to send a special envoy to the region in an effort to revive talks.
China will send its special envoy for Middle East issues, Zhai Jun, to the Middle East in the near future to make positive efforts to de-escalate tensions. China believes that war and force cannot fundamentally solve problems. Dialogue and negotiation are the right path. Conflicts and differences should be resolved through diplomacy. China will continue to maintain communication with all relevant parties, including those involved in the conflict, strengthen mediation and build consensus.
China says its role will focus on facilitating dialogue rather than dictating outcomes. The special envoy is expected to engage with governments across West Asia to encourage talks and reduce tensions. But unlike Washington, China's diplomacy has long emphasized on economic partnership rather than security alliances. For China, regional stability in West Asia is directly tied to its economic security. China is the biggest buyer of Iranian oil and has long been diplomatically close to the Islamic Republic. Discounted oil, accounting for a significant share of China's seaborne crude imports, has helped cushion its energy security. In 2021, the two countries signed a 25-year-long strategic cooperation agreement, which included Chinese investment of up to $400 billion in Iranian energy and infrastructure. China sees Tehran as a critical link in its long-term geopolitical and economic plans. Tehran's willingness to transact in yuan and circumvent dollar-dominated financial systems align neatly with China's de-dollarization ambitions. With multilateral forums such as BRICS and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Iran functions as a willing partner in articulating a post-Western multipolar discourse. Iran also forms a key node in the connective tissue of the Belt and Road Initiative. But China's leverage for peace in the region goes well beyond Iran. China's footprint across West Asia has grown dramatically in the past decade. Through the Belt and Road Initiative, Beijing has poured billions into ports, railways, industrial zones and energy infrastructure across the region. Across Gulf nations, China has positioned itself as a major investor and trading partner. For the most part, China has over the years advanced incrementally through economic statecraft while avoiding the burdens of security provision. But the risk of a tactical setback in West Asia seems to be forcing China to step in beyond strategic partnerships. US's ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, told US media that the operation in Iran is also about securing energy for America and hurting China. The question is, can China really broker peace in one of the world's most volatile regions? Its mediation between Saudi Arabia and Iran in 2023 had established its credentials as a stakeholder capable of delivering dialogue where Washington could not. For now, the Chinese envoy may open the door to talks, but with the United States wary of a power balance shift, leading mediation would be a welcome challenge for Beijing. Preksha Jain for India Today.
Well, now we are going to explain to you what this war means, but how Iran can be helped and assisted. There's one key ally who's come in to not just condemn the attack, but also in terms of assistance, has been a long ally and friend, and that's China. But how can China really help Iran? Not many know that there's an entire train that runs from Iran to Tehran, to China, from Tehran to Yiwu. And it cuts through 10,000 kilometers of land from Iran to Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and then to China and vice versa, which means that there is a train route between China and Iran should they need it to transport not just basic necessities, but more than that. But the question over here is not whether China is willing to help, whether if the other countries in the region, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, whether they would be okay if this is the route that's used for ammunition, military supplies. Why do I say that? Is because we do know that Central Asia, erstwhile Soviet Union, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan have very strong ties with Russia, another important ally of Iran. But in the recent past, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan have also had good ties with the United States of America. They're cutting deals. They have done that on the sidelines of the United Nations in New York. And it is a huge amount that we're talking about. Will Trump allow them and their land to be used for military weapons and supplies to go to Iran is the big question. For now, Iran says they do not require any kind of military assistance. They can defend themselves. They don't need their friends and allies, Russia and China, but that's also because they do not want complexity for those two countries, especially Russia, that is in talks with the United States of America. So over here, the issue is important, but more importantly, the fact that there is a lifeline, a land lifeline that Iran has that goes from Tehran up to Yiwu in China.
And Geeta, we have Andrew K.P. Leung, who is international China strategist, joining us. But before that, there's a piece of breaking news that is coming in now. Donald Trump has now said that he needs to be personally involved in selecting Iran's next leader. In fact, Trump has said that Mujtaba Khamenei is most likely successor, but outcome unacceptable. So US President Donald Trump is now saying that he will be personally involved in selecting Iran's next leader. This is coming at a time when reports are suggesting that the US is constantly shifting its goalpost. Earlier, it was to destroy the threat which Donald Trump said was coming from Iran, and now the US president saying that this is about selecting the next head of Iran. Geeta, US constantly shifting its goalpost, and now US president, for him to say that he wants to be personally involved, what does it actually mean? A lot of confusion.
Well, also the fact that I don't know whether if President Trump knows the real system within Iran. If he's talking about a transition government, then he certainly will not be looking at a religious leader. He's talking about Mujtaba Khamenei and saying he wants to select and elect the next leader, who should then be replacing Masoud Pezeshkian, who is the sitting president of Iran, and not Mujtaba Khamenei, who is the next supreme leader, that is the religious leader of Iran. So there's a huge difference over here. I don't know whether if there is clarity on what President Trump really means, but I think he broadly, in a sense, means that he wants to be in control of who the next head of state of Iran is going to be, because if it is America, they would not be looking at the clergy and the civilian dispensation. They'd be looking at one government, and that certainly would be the head of state, which means replacing Masoud Pezeshkian and not considering a successor to Khamenei at all. Over here, Mujtaba Khamenei, who is the son of the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is going to be the religious head. He's the supreme leader.
So that's the distinction perhaps the US administration is not able to figure out, as most experts, foreign policy watchers have been saying that United States perhaps is not able to figure out and understand the ideological rooting of Iran, and that's why they are going ahead with constantly changing or shifting the goalpost. Andrew K.P. Leung is joining us from Hong Kong. Mr. K.P. Leung, let me ask the first question here. The question is that with China offering to mediate, the question would be, will Israel and United States accept whatever China has to offer?
Well, of course, Trump is a will of his own, and he started the war on the premise it's going to prevail using Americans' superpower status in the military, in the finance, in the US dollar, and is the largest trading partner. He thinks that he could prevail, and thinks he can dictate terms. Whether China can really broker peace remains, of course, uncertain. But on the other hand, it really depends on how the war is playing out between Iran and, of course, United States and Israel. The Iran's strategy is trying to of course, there is no match between Iran's military and the combined military strength of the United States and Israel. But then Iran is already prepared for this for a long, long time. A stockpile of missiles and very cheap drones serve the purpose of prolonging the war, spreading the war around the region in the hope of causing global chaos. And this global chaos is going to put a lot of pressure through various other countries, through the public, through other people on the United States to end the war. And in any case, a lot of the American electorate, they are not in support of the war. And least of all, the war has not been authorized by the American Congress. So I think that the hope of the debate is to put pressure. Hello?
Right.
Yeah?
Geeta, go ahead.
Yeah, is to put pressure on spreading the war on all fronts, causing major chaos around the world, and thereby putting pressure on the American politics to end the war.
Right. Andrew, if I could just ask you to weigh in on what China's role over here is, because we've seen the condemnation, but now we are seeing real diplomatic outreach and engagement. China has not only engaged with the Arab leaders, they've asked them to exercise restraint. They, in all probability, would also be looking at maybe sending supplies and help to Iran. What's your reading on China's role now emerging as a peacemaker?
Well, China's position is not as vulnerable as some sectors in the Western media portray, in the sense that China's, of course, is heavily dependent on oil from the Middle East. But as you outlined in your beginning, a lot of the oil does not have to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. It can pass through this direct Iran-China rail line. And of course, China built this rail line decades before. It became fully operational last year. And of course, China's a lot of the energy comes from Russia as well. And of course, Russians' energy doesn't have to depend on the Strait of Hormuz. Now, having been in this less problematic position, China, of course, has been a long-time ally with Russia and Iran, and this tripartite alliance was highlighted decades ago by the doyen of American foreign policy, the late Brzezinski, who was the mentor of Henry Kissinger. In his seminal book called The Grand Chessboard, on page 55, you can find a reference to this tripartite relationship as being an existential threat to American dominance. And this is part of the reason, because this tripartite alliance has always been on a thorn on the side of the United States, because it's a threat to the American dominance. And hence, this one of the reasons why President Trump is launching this war together with Israel. And of course, Iran has all this decades-long rhetoric of destroying Israel, of driving the United States out from the region, which does not help. But the situation now, of course, is changing. The United States is no longer the biggest customer of Middle East oil. China is. The United States has become the exporter of oil. So I think that all these dynamics translate into China having a relatively better position to broker a deal, bearing in mind President Trump's coming up visit to meet President Xi in a couple of weeks' time. And of course, the reason why President Trump was wanted to do that is because he could no longer bring China to heel in the same way as other countries, because China has found a very effective countermeasure against American coercion in the form of China's dominance on rare earth supply chains. So I think that all that plays into the China's initiative to take up a mediation role, because no other country is in a better position.
Right. Andrew, Mara, it's very rare to have somebody not just cite a book, but also the page number where he's citing the information from. Andrew, quite impressive. But in your appreciation, how do you see this war pan out? Because it seems like it's for the long haul. The Trump administration is just increasing number of days and weeks. How do you see it pan out? Because this is certainly going to cause a lot of pain points. What is your reading of what the pain points are going to be, and how long will it take for the international community to come out and say, stop the war?
Before President Trump put his foot down on going ahead of the war, in spite of the other contrary advice from his top military advisors, thinking that particularly the reference to the fact that American arsenal is getting a little bit thin because of the supply of the military armament for the war on Ukraine, and so the missiles and so on is not unlimited, and so some of the top advisors already mentioned this, but of course Trump overruled them and went ahead with the war because he thought that the war could be finished in a couple of days. Now. Iran already thought about this eventuality. Don't forget that Iran has always been attacked by the United States in one form or another. Particularly last year, it was a major bombardment of Iran. And of course, this rail line between Iran and China was built years in advance of this eventuality. And of course, the President Trump, he said he didn't like this chosen new leader. This shows he doesn't understand the history and the culture of the Iranian government. In fact, before Khomeini died, he already put in train a succession plan. Not choosing a particular leader, but successive leaders. If the new leader is taken out, there will be the same process will also generate another leader, and then it's not just one leader calling the shots. There are various other institutions in the Iran hierarchy. So that's
Andrew Kim, really appreciate your time, sir. I'm sorry I have to cut you here because we have to move on to another part of the story. The West Asia conflict is no longer just a battlefield story. It's rapidly becoming a full-fledged global crisis.
Well, energy routes are choking and oil markets are rattling. Not just China, major powers like Russia have also stepped in, urging restraint and pushing for talks before the crisis spirals further. Here is a report.
The war drums in West Asia are only getting louder. Missiles are flying, oil routes are choking, and global powers are stepping in with urgent warnings. As Iran and the US-Israel combined refuse to back down, diplomatic pressure is now building from the world powers to prevent the war from spiraling further. Russian President Vladimir Putin has issued a stark warning to Europe. According to reports, Russia could halt gas supplies to Europe amid a spike in global energy prices triggered by the Iran crisis. The warning comes as the EU considers banning purchases of Russian gas and LNG. Russia is pushing for US and Iran to resume negotiations as soon as possible.
We're looking forward to a peaceful resolution of contradictions. The US and Israel were preparing attacks. We've been in contact with the Iranian side, and we are hopeful that the attacks stop at the earliest and the negotiations resume.
The widening conflict has rattled global energy markets, sending Brent crude prices sharply higher amid fears of disruption. Analysts warn that even the threat to key shipping routes could push oil prices beyond $100 per barrel if tensions persist. With tankers facing delays and insurers reconsidering coverage, freight rates are expected to surge, while refiners in India are already exploring alternative crude supply sources to hedge against potential shortages. The Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical energy choke points, is just 33 kilometers wide, with shipping lanes barely 3 kilometers wide. Nearly 20 to 21 million barrels of crude oil pass through it every day, along with vital LNG shipments from Qatar. But the ongoing war has severely disrupted traffic through the strait, with Qatar halting LNG production and Saudi Arabia shutting down its largest oil refinery. But Iran remains defiant. Tehran has rejected calls for immediate negotiations, arguing that the negotiating table itself was attacked first by the US and Israel. So while diplomacy is scrambling to catch up, the battlefield continues to dictate the pace. With Geeta Mohan, Bureau Report, India Today.
And joining us now is Craig Kafura. He is the Director, Public Opinion and Foreign Policy, Chicago Council on Global Affairs. He's joining us from Washington, D.C. We also have Greg Roman, Director of Middle East Forum. Greg, I'm going to begin with you. Given the fact that this theater of war has expanded with newer allies joining in because their concerns are that they are being targeted and attacked by Iran, where is this all headed? Are you looking at a scenario perhaps in 1 or 2 weeks from now that each and every country in the world will have to pick a side?
I think we're looking at the possible evolution of a grand coalition that would mark Norman Schwarzkopf putting together a coalition against Saddam Hussein in 1991 and be put to shame. I mean, we have Gulf Arab countries right now. We have the Turkic bloc with Azerbaijan and Turkey. We have the Netherlands, Spain, the UK, France giving airfields to the US military. And frankly, what started off as a war initiated by Donald Trump and the State of Israel, the United States and the State of Israel, is now turning into a regional conflagration because Iran is making strategic mistakes. And frankly, I don't see the Chinese and the Russians getting involved, because at the end of the day, they'll do business with whoever emerges out of Tehran when the ashes fall and we end up seeing a new power in place.
Okay. Well, that's right. Let me take that to Craig. Craig, would you agree with Greg Roman over here, where he's saying that Russia and China will do business and they will not really look at the kind of assistance, because the only voices that we hear for Iran are coming from Moscow and from Beijing?
I think he's correct. I mean, and we've seen this in the past. So if you think back to when Russia invaded Ukraine, Ukraine and China had a long-standing, very warm relationship. But China has done essentially nothing to try to end that war. They have not tried to pressure the Russians. They have talked about wanting to facilitate peace in some of the same language that you've heard in the last day or two from Beijing. But I really can't see them stepping in and playing the kind of assertive peacemaking role that one of your previous guests was suggesting, simply because, yes, they will do business with whatever power or state emerges out of this particular conflict. The other, I think, real issue is that we're starting to see American public fears come true. In the Council's polling recently, conducted while these strikes were happening, Americans feared that the U.S. launching attacks on Iran would lead to a broader regional war, and that fear was held across party lines. And now we're seeing that start to play out with all of these strikes hitting various countries around the region. And how exactly they're going to respond, I think, is still a little bit unclear, partly because the political ends of this conflict seem very unclear. At first, it was about Iran's nuclear program. Maybe it was about their missile program. There's also been talk about denying them a navy or access to the oceans. And now there's talk about Trump needing to be personally involved in selecting the next supreme leader of Iran. It's going to be difficult for the Iranians to negotiate if the conditions are other countries picking their internal political leadership. I don't think that's going to work.
But Craig, when Donald Trump says that he wants to be involved and personally involved in selecting the next leader, and that Mojtaba Khamenei, who is at present the new supreme leader, is not acceptable to him, the question also is that if there will be negotiations and it will happen right at the top, then it has to be between Mojtaba and Donald Trump.
Right, and I think that he's been very clear, the president has been very clear about the aims of this war. It's not just about the nuclear program, it's not just about the missiles, it's not just about proxy forces in the Navy, it's about the individual who gives the order to pull the trigger on any of those programs. So if you just look at the derivative product of any aerial campaign and the attempt to have a decapitating strike, of course the United States needs to be involved with who's going to be negotiating on the other side. Because if that person does not accept the conditions that the U.S. put on Iran, which justified them launching this war, my belief is that that person would be, ad nauseum not being able to be selected to even negotiate with the U.S. So in fact, because the U.S. has set these goals, because whoever's sitting on the other side of the table must accept these goals as well, that in fact is at least Trump, prior to making his statements about Mojtaba Khamenei, effectively saying, we will decide who will do this because we're going to dictate the policy that they have to accept. And frankly, we're at a point right now where there is millions of Iranians, not just inside the country, but also outside the country, who are saying, we will accept a leader that fits President Trump's conditions, but that's not going to be someone who's in a line of succession or hereditary successor associated with the former Ayatollah. I think the president's on the right path. And I think, frankly, that we're going to see an end, at least to the high kinetic level of this, a few weeks from now. But the real work begins over the next decade when Iran starts moving away from the Islamic Revolution and maybe more towards the country which it was meant to be after World War II.
Well, Greg, Roman, because, I suppose Craig and Greg are confusing in the names. So, Greg, to you, I'm continuing with you because you made a very important point, but I don't think President Trump knows the distinction over here. He said that he wants to elect the new leader and he's not comfortable with Mojtaba Khamenei, but Mojtaba Khamenei is a religious leader. He's going to be the supreme leader, which is a system that America will do away with, and it is Masoud Pezeshkian that Trump intends to replace. Is he confusing himself over here? Is he confused with how the system in Iran really works?
I don't think so. I mean, the Vilayat al-Fiqh network, which is basically what Khomeini, the first Ayatollah of Iran, put in place in 1979, is a product of the Qom school of Shia clerical thought. The idea that one person is responsible not just for the religious undertakings of a state, but the political undertakings of the state. I think Trump actually understands that the Najaf school of Shia thought is the way in which he would be going from. And frankly, even with Vilayat al-Fiqh, you have right now a parallel governing structure for municipal matters, oil, energy, trade, commerce, civil society, that maybe Pezeshkian is the individual picked as an interim leader. But at the end of the day, I think Trump has been very clear. There'll be someone he negotiates with, but the system at the end of the day will change along with nukes, proxies, and missiles too.
Okay, so Craig Kafura, let me take the full name here, Geeta, to avoid that confusion. It's day 6 of this war. The goalpost is shifting. The end game is not clear. And with every passing hour, we are seeing the intensification and escalation. On the escalation ladder, it's only going up. There are a number of countries getting involved as well. So what do you think is the timeline of this war?
It's a little hard to predict from where I'm sitting, partly because I feel like every day we've added a new condition from the United States, and it's not entirely clear what the Israelis are going to go after either. On the internal political structures of Iran, I would be very skeptical that Donald Trump understands the details of Shia theology, as Greg, you've laid out. I would bet that he doesn't know what a Shia is, or what any of the details of the internal structures of Iran are. Hopefully someone in the White House does, but these days that's not a safe bet either. In terms of how long this is going to go on, again, I think that once you've decapitated the regime, and they've put out statements saying that the IRGC is operating more or less independently across the country, now you have to try to find somebody who can make everyone stand down and stop shooting, right? This is, again, one of the problems with decapitation strikes, and this is true both for countries, but also we've had the same problem with the Mexican cartels. When you decapitate the leader, you now have 6 or 7 sub-lieutenants running around, all trying to be the next leader, all with their own incentives, all with their own small power bases. It's possible that what we end up doing, what the United States and Israel end up doing, is fracturing the country in ways that are going to be very hard to put back together. I would worry that this is going to drag out a lot longer, even if the United States is able to identify an acceptable leader, even if that person is able to claim some level of authority. Is all of Iran going to agree? Is every IRGC commander who's currently operating semi-independently going to agree and submit? Or will they keep fighting? Will this break into a civil war? Will this drag neighbors in? I'm really concerned that we've unleashed something that we don't know where it's headed. We don't know how to control it. And given Trump's past track record, wouldn't surprise me if he declares victory in 2 weeks and walks away and leaves the whole region still a mess.
Well, Craig, there's a very important conversation happening in Washington, D.C. to do with stopping the war. And at the Senate, we saw how certain veterans got up and said, we do not want to, or America does not want to fight this war. Is that the sense within Washington and in America that should he get involved deeper into the war? And he said that, yes, there are going to be losses of life. That's what war is all about. Would there be acceptability, or will this cost him his midterm elections?
I think the midterms are already looking quite bad for President Trump and the Republican Party more broadly, partly because of domestic concerns about inflation and the cost of living and affordability, and the sense that the president and the administration and the Congress are not paying enough attention to those issues. And instead, they're doing things like removing the regime in Venezuela or starting a war with Iran. But in the polling that we've seen, the war is surprisingly unpopular, and surprisingly unpopular because the administration has not done the kind of effort that it usually would do. Think back to the run-up to the war in Iraq, for example. There were months of sustained effort by the administration and by its proponents in Congress in both houses to explain to the American public why the United States was going to take this action, why now, what the ends were, what the objectives were. And that had the effect of bringing the public on board, at least for the first few months of that war. That hasn't really happened this time, right? There wasn't a clear sense among the public about what the objectives were, why we were doing this, why now. And you've seen that in the polling. Democrats are strongly opposed to the war. Independents tend to oppose the war. And even among Republicans, a lot say they don't know. Those numbers may go up in a few days, but if there are more U.S. casualties, if the administration isn't able to demonstrate progress, I think you will see further slipping poll numbers. And for those in Congress who are not running for re-election or who are in safe seats, they have more leeway to speak out. And I think you're starting to see that. Look at what Tom Tillis was doing yesterday on the Hill.
Right. Craig and Greg, really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. Lots more on the other side.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. Nitish Kumar to be active in national politics. Files Rajya Sabha nomination. Rahul Gandhi attacks India's stand in Middle East war. Questions PM Modi's silence. Iran threatens to strike Israel's nuclear site if regime change attempted.
India Today Conclave 2026. Breakthroughs and breakdowns. March 13th and 14th, New Delhi. Book your seat now. www.indiatodayconclave.com.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
When it comes to the larger perspective on what's happening around the world today, has diplomacy, Western diplomacy particularly so, failed us, given that we're looking at wars and nobody is adhering to that very rules-based order that you're talking about? Is the world really sleepwalking into another world war?
Well, I hope not. I mean, that's what we need to try to prevent. So what we've seen after the end of the Cold War was local conflicts, many of them. I mean, you've had some of them, we've had them all around the world. Now we're seeing more regional conflicts, like we're seeing in West Asia and with Iran, for instance. And what we try to do is to prevent it from spilling over to a global conflict. Now, two things to keep in mind. When we have rules and institutions and a framework, then we usually contain it. But the other point is to say that just because someone is breaking the rules doesn't mean that the system is null and void. I'll just give you one example. If someone gets a speeding ticket, it doesn't mean that the speed limits are a bad thing. So we need to continue to abide by them.
But if that car is being crushed for speeding, take for example what's happening right now. A head of state is abducted in the middle of the night. Another head of a country is decapitated, and there are missiles flying. All of this at a time when negotiations were going on, and the foreign minister, in case of Iran, the foreign minister of Oman said almost everything had been agreed to. So are we now looking at the law of the jungle and not the United Nations? No rules, might is right.
Unfortunately, we're seeing more of that. That is why I'm such a strong advocate of multilateralism and order. If there's a car crash, I hope the car has not crashed so badly that we can't fix it and repair it. So my idea is that you kind of have two options. They're fairly binary. One is a multipolar world, which is about transactions and deals and spheres of interest. That's what we're seeing right now, that, the deals are sort of more bilateral than anything else. And then the other option is a multilateral world, where you have institutions, rules and norms and cooperation. Now, my argument is that it's countries like India that will decide the direction in which the world is going to tilt. And if we want to maintain the multilateral order, and by we I mean the global West, then we need to give more agency and power to countries like India. That's why I, for instance, have advocated a permanent seat in the UN Security Council for India, because then that would keep India promoting multilateralism rather than multipolarity.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Iran had forewarned. They had said, if we are hit, we will go after, we will expand this entire war, because there is no other way. They have their back to the wall. There is no other option for Iran. How do you see then US and Israel carrying out the strikes in the first place when negotiations were underway?
Well, it's difficult to say. You see, I come from Finland. I have 1,340 kilometers of border with Russia. So my main concern from a security perspective is what's going on in Ukraine. So I can't say I'm an expert. But, if I listen to experts, why did this attack take place? Usually there are four arguments. One is nuclear weapons. Second one is missiles. Third one is proxies, so terrorist organizations such as Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah. And then the fourth one is regime change. How this is going to pan out, I don't think anyone knows.
But do you buy any of these arguments, given all the information at your command, that was this reason enough to go in for a strike when negotiations were happening, and the world now is facing the brunt all across West Asia and, of course, Asia itself?
In foreign policy, there are things that you can do something about, and then there are things where you can say something. This is an issue where I can't do that much. I can say, I can conduct diplomatic discussions with my colleagues and friends, but as someone obviously who always advocates international law, needless to say, both Iran and then Israel and the United States have worked outside the context of international law, because usually what happens, or framework, usually what happens is if you have these kinds of strikes, you do one of two things. You get a UN mandate, or you have a coalition of the willing. And in this case, it wasn't the case. But now that Iran has attacked the Gulf states, you're starting to see a coalition of the willing emerging. More skin in the game from big countries in Europe like France and the UK.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The West Asia war is now spilling into the Indian Ocean, and the diplomatic ripples are reaching New Delhi. India has broken its silence on Khamenei's assassination, but the response also comes amidst opposition questions after a US submarine sank an Iranian warship that had earlier taken part in an Indian naval exercise. Take a look at the story.
After nearly 6 days of silence, India has finally responded to the rapidly escalating conflict in West Asia. The statement comes a day after the United States sank an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean off the coast of Sri Lanka. The incident marks a dramatic expansion of the conflict and brings it closer to India's maritime neighborhood. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said military confrontation alone cannot resolve global crisis.
केवल मिलिट्री कॉन्फ्लिक्ट से किसी भी मुद्दे का समाधान नहीं निकल सकता। यूक्रेन हो या पश्चिमी एशिया, हम संघर्ष की शीघ्र समाप्ति और शांति के हर प्रयास का समर्थन करते रहेंगे।
The remarks mark New Delhi's first clear public response since the conflict sharply escalated earlier this week. India has also conveyed its condolences over the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, its first official response on the matter. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri visited the Iranian embassy in New Delhi and signed the condolence book on behalf of the government of India. In another diplomatic outreach, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar held a phone conversation with Iran's Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi. The government's response follows criticism from opposition leaders, including Rahul Gandhi, who questioned the Prime Minister's silence and demanded clarity on India's position after Khamenei's killing. With the conflict widening from the Gulf to the Indian Ocean, India now finds itself walking a delicate diplomatic tightrope. New Delhi maintains strategic ties across the region. By calling for dialogue while keeping diplomatic channels open with Tehran, India is signaling a careful, calibrated approach. The priority remains de-escalation, regional stability, and the protection of its strategic interests. Bureau Report, India Today.
बिहार के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने भी राज्यसभा में अपना नामांकन किया है। इसके साथ ही बहुत लंबे अरसे के बाद श्री नीतीश कुमार जी फिर से एक बार राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में राज्यसभा सांसद के नाते प्रवेश करेंगे। 2005 से लेकर आज तक नीतीश कुमार जी बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री रहे। उनका एक कार्यकाल एक प्रकार से बहुत यशस्वी रहा। ये कार्यकाल उनका बिहार के इतिहास में स्वर्णिम पृष्ठ के रूप में लिखा जाएगा। उन्होंने अपने शासनकाल में बिहार को जंगल राज से मुक्त करने का काम किया। इन्होंने बिहार की सड़कों को न केवल गांवों तक जोड़ा, बिहार की सड़कों की स्थिति को भी सुधार किया। इतने लंबे करियर में विधायक, सांसद, मुख्यमंत्री, केंद्रीय मंत्री रहते हुए उनके कुर्ते पर कभी दाग नहीं लगा। पूरा जीवन भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगने बगैर इतना लंबा राजनीतिक सफर शायद ही किसी राजनेता ने तय किया हो जो नीतीश कुमार जी ने किया है।
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 161, Mumbai 103, Kolkata 163, Bangalore 96, Chennai 161, Hyderabad 181.
So sorry.
चलो चलो भैया गर्दा उड़ा दे। चलो 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 मोदी की टोली दौड़ा देगी इन्हें। मोदी का रंग जब पड़ जाता है कईयों का रंग उड़ जाता है। मोदी का रंग जब पड़ जाता है कईयों का रंग उड़ जाता है।
World Cup final, England makes India toil in 254-run chase. Wankhede survives the Nuke. Almost
Well, the big breaking news at the moment on India today. India have reached their second consecutive final at the T20 World Cup. That after the men in blue notched up a record total, 253, a total that had never been achieved in a knockout game at the T20 World Cup. India got that, but if you thought that it was easy going for the Indian team under Surya Kumar Yadav from there on, well, you had another thing coming, because from there on, the English team turned on the heat versus India. England actually ran them very close, got them so close to victory, all down to Jacob Bethel, who notched up 105 in just 48 deliveries, an outstanding knock, and gave India a run for their money. Eventually, though, the Indian team coming up trumps there at the Wankhede Stadium, a stadium that's proven to be very lucky for them in the past. They win that semi-final, march on to their second successive final in the T20 World Cup. Many might say it was Jasprit Bumrah that could have been the difference between the two teams. He picked up one wicket, but his economy of less than 9 in a game where about 500 runs were scored is absolutely phenomenal. Plenty of talking points there for the Indian team. That includes the batting of Sanju Samson, who got 89 runs when he came out to bat, actually set the foundation for the Indian team. That is what helped them reach 253. From there on, we'll talk about the bowlers. Hardik Pandya bowling the penultimate over, just giving away 9 runs. That was incredible as well, and picks up 2 wickets. But the other man, who probably in all these stats that I'm just rattling off, may be forgotten, is a certain Akshar Patel. We remember that final last time around, Suryakumar Yadav and that stunning catch. This time it was Akshar Patel, and the catch that Akshar Patel took, not 1, not 2, but 3 catches that Akshar Patel actually took, turned out to be the difference between the two teams. So that's how the game has really panned out. This also means that India have marched on to their second successive T20 World Cup crown. Remember, our programming here on India Today is called Keep the Cup. And for India to keep that cup, this win in the semi-final was very, very crucial. Interestingly, India and England are the two teams that have met for 3 consecutive semi-finals at the T20 World Cup. It was even Stevens before this particular game started, but now India hold the advantage of leading 2-1 when it comes to those T20 World Cup semi-finals versus England by winning this particular encounter. The last one also India won versus England. That came in Guyana. But the one previous to that was a game that India would like to forget. It was in Adelaide, which was again a one-sided encounter. Okay, so Suryakumar Yadav and company have marched on to is the big story that we've got for you on India Today. Suryakumar Yadav and company are into the final of the T20 World Cup. Nervy moments there must have been, because once a team gets 253 runs, as India did, batting at an absolute batting paradise in Wankhede, you thought it was going to be a cakewalk. But England said, hold on, and they gave India a run for their money. A very, very close encounter at the end of the day. And one more reason for India winning is the contribution that you got from practically every member of the team. Some valuable contribution when it comes to the batting. Yes, the highest run getter for India would be Sanju Samson, who got 89 runs. But there were valuable contributions by Tilak Verma lower down the order. Shivam Dube chipping in with some valuable runs as well. Hardik Pandya with the bat, all those contributions. Ishan Kishan, let's not forget, it was that massive partnership between Ishan Kishan and Sanju Samson, the 2 wicket-keeper batters, that actually took India to such a healthy total, a record total in the semi-final of a World Cup. From there on, England also came out all guns blazing, even though they lost their first 3 wickets rather quickly. Then there was that partnership between Jacob Bethel that, he stood on there, and Will Jacks, who gave him company, the all-rounder in Will Jacks, and they took England very close. Eventually, as I said, it was the crucial 4 overs bowled by Jasprit Bumrah, very in short, that he didn't give too many runs away. Economy of less than 9, that is what Jasprit Bumrah managed, and that is what has also helped the Indian team. What you're seeing on your screens right now are contributions from various other players that stepped up for India. As I mentioned, Shivam Dube with those 43 runs was very, very crucial in getting India to 253. You had a scenario where Hardik Pandya also got those 27 runs of just 12 balls. That was also very crucial. I believe we are joined by our correspondent Siddharth Vishwanathan live from Mumbai outside the Wankhede Stadium. Siddharth, tell us the scenes that you're witnessing there at the moment.
The scene, Nikhil, that you're seeing here is one of absolute jubilation It is of absolute brilliance, and boy oh boy, you feel as if you've gotten out of jail. Because remember, look at the victory margin. If it was not for Tilak Verma's sixes towards the end, you could have very well had a record chase. You've seen an absolute pelter of a track in which you scored close to 500 runs in 40 overs. And my goodness, it is of relief. It is like you've gotten out of jail. And because of that, I'm telling you, there is so much jubilation around the Queen's Necklace that, yes, you won the final before the final. And the partying, the hollering, the shouting will all go late into the night. I'm very much sure about it.
Those are the pictures that we are getting from across the country at the moment. We'll try and re-establish that connection with Siddharth when we can actually get him with the fans and actually can see those pictures from right outside the Wankhede Stadium. At the moment, what we are getting are pictures from across India, pan-India, of fans that are celebrating this win by the Indian team. As I said, it wasn't easy. They had to fight for every run. They had to fight to save every run when they were bowling, and then they have to fight to ensure that they keep picking wickets at regular intervals, and that is what has helped India notch up that win. What it means to the Indian fans, you can see on the screens right now, jubilations all across the country. I know the job is still not done. The trophy is still not come. For that, you need to play another game. But at the moment, what you're seeing are scenes that are no less than a massive celebration, no less than India having won the World Cup already. Absolutely brilliant, those scenes coming out from the rest of the country. Just a reminder, that's the highest run getter for India, 89 runs, Sanju Samson. And then you had Ishan Kishan also with 39 runs there of just 18 deliveries. And we've got Rajdeep Sardesai joining us live on the phone line. What would you say, Rajdeep, for this win? In fact, we have Rajdeep live with us on a video link, I believe. Rajdeep, wasn't easy. I'm sure you must be sweating buckets towards the end.
Look, this is the truth about the Wankhede Stadium. Once you get in, as Samson for India and Bethel for England got in, it's an easy wicket to really accelerate run scoring. It was a beautiful wicket, and with those short boundaries, with your ability to strike and the bats the way they are, even 250 seemed chaseable. I mean, take Jasprit Bumrah's overs away, his 4 overs away, and you would probably be facing a possible defeat even after scoring 253 runs. I think 2 things changed the match, Nikhil. Those 2 catches that Akshar Patel took, brilliant catches, and Bumrah's those 2 overs towards the end. I mean, if you have Jasprit Bumrah in your side, you are virtually asking the opposition to score 253 runs in about 16 overs, which is just almost impossible. That England came within 7 runs of India's total only reveals that the backup bowling, Nikhil, was the one weakness we had. But I think this time we got our catching right, and those 2 catches of Akshar clearly changed the game.
Yes, there were a few factors, as Rajdeep is also mentioning, those overs by Jasprit Bumrah, the big game changer for India, as he has been throughout this particular campaign. But Rajdeep, look at that knock. We will, of course, scrutinize India's performance, but Sanju Samson, what's gotten into him? We always thought that one thing that he always had the stroke play, consistency was the one thing missing from Sanju Samson's batting. Now, 2 games in a row, he's been the star with the bat.
Absolutely. I think he's a touch player, and touch players, when they're in form, they look terrific. When they're out of form, they look terrible. And I think Sanju is back in form, and therefore is making batting look easy. Remember, he was dropped by Harry Brooks. I mean, you look at Aksar's 2 catches of Harry Brooks and Will Jacks, which were brilliant. And you look at a dolly catch being dropped by Harry Brooks, and that was the difference. But Sanju Samson took that opportunity, and I think the calmness with which he's playing is the big difference